Hello, YouTube, and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. My name is Kevin Castley, and tonight we are going to be discussing NazBol Nick Fuentes, banned from YouTube. So, if you watch my channel, you will be aware that I am not a fan of NazBol Nick. I really don't care for him, and I find his fans, the gripers, the Froggo incels, to be a complete bunch of petulant children who live in mom's basement and want more hot pockets. They are cringe. They are fringe. They they are trying to, for themselves, capture the title and movement of conservatism away from what they call conservative ink. Conservative ink being essentially the mainstream conservatives. You know, the people like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, you know, even to some extent Donald Trump and his mainstream associates. The Gripers, Nick Fuentes, and their affiliates, they like to use the label America First. They like to take the language from Trump and Trump's movement and use it for their own rhetoric and their own promotion and self-aggrandizement. However, it's clear that they don't necessarily even have too much in common with Trump and his administration. I mean, there's more of an overlap with Trump than there would be, say, with George W. Bush or John McCain or Mitt Romney. However, Donald Trump and his administration have been, in fairness to them, right? Because I'm not the biggest fan of Trump out there. I got a lot of criticisms of Trump, but they have been decent with respect to Israel. Trump often touts himself as the strongest supporter of Israel in the history of the White House. He has gone over to Israel. He's made good friendship with Netanyahu. Netanyahu has named sites after him. Trump was actually the president who saw to it that the United States recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, as opposed to Tel Aviv to sort of placate the Arab regimes in the area. No, he just came out and said, no, we are recognizing that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Would Nick Fuentes, would the gripers, the guys who talk about how dancing Israelis did 9/11 on my USS Liberta, would those guys approve of that? No. So even Trump is too mainstream for them in that sense. They'll borrow his rhetoric and whatnot to try to co-opt young conservatives that are Trump supporters and turn them into a bunch of NazBol communists and crap. It's the sort of thing that I don't like Nick Fuentes. I'm not a big fan of Nick Fuentes. I'm not that big a fan of Trump, but I'm a much bigger fan of Trump than I am NazBol Nick. However, I do nuance here. I'm not just here to crap on Nick Fuentes and dunk on him and say, oh yeah, he got banned, haha, we win or whatever. No, I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to do that. This is annoying. It's unfortunate, but here I am. I'm gonna have to come out here and defend the guy who blocked me on Twitter. So, now I'm not defending him because I like him. I'm not defending him because I consider him a good person. I don't agree with what he stands for or anything. However, he shouldn't have been banned from YouTube. He just shouldn't have. And I'm going to read for you here a quote from Ben Shapiro, another guy that I don't agree with on everything. I don't agree with him on everything. I probably agree with him on like 50% of the things that he says, maybe 40% or so, somewhere in that range. I disagree with most everything that he says on social policy. Even on economics, we have our disagreements. And of course, on foreign policy, I don't consider him to be hawkish enough. However, given the fringe and cringe era of conservatism today, Ben Shapiro looks like a neoconservative compared to the isolationist pigeons that have overrun the conservative movement, the likes of whom include NazBol Nick and his associates. Ben Shapiro tweeted out today, Nick Fuentes is an absolute disgusting crap show. But if he was banned for his idiotic, garbage viewpoints, rather than for violent threats, YouTube shouldn't be deplatforming him. Now, I agree with this, and there is a second layer of nuance here, of course, which is that YouTube is a private corporation, as we all know, and YouTube, technically, legally speaking, even morally speaking, can ban anyone that they choose. They could ban Tfue tomorrow. They could ban Ninja. They could ban, David Pacman. They could ban all the YouTube gamers. They could ban all the political people. They could ban whoever they want. They could ban everybody. They could just ban every account if they wanted to. That is their prerogative. Now, of course, they also have a profit incentive, and that would hurt their bottom line. But my point is here that if they feel that an individual account causes more of a disservice in terms of the reputation of the corporation than they bring in terms of viewership, then they're a net liability and YouTube can let them go and ban them. I understand that. I understand that 100%. They're a private company. Let's just be clear about that. I'm not saying that, Nick Fuentes' First Amendment rights were infringed upon here, because YouTube is not the government. YouTube is a private corporation. They can do what they want. It's like if you own a house, you can have people over, but if one of them starts breaking crap, you're well within your rights to tell them to get the hell out, right? That's kind of the same deal with YouTube. However, in this case, it's kind of like if you have a bunch of people over and you're talking politics, and then somebody disagrees, and then you kick them out of your house. You do have the right to do that. Nobody's going to disagree. You have the right to do that. And if they refuse to leave, they're trespassing because it's your property. However, is that the right thing to do? Is that what you should do? Because they're not breaking anything. They just disagree with you on something. Well, no, I'm going to argue here. No, because that creates a slippery slope. Because, of course, today we're all cheering, oh, yeah, NazBol Nick, he's gone. We got rid of this cringy national socialist communist who doesn't like immigrants or whatever, doesn't like Mexicans, which is funny because he is a Mexican virgin, as my buddy Billy Bong the Lit points out. Oh, we all cheer that and say, oh, yeah, we're still here, but NazBol Nick's gone. Haha. It's like, well, today it's NazBol Nick. Tomorrow it's Ben Shapiro. The next day it's my buddy Nightmare Fuel. The day after that it's me. Like, it's a slippery slope, and I'm not down for that. Now, a year or 2 years ago, 5 years ago, when I watched the Young Turks, unironically, when I really was disgusted by a lot of really sort of far right rhetoric, and thought that, I was more inclined back then to see why there was an argument for curtailing that expression, that it wouldn't necessarily qualify as free speech, that it would be considered bigotry. I don't think like that anymore, because where do you draw the line? I mean, if you're not doing anything illegal, if you are not inciting violence, if you're not doxing people, if you're not making threats, if you're not saying, oh, I'm gonna do X against you or whatever, in terms of like violent action or whatnot, especially doxing. By the way, I'll have another video on this later, but doxing people, I don't think most people, especially people that aren't content creators, really understand how serious doxing is. It's not, oh, you posted some stuff that made somebody look, embarrassed on the internet or whatever. No, it's posting their address to sick a lynch mob upon them. That is arguably it's worse than assault, and it should be treated in a more serious manner. Now, in America, for instance, doxing is a high crime. It's something that can land you a prison term for a very long time, up to, I believe, 10 years, which is good. That's how it should be. Yeah, doxing's serious. See, that's the thing. If you're going to do stuff like that, then yeah, you by all measures, you can ban those kinds of people. I don't like blocking people on Twitter. I hate blocking people, honestly. It makes me feel, crap. It's almost like if you block somebody, if you block somebody in an argument, that's an intellectual admission of defeat, right? The thing is, if you're going to post threats, if you're going to threaten to dox me or to dox others or do any sort of illegal crap, if you're going to post incitations to violence, that sort of thing, then I'm going to block you, and YouTube has every right to block you. And of course, YouTube has the prerogative here no matter what. Nick could have done nothing wrong. Nick could have said nothing. Nick could have just been playing Fortnite on YouTube all the time and not even talking about politics, and they would still have the right to ban him if they wanted to, legally speaking. My point is, it's not something that you should do over political disagreements. Now, The terms under which they banned him were that he violated YouTube's hate speech policy. Now, YouTube gets to draft that policy and interpret it as they choose. It's their corporation. That's their prerogative, of course. If you created a corporation, you would be able to write up your hate speech language, and you would be able to enforce it as you pleased, right? That nobody's going to disagree with that. That the question rather is that when you have this big of a reach over the minds of so many millions of people, I mean, YouTube is bigger than any individual news source. YouTube is bigger than Fox News. YouTube's huge. When you go out there and you basically say, we're just going to ban people whose speech we disagree with. Well, as I said, it creates a bad precedent because now you've moved it to the step where, okay, that's completely unacceptable. And we have everybody that's okay with that because nobody likes Nick Fuentes. Nobody likes NazBol Nick. So we got away with that. Let's push the envelope a little bit more. Oh, we get rid of Ben Shapiro. Oh, well, some reasonable people and whatnot are fans of Ben Shapiro and they make a fuss about it and everything. But at the end of the day, we get away with it. And then they move on and on and on and on. And then eventually you're able to very easily kind of purge the platform of anybody that steps out of line. And you don't need to go that far, mind you. You really don't need to go that far because once you set the precedent and make it clear and have it as a credible threat that you will ban people who say things that you disagree with, everybody who is at a sufficient point where they rely on YouTube for a source of income, a significant source of income, they will get they'll get the memo and they will self-censor. And so even people that are, kind of conservative or whatever will start saying things that they'll either say things that they might disagree with, or they will refrain from saying things that they normally would say, but which they think could pose a chance of them getting banned. The problem with that is that now all of a sudden we've limited the intellectual discourse and forced these kinds of people to go, well, they'll go to other platforms and everything. The problem is those other platforms are easily accessible. It's not like they're going to go to like some obscure little corner outside a bar in New Orleans or something. No, they're going to go to another website that you can access in like 2 seconds, and you can just stop watching YouTube and go to that website. So banning them doesn't really silence the message. All it does is make you look weak, and it sets a bad precedent, and it causes people to self-censor, and it renders the platform disingenuous. And part of the reason why YouTube was so successful, I mean, YouTube's whole business model, it was providing a platform for individual people to make content and get subscribers and put things out there and be creative in a way that prior to the inception of social media, you really had to kowtow and, do whatever the executives said in Hollywood or whatever, or New York, if you wanted to get a platform for national attention in the media. Now, as I'm doing, and just broadcast whenever you feel like and say what you want. And that genuineness, that person to person sort of earnest degree of character, that is an intangible asset to YouTube's corporation. And I can tell you, if they keep this up and they keep banning people over, hate speech or whatever they want to call it, people will start to self-censor. And once enough people start to self-censor, YouTube's just going to look fake. I mean, you're going to have people that just look robotic. It's going to look like watching, Wolf Blitzer or something. I don't even dislike Wolf Blitzer in the same way that like a lot of the progressives or the alt-right will just get triggered by him because he's so bland or whatever. I don't mind him. Like that's what he does. That's his career. He just says things in a pretty neutral tone and reports things. Like that's what he does. Okay. And he makes money doing it. He's good at doing it. Like I don't have any ill sentiments towards Wolf Blitzer, but I don't want everything on YouTube to be like Wolf Blitzer. YouTube is supposed to be higher energy, more genuine, more earnest, more personable. That's an intangible asset to their company, which is probably worth, billions, probably way more than billions of dollars. YouTube's huge. And if they're going to go and nip that in the bud, I'm telling you, this is bad for YouTube in the long run. I understand it hurt their reputation to have somebody like Nick Fuentes to be associated with their brand. I get that, but their brand is going to become dilute now. Sure, he posed a net liability from the standpoint of assuming that the brand doesn't change as a result of this. However, you do this enough times. I'm not saying that this is going to happen now that Nick's gone. YouTube's going to look fake and disingenuous. I'm just saying if they keep this up, they're going to cross a tipping point at which they no longer look like an authentic platform, and the people will move elsewhere. And they are going to lose big time over that. Billions and billions of dollars. And I'm calling it here and I'm saying, that's what's going to happen. And if I'm a shareholder, if I've got a primary stake in YouTube, I'm going to say, yeah, you can ban a couple people that are causing a really big liability towards our brand. Now, of course, if it was me and my company and I had 100% stake over it, I'm not banning you unless you're like doing illegal stuff and posting threats and everything. I'm not down for that. But if I have a fiduciary responsibility to a bunch of shareholders and stuff, and it's not my company, I'm just employed by the shareholders in order to maximize revenue and to preserve the brand name and optimize the brand name and whatnot, I'm probably going to let a few people get banned here and there that turn out to be just completely toxic and inciting and all this sort of stuff. I get that. I get that they need to do that in a couple particular cases. But the problem is when you get a really liberal use of the ban hammer, yeah, you're going to just dilute your brand so much to the point that it doesn't even make sense to ban anybody anymore because your brand is worth nothing. I mean, imagine that YouTube became like CNN. You think like all the Zoomers and stuff who are hyped on YouTube are going to be hyped on YouTube then? No, they're going to go to another platform. So, yeah, you're shooting yourselves in the foot. So, the shareholders of YouTube, to those executives at YouTube, I'm telling you this. I don't like Nick Fuentes. I hate Nick Fuentes. And even if you want to take the whole free speech argument out of it, I'm telling you, from the standpoint of your financial prosperity and your future, you don't want to go down this road. If you do go down it, make sure that you do these sorts of bans very sparingly and very rarely and on only the occasions of extreme warrant. Don't make this a regular thing. If you make this a regular thing, YouTube's dead. And that should be obvious. The problem is if it so happens that there is a clear political agenda by the leadership at YouTube, they may rule that trumps their ultimate financial incentive. Now, a normal corporation wouldn't necessarily do that. They would be like, well, profit comes first, But you never know. You never know. I mean, we know that Jack Dorsey has a political bias. I mean, it's rumored to some extent that the executives over at YouTube have a left-wing bias, for example. I mean, if you want to lose billions and billions of dollars to promote your left-wing agenda, you can do that. It's your corporation. However, I'm just telling you, your audience is going to move elsewhere, and then your whole attempt to try to inculcate and indoctrinate the Zoomers and stuff, it's not going to work because they're already going to be on a different platform that doesn't do that. They're going to be in a more authentic platform, and now all of a sudden you've made the Nazis and the NazBols and the communists look more edgy and hip and cool and authentic when they should be seen as fringe and cringe. See, that's another problem with all this is the optics are bad. It makes those who are opposed to Nick and his vile views look weak, and it's unfortunate. And I'm really, really disappointed that this had to happen because even though Nick has me blocked on YouTube or on Twitter rather, and even though he does the banning all the time, in terms of his own social media. And we all know that if he were an executive at YouTube, he would ban me and he would ban Reese and he would ban all of us, right? He's not. They are. YouTube is a good platform. It has a lot of potential. It's been great. It can be great again. But this whole ban culture, the cancel culture, really, it really has to stop. I mean, to my knowledge, Nick Fuentes didn't do anything illegal in the context of why he was banned. He was simply banned because his rhetoric was deemed hateful. But that's subjective. That's really subjective. I mean, you could say anybody's hateful at that point. I mean, you could say that, for example, Kremlin Kyle is hateful. He's hateful or whatever towards conservatives or whatnot. I don't like him. Do I think he should be banned? No. I mean, my friend Reese was labeled alt-right in some really poorly written and poorly proofread academic paper that somehow managed to get published in a peer-reviewed journal, which had some of the worst editing standards of any academic journal I've ever heard of. I mean, really weak. It was littered with grammatical and spelling errors and whatnot, and they come out and they slander him as alt-right. Well, okay, so then YouTube bans Reese because he's alt-right. Well, it's like, okay, yeah, but Reese supports Israel. Reese is against anti-Semitism. He's against the entire viewpoint of the alt-right. Now, all of a sudden, anybody's just alt-right, and then therefore they can be banned. See, that's the problem, is pretty soon everybody who's to the right of Mao gets banned, and that's a problem. And I can tell you, your platform will not survive long enough for that to be the end case, because everybody's already going to move somewhere else if that happens. So it's not the end of the world, because, of course, if YouTube does go that route, we will just make a new social network, a new media platform, and then, revitalize that way and have a free speech revolution, or I should say a free speech renaissance again, as YouTube was kind of up until around 2011, 2012 or so. The golden era. That sort of thing will need to happen at some point if the YouTube executives continue down this road, because I mean, there are more hateful people out there than Nick. Now, they got mostly removed from YouTube, right? But the thing is, it's like Nick is a tiny bit closer towards, mainstream conservatism, and eventually it's like, well, then what's going to happen? I mean, is Ben Shapiro going to be banned at some point? I mean, oh, because he said some hateful things or whatever. It's like, define hateful, I mean, their terms and conditions are pretty vague. And I understand they need to be that way, because if you're a corporation, you want to have the prerogative to not be held back in cases where your brand is being hindered. I understand that. I'm just telling them to think outside the box and to think outside these individual cases and see the emergent system, which is that, yeah, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. If you do this several times, if you do this several dozen times, eventually each time on the margin, you may be, preserving your brand. But if you do that enough times, your entire brand collapses, because YouTube's brand was authenticity of content creation. And if we all have to self-censor, to what extent is YouTube authentic anymore? Their brand, the intangibles associated with their brand, it's all a mess. It's a total mess. And they're shooting themselves in the foot in the long run. I'm saying it right now. I don't like Nick Fuentes, despise the guy. Dude became a communist to own the libs. What a disgraceful piece of crap, right? I mean, he is not somebody of whom I approve. But again, with a slippery slope, I don't want to go down this road. I don't think he should have been banned here. I want to know what the viewers think of this. I am going to check the chat now. Let's see what everybody has to say. So, let's see. We got W.R. Winter here. He says, we must find the CEO of Conservative Inc. Yeah, no, that's pretty great. That's pretty great. They always say, Conservative Inc. That's their meme. Conservative Inc. Oh, it's so great, because it's like, okay, their allegation is that the corporate conservatives, they're all, just a bunch of talking heads. They're all paid and all this. And of course, as if Nick Fuentes isn't paid. I mean, he got $2,000 as a super chat in one stream. Kind of reminds me of Kremlin cow Kalinsky. Kremlin cow, the Russian cow. He often talks about how money in politics is bad, and how you can't trust the politicians because they get paid to do things politically. Yet he gets like 100% of his income in terms of political donations to his YouTube channel and his Patreon. Go check it out. He gets like $17,000 a month or something stupid. So it's like, really, he's the one who wants to talk about political donations and whatnot? It's like, I'm pretty sure most of those Congress people have a higher net worth than he does, and they probably have external sources of income outside of their political job. Many of them are millionaires. Many of them, a single donation really doesn't affect them too much. Whereas for Kyle doesn't have that kind of money. It affects him a lot more. So he's way more prone to act upon that and to move where the money is, right? And say, we're bad, okay? We're bad, okay? And it's the same thing with NazBol Nick. Same thing with NazBol Nick. What does he do? He calls the conservatives, the mainstream conservatives, Conservative Inc., because they defend corporations and capitalism and institutions like that. Because those sorts of bourgeois things are bad for proletariat. And if you're wondering why I'm doing the communist rhetoric right now, go check it out. He actually said in a video, I'm gonna have a video on this. I'm gonna bring back the Nick Fuentes Graper Wars series of videos. I'm gonna bring it back because he said the stupidest crap recently. He said that he would become a communist. He would rather have America go full Stalin. These are his words: go full Stalin in order to keep the immigrants out than do what we're doing now. In other words, he became a communist to own the libs. Oh, how sad. Oh, how sad. I mean, this guy, I mean, he's a caricature. He's a clown ball. He's fringe and cringe. He's NazBol Nick. He's a goofball. But I don't think he deserved to be banned. And you know, that gets to another aspect of all of this, which is unfortunate and which will be missed, which is that there's an entertainment factor there. Like, NazBol Nick is funny. NazBol Nick is funny. He's objectively funny. Like, I watch those videos of like NazBol Nick where he talks about how he's got a list and how if you rub him the wrong way, you're going on the list. And he talks about how if he's ever like a doctor or something and you're one of his patients, how he's going to pull the plug because he's Italian and he's a gangster like that. Like, that's funny. Like, that's funny. Like, he's a clown ball. He's a petulant child. It's like watching like, a Kremlin cow video where he says some stupid nickname like Amy Cloud Boot Jar, and then he laughs at his own nickname, or Jake Tapper, or I should say Tap Jaker. Brace for cringe. And then he says, and then he starts laughing at his own stupid and lame nickname. And I'm like, the only thing that's funny about that is that he's laughing at it. Like, that's funny. Like, I want to see him get banned. Then I lose out on entertainment. And NazBol Nick, he's a funny guy. He's a circus clown. If we ban all the circus clowns, if we get rid of the circus, then where's the fun? I mean, again, if he docks people, if he threatened to dox people, if he threatened to, commit acts of violence, if he threatened to do terrorism, if he threatened to do any of these sorts of illegal acts, then YouTube is not only, I mean, they're always in the right to ban you, but then they have the moral prerogative behind them as well. They have the moral justification to remove you from their platform. And I would support them 100% on that, 100%. But the thing is, NazBol Nick didn't really do that. They just didn't, they found that his rhetoric was hateful. Again, slippery slope, subjective threshold. Yeah, you can't go down that road. That is a dark place. That's a dark place because then you get people to self-censor, and that is not a good thing. And if everybody on YouTube now, because they don't have to ban everybody, they just need to ban a few more people to make the case that they mean business, and then everybody else is just going to automatically self-censor so that they can keep the ad revenue and everything flowing and stay on YouTube. That's a bad thing because now you've lost all the authenticity. And in the case that some more radical viewpoints had a real case to make on certain issues, we're not going to hear them anymore. So for me, if you follow me on Twitter at Kevin Castley, you will know that I identify as a centrist. And I will have a video on this in the future at some point. But when I say centrist, I don't mean I'm a Wolf Blitzer type of person who says, Democrats say this, Republicans say that, I can't make up my mind or whatever. Or, I'm a little bit of this and I'm a little bit of that. No, I am pretty far socially liberal and pretty far economically liberal. In other words, right-wing capitalist on economics, right? So when I say I'm a centrist in the sense that I'm very right in some areas and very left in other areas, and I'm very hawkish. At the end of the day, I support liberal capitalism, very vehemently support liberal capitalism. So I'm a centrist in that sense. The thing is, some could call me a radical for that. I'm radically pro-America. I'm radically pro-capitalism. I'm radically pro-liberalism, radically pro-individual rights, radically pro-intervention, radically pro-national security. So if you say radical viewpoints constitute, hateful rhetoric or whatever. I mean, they'll say, well, it was his rhetoric against immigrants, for example, or whatnot. And yes, that's a problem. That's a big problem. I don't think that he should have been banned over that, though, just because I disagree with him. Again, it's weak. It makes it look like you can't argue against that. It makes it look like he's got the truth and you need to silence him because you can't handle the truth. It's meek and weak, right? As I would say, it's meek and weak. And I don't think that we should go down that road because that's not really how you win. That's not really how you win. And I used to disagree with that a few years ago. Like seriously, it was thanks to people, in my personal life as well as people that I've met on YouTube, such as Henry and Reese, that kind of really woke me up to the fact that they could just define us as alt right. Like there is no clear definition of these things anymore. The definitions change, but the words don't. I mean, in other words, what it meant to be alt-right 3 years ago is different than what it means to be alt-right now. It used to be a lot more of a strict definition. Yet the negative connotations of what that term means is the same. It's kind of like a Nazi. Like Nazi National Socialist is a pretty specific descriptor for somebody who believes in white supremacy, a centralized socialist economy coupled with a fascist authoritarian state, right? That's roughly more or less what it means, coupled with the idea of not just supremacy, but an active attempt at genocide against those who do not meet your criteria for what it means to be Aryan, right? That's a specific definition. Yet now, to Antifa, to the Young Turks, if you're a conservative, you're a Nazi. It's like the word Nazi still in people's minds is just as bad as it was when it had that technical definition. Yet its application is much more loose and much more liberal now. See, that's a problem, right? Now, if you do that over time, you will eventually dilute the term to where it doesn't have that connotation anymore. Because if people are like, oh, half the people are called Nazis now, it doesn't mean anything. Then it loses. If you do it too far, then it loses that poignancy. But right now, this whole alt-right thing, no, they can ban other people too, and then they can ban people that have no justification for. Because with Nick, it's dubious. I mean, I can see why they feel the way they do about him. I'm just warning that it's a slippery slope, right? I'm not a fan of him. But I'm going to check through more of these comments now, and I will address some comments that I find interesting. And I'm expecting that we'll have some incels and some frogos and some groypers and a bunch of NazBols and communists and it's so-called conservatives, as they call themselves, the true conservatives, because nothing says true conservatism harder than I want to be a communist to own the libs. Oh, cringe. I mean, I'm reminded of that old line, better dead than red. Yeah, I would say that to Nick Fuentes. We got here W.R. Winter, become a communist to own the libs. Classic move. Oh yeah. I mean, what else would we expect from NazBol Nick, the Mexican virgin NazBol Nick? What else would we expect? Of course, he was going to go full red. Of course, he was going to go red to own the libs. I mean, the dude was already, by and large, a communist in his heart. I mean, I've followed him for some time now. I know that he's pretty economically left wing and talks about how capitalism is degenerate and stuff. And sure, he doesn't use the language like liberal bourgeois, whatever, as if a real Marxist sort of thing would say. He's a little less educated on the terminology. But let's keep it real. He's just a more thuggish and a little less intelligent version of a typical sort of Marxist tanky bro, right? They're all a bunch of clowns, circus clowns. Again, I mean, it's all also makes for content. I mean, let's keep it real here. My most popular videos are me dunking on him. So, I mean, Nick Fuentes being around there in the media sphere and whatnot, it makes for good content. I mean, people like entertainment. They like watching the circus. It's why reality TV is so popular. I cover a lot of serious stuff on this channel, right? But every once in a while, it's fun to step back and just say, hey, look at a bunch of these groypers who live with mom and yell for more hot pockets. Look at them. They're becoming communists to own the libs. Isn't that kind of funny, right? It's kind of the end of an era. It's kind of the end of an era. And I don't like Nick Fuentes, but I'm gonna kind of miss him. So what else do we have here in the chat? We have Howdy by Onus with a cowboy emoji. Yeah, I like the emojis. Howdy. We got Reason Vision. Okay. Let's see. Adam says, you can recover from communism, like Russia and Hungary. Okay, so we got a Frago. You can't recover from demographic change. You know, I forget the guy's full name. His first name was Garrett. He made a video addressing NazBol Nick's conversion to communism. And he basically talked about how like Nick wants to conserve the West, and so he said, you know, I will become a communist in order to save the West from immigrants or whatever. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, for one, demographic change, really? Like NazBol Nick claims to be conservative Christian, conservative Catholic, right? He often talks about his Catholicism. Most of the immigrants coming in are conservative Mexican Catholics. Like if you were concerned about demographics and wanted to use immigration policy to control that, I could see progressives or like really far socially liberal people saying, you know, we need to keep the Mexicans out because they're a bunch of conservative Christians and stuff. Like I would understand why they'd be worried about that. I'd say, you know, well, I mean, let's keep it real. There can be some bigotry there and everything, but I agree. We do need to have a more controlled, a more legitimate, a more serious immigration policy. Of course, in Canada and the United States, we have to get tougher on immigration. I would agree with that, but he's doing it from the standpoint of, you know, I don't like these people coming in or whatever. And it's like, really? They agree with you. Like they're proud Catholics for the most part, and they're conservatives. So then what is it? What do the demographics mean? Oh, it's because they're brown. I mean, what about like this? What I'm talking about? He's a circus clown. He's a circus clown. He's so goofy. They even agree with him, and he's like, "Nah, I ain't gonna have you here because you're brown." You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like the Young Turks, how they wouldn't, they need along with Tanky Tulsi Gabbard, Tanky Tulsi, like one of the most like far crazy loony progressives. Same with like Elizabeth Warren, and they're talking about how, oh no, she's too much of a hawk, too much of a neocon. And same with Elizabeth Warren. Like some of their fans are calling her Elizabeth Warren now, implying that she supports wars and stuff because I believe she voted in favor of the budget, which included provision for increasing defense spending. Like what? This woman literally has a bill. Like my buddy Reese did a video on it. She has a bill in which she is lobbying for the United States to refuse to use nuclear weapons first. In other words, America can only use nukes after Chicago and New York and LA are vaporized. That's how much of an insane isolationist pigeon Elizabeth Warren is. But the Young Turks are like, no, she's a neocon, too hawkish. And it's like, so she agrees with them on almost everything, but she's not Bernie, so therefore litmus test, cancel culture, etc. She's not one of us. It's the same thing with Nick. It's like, oh, you're Catholic, I'm a Catholic. You're conservative, I'm a conservative. You want to vote Republican? I want to vote Republican. You like Trump? I'm going to vote for Trump. Oh, but you're brown? Bridge too far. I'd rather be a communist than have you here. It's like, what? What a clown ball. What a goofy dude. And these fragos, they're a bunch of lunatics. They can't even see it. Most of the Mexicans that are coming into the United States would vote for conservative policy, would vote in favor of Republicans as long as Republicans drop the stigma around immigration, for example. I mean, imagine the Republicans stop the sort of race baiting stuff against Mexicans. Then it would go from about a third of Hispanics voting Republican to it would switch, and it would be a key demographic for the Republicans. So you're talking, it's funny, this is the ultimate irony here. You're talking about you can't recover from demographic change. It's like that demographic change would benefit you. It would see Republicans win again and again and again and again and again. Because again, most of those immigrants that are coming in are from Latin America. They're mostly Catholic. They're mostly conservative. Simple as that. Oh, but they're brown. See, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, okay, that's goofy. It's goofy. And I mean, yeah, I mean, technically I can see how they would see it as hate speech and everything. I find it funny. Like I consider this guy a clown ball. Like I'm not worried about him. It's like, oh, he's like, oh, the Mexicans or whatever. It's like he's part Mexican or whatever. I mean, again, as Billy Bong the Lit points out, he's the Mexican Virgin Nick, right? I mean, what a joke. No, you know, we're gonna miss him. Got another comment. He says, "You're a traitor." Well, you know, at least this guy, Cole Patient, spelled it right. Because the other day I was on Twitter and there were thousands of tweets accusing Mitt Romney of being a traitor, not a traitor, a traitor. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm sure he swapped some stocks. I'm sure he's traded some stocks and bonds in the past. I mean, he did run Bain Capital. He's got a pretty high net worth. I guess he's guilty of being a trader. I'm guessing he's guilty of trading. At least this guy can spell it right. I got to give you that, Cole Patience. You're probably a total idiot lunatic who lives with mom and wants them hot pockets as you watch your hentai. But I'm telling you, at least you spelled it right. That's refreshing because most of your ilk are too dumb to even manage that. He continues. You'll wake up when you see it in front of your eyes. See what? What a goofball. What a goofball. Oh man. See, this is what I'm gonna miss. I'm gonna miss this. I'm gonna miss the Nick clowns coming in and trying to, with all their clown ballery and their circus antics. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it. Now, sure, we'll have the clips from him over at like D Live or whatever. But yeah, it's not gonna be the same. It's not gonna be the same. It kind of sucks. They got rid of a real clown, real clown. And I mean, I don't like him. I don't like a lot of clowns, but a lot of clowns are funny. A lot of clowns are funny. NazBol Nick's funny, Kremlin Kyle's funny, Nick Beard Jim's funny. And I mean, they're unintentionally funny. It's not like they're trying to do it. I mean, they're mostly lame. Kremlin Kyle's mega lame, right? Amy Cloudbootjar, Tap Jaker, some of the lamest nicknames in the history of nicknaming. I mean, arguably the most cringy, but I mean, let's move on. W.R. Witter writes, trigger the libs. Execute the kulaks. Own the libs. No, it's so great. It's so great because the whole, horseshoe theory. Oh, horseshoe theory is just a parody. It's just a satire of how centristic. It's like, no. The only problem with horseshoe theory is that it doesn't go far enough. Like, it should be circle theory. I mean, NazBol Nick and what's his name? Jason Unruh or whatever are basically, kissing each other at the bottom of the circle. The far left and the far right. They cross over at a certain point, and you bring on the fringe, you bring on the cringe, you binge the fringe, you binge the cringe. NazBol Nick, Jason Unruh. I mean, this transcends Kremlin Kyle. This is even more crazy than that. This transcends some of the more crazy far righty type people out here on YouTube and whatnot. I mean, this is again, it's NazBolery, right? It's the circus. It's the circus clown where the Stalinists and the Hitlerites and all that get together and talk about how they don't like brown people and degenerates and everything. I mean, what a clown show! What a clown show! Recent Vision, he writes, "Lol." We have Jay. We have Hawk J, the Relentless, in here. Big up, everyone. Big up, Hawk J. Good to have you in here. He says, morning from Cyprus, Kevin. Morning to you. It is technically morning here now, my friend. I hope that you have a wonderful day in Cyprus. I know that you are busy and we're not able to make it on the stream. However, the welcome is extended to you at any point. I am going to just copy and paste the link here to send over your way in case at some point you do feel like coming in. If you do get a break. Because the other night when you came on, it was great. It was really great. It's always, it's always a base time when we get the Hawk gang up in here. We had Hawk Reese, the base, Prince of Warmongers. We had Hawk J, the Relentless, and we had myself. And it was a good night. And, we had a lot of fun. We had about 20 viewers for a lot of it. We're up to about 11 viewers right now. Not bad for a small channel such as mine, currently at least. We're going to get bigger. We got Reason Vision. Big up, War Kettle. Big up, Reason Vision. Yeah, big up to the Hawk gang. Big up to all the Hawks and neocons out there. Keep on rocking in the free world, my Hawks. Onus says, I'd like to see you debate Kyle Kulinski, Kevin. Kremlin Kyle. Yeah, see, there's something about that because I've said to, Reese, my buddy Reese, the base, Prince of Warmongers, I've said to him, you would absolutely destroy Kremlin Kyle if you ever had to debate. And it's like, but Reese makes the point, of course, Kremlin Kyle would never debate Reese. Like, and it's not even so much a subscriber thing. Like, let's just say that Kremlin Kyle and Reese both had the same number of subscribers. Oh, I'm gonna finish this thought and then I will add Hawk J to the stream. If they both had the same number of subscribers, exact same prestige and everything, Kremlin Kyle still would not debate Reese because he cannot handle himself in a debate. The only people that Kremlin Kyle can debate against and actually show up to and not be afraid, okay, oh, he's scary. Like the guy's a fraidy cat, right? He's a fraidy cow rather, because he's a Russian cow. He grazes in their fields. He's a Russian useful idiot. The thing is, he would not debate Reese. The only people that he would debate are people that he basically agrees with on everything, like cheesy Charlie Kirk. You know, I mean, oh, that's surprising, right? I don't like Nick Fuentes. Turns out, not too much big fan of Charlie Kirk either. I'm a neoconservative. He's not a paleoconservative, Charlie. He's just a libertarian Koch bros kind of cringe, mainstream, lame kind of guy. He's kind of like a Wolf Blitzer of politics, right? Not much going on there. Not too big a fan of him. And on war and matters of foreign policy and national security, he's as feckless and isolationist as Kremlin Kyle. Kremlin Kyle would never debate a real Hawk. He would never debate a real neoconservative. He knows he's got nothing. He's got nothing. His little nicknames, they aren't going to work. His little memes aren't going to work. We all know it. We all know how to debunk it. He's as simple as that, 100%. No, he would never debate me. If I had 10 times the amount of subs that he did, like say I had 7 million subs, he wouldn't debate me. It's not a matter of subs or prestige or anything. It's that he's got nothing and he knows it. So we are going to welcome Hot Jay the Relentless. Welcome to Superpower Broadcasting, Jay. How's it going?
You summoned me, and I shall appear.
We have summoned the relentless Hawk, the truly relentless Hawk. For those of you who do not know, YouTube recently tried to do to Jay what they did to NazBol Nick. This is kind of what I'm talking about with the slippery slope thing.
Yeah, but I ain't no pussy like NazBol Nick. I ain't bending over like some gay Mexican motherfucker and just being like, oh, I lost my YouTube channel and going crying to the incels. I put up a fight. I got all war hawkish. I took the fight to YouTube.
Yes, you absolutely did. You absolutely did. And the thing is, what I was talking about that slippery slope, for those of you who don't know, Hawk J here is not alt-right. He's not this far-right NazBolly type. He is, as far as I have known, a pretty socially liberal kind of guy, and yet he was deemed hate speech or whatever. They can do this to anybody. So that's why I'm making the point here. We should all be against what they're doing to Nick, because Nick was not banned for doing anything illegal. He was banned because YouTube felt that they were uncomfortable having him here, and they could do that to any of us. And so I do not like Nick, but I don't think he should have been removed. But what do you think about that, Jay? Do you agree on that, or do you think that they were right to remove him?
Of course not. They shouldn't remove him. I mean, it is their. Let's remember one important thing here when it comes to social media: is they're private companies. They can kind of do what they want. It's not like free speech extends to YouTube and social media and stuff.
Yeah.
But forgetting that, yeah, I think it's a shit idea. Don't remove him, because at the end of the day, the way I look at it all is, I want all these morons. I want all the Kremlin Karls and the fucking Nick Fuentes and the fucking all these bellends on YouTube, so we know where all their bad ideas are. We know what dumb shit they're fucking saying. We can all laugh at them and talk about the dumb shit that they say. The moment we start pushing it, because what we're doing is we're pushing it underground. And what happened last time we pushed the fucking dumbasses and idiots underground is, well, we ended up with wars and shit like that and conflict. So keep them where we know where they are and let them do what they want, but just keep an eye on them.
Keep an eye on them and learn how to recognize what your enemy looks like. And, you know, I've got a great argument here from Adam. He says, your position benefits neolibs and neocons, bootlicker. That's hilarious, because I don't know if you guys know this, but I basically got canceled by neoliberal Twitter because I'm a neocon, and neolibs and neocons don't really get along too well. A lot of neolibs want to do trade and do the diplomacy and want to get along with Iran and want to go like Obama on it, whereas neocons are like, Iran's trying to get nukes. There's no time for diplomacy with them. You can do diplomacy with your buddies like Britain and work out trade deals, but with Iran, it's kind of a bit too late for that. So I love how these guys, they don't even know the difference between like neolibs and neocons. They're just buzzwords. It just means bad. Like his position might as well say your position benefits capitalists, I guess, because one thing that neolibs and neocons have in common is that both, at least for the most part, support capitalism in various forms. Like there's more social democratic neocons, more social democratic neolibs. Some socialists try to brand themselves as neolibs to some extent now, like Elizabeth Warren and whatnot. And then you got neocons that are a bit more, left wing on the issues and whatnot. But the thing is, there's an idea there about America. You could translate this with your position benefits America and Britain and Israel, bootlegger. That's basically the translation. In response to that, I would say, okay, you can call me a bootlicker on that. But as Reese pointed out, everybody has an establishment that they serve. These guys, the establishment that they serve isn't even in their own country. They serve the Russian establishment, and that's pathetic and that's treasonous. So you have the floor, Hawk Jay. Welcome to Superpower Broadcasting.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure as always being here and chatting with you. Like sometimes you do need to be a little neoliberal, like we are with Saudi Arabia. We do trade deals, we talk, we, but then sometimes you need to be a neocon because you need to send the troops in and deal with Iran because the neolib work didn't go well and it didn't work.
Didn't go well.
Exactly. So you get all neocon on their ass.
Yeah, like you needed a bit of both. I get that. I guess my point was just you do the neoliberal stuff with people who might be bad guys, but at least they're playing ball with you. There's no point in doing it with the guys who don't even want to play ball. Like Saudi Arabia is a bad actor, but at least they were like, hey, look, we can work together on this. Whereas Iran wouldn't even do that. Iran was like, fuck America. Fuck America, man. It's like, what's America supposed to do? Be like, okay, I guess we can trade with you. It's like, no, how weak is that? And ironically, all these fascists and stuff talk about warrior culture and they aestheticize warrior cultures and of course they like the SS and everything. But when it comes to actual war and actual standing up for your national interests, they're the last ones who have any interest in that. They want to hurt our national interests and help Russia and Iran. It's pathetic. So
it's like it's like the people who support what's his name, Assad and Gaddafi. It's brutal.
It's like there's this guy here, Cool Patience. He's one of the Fragos who supports Nick. He says a centrist just means you support the power structure. It's like every country has a power structure. I'm very clear on this. Look at the background. I got a lobe, the Empire State Building. I support American imperialism, as it were. I support American power. You, Cool Patience, sound like you support Russian power. Because everybody supports the power of one form or another, unless I guess you're an anarchist, in which case you're totally nutter, and we are going to move on from you because you're irrelevant. And history is proving you're irrelevant because every time an anarchist state tries to rise up, it gets destroyed by either socialist states, capitalist states, or fascist states. So you can't even compete with the fascists. So,
and that's even if it makes it to the state side. Normally it just gets to the point where internal division breaks it up and destroys it from internally.
Oh, W.R. Winter, he's got the best translation of that cringe that we just read. He says, so basically, your position benefits those who agree with your position.
Yeah.
It's so great. See, this is why I don't want Nick to be banned, because imagine what the stream would be like if we didn't have the clown balls here. It would objectively not be as fun, right? So
these clown balls have always been around. They've just moved from one clown ball to another clown ball to another clown ball. You know what I mean?
They're a traveling circus.
Yeah. They're not fans of the said individuals. Like, but who was big in that sort of scene before Fuentes? Like, say Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer, what's his name? That dude who, the guy who claimed he had all the leaked information on people and stuff, like the 19-year-old, I forget his name, the super conservative guy. Jacob Wall.
Yeah.
the dude who had like a really short bodyguard where he had an Apple AirPod and pretended that it was like some security tech and stuff, and he acts like he's talking into his Apple AirPod. That dude, cringe, bro. Like 4'2" with the glasses, and he's all buff and fat and stuff. That guy, that Tom Ball, he was the previous one, and then before them, it was like Rush Limbaugh and Bill O'Reilly back in like the Tea Party era. I mean, you know, more the Rush Limbaugh side, and Alex Jones, of course. Like, you know, now Alex Jones is a different case. This one's going to be a bit more controversial. YouTube shouldn't have banned him over the crazy stuff they said, but they were right to ban him because of his
Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Can I have reason to believe that YouTube didn't ban him.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I think because YouTube haven't, I can't find anywhere where YouTube have said that they did ban him or they didn't. They haven't commented on it at all. And I think he deleted the channel.
Oh, what? Oh, what?
Now the only way,
loop. But what if that's true? That's like breaking news, man. No, I want to hear your theory. Go.
Right. The other thing is the main part of why I haven't been able to prove or disprove my theory is because I don't have the correct URL to his channel before it got deleted. Because if you have the URL and you click it and you put it into Google, it will tell you this channel was terminated for breach of so-and-so reason. Most of the time it does. But if the channel was deleted, it will say this channel was deleted by the user.
Deleted. No, you're right. I know exactly what it looks like. That's such a good point. So can anybody out there who's watching this right now verify this? If you know of the original link, or if you have access to information from any sort of source that would either verify, confirm, or refute what Jay's saying, because I would not I would not say that Alex Jones is above doing that. He's Alex lost my kids to own the libs Jones. He literally lost his kids to be all crazy.
To own the libs.
So would he delete his channel to own the libs? Absolutely. I don't doubt that for a second
because
that he would do it.
It goes in the narrative that the alt-right have set themselves over the last few years, and that is we are being censored. Conservative voices are being censored.
No, that's such a good theory. I never thought of that. See, this is why it's great to have guests on. You get this. This is why it's great to allow dialogue and everything. You get these different viewpoints of, I never considered that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is 100% confirmed and I've flushed it all out. Because obviously, if I thought it was 100%, I would have made a video on it being like, I don't think this is why, blah, blah, blah. I'm still researching, but I mean, it would be good to find out the truth of it. But let's say Alex Jones was terminated from YouTube. Again, the same as what I said about Nick Fuentes. He shouldn't be removed, blah, blah, blah. Keep him on YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm a bit more nuanced on the Alex Jones thing. He was using his channel to slander the families of the Sandy Hook attack. That's where you get into defamation of character, which is technically illegal. And he was proven in a court of law that it was defamation of character. And so once that's happened there, slander is a crime. So it's one thing to say, you're a bad person, I disagree with you or whatever. It's another to say you're a pedophile. It's like, or you're just a crisis actor and your kids didn't die. It's like that. See, I don't have a problem with any of the crazy conspiracy theory crap. I don't have a problem with like the anti-Israeli stuff or whatever.
Yeah,
they should have banned him over that. What they should have,
criminal behavior.
Yeah, it's the criminal behavior. Like if you do doxing or incitements to violence, terrorism, that sort of stuff. Like if Osama bin Laden made a YouTube channel, yeah, I'd support banning him too, right? Because he'd just be talking about how you need to do terrorism and stuff. Like there's a line that needs to be drawn. I don't believe that Nick crossed it. I believe that Alex crossed it. So. Oh
my God, sorry. I just had this weird idea that popped in my head. Imagine Osama bin Laden with a fucking YouTube channel, and then like every week he uploads 2 videos a week where he's like, why you need to defeat the West, why you need to commit the jihad and whatnot. And then every now and then, like once a month, he like pops up with a new videos, and it's like how to cook chicken pot pie in a cave.
Yeah. or like getting 15 kills in Fortnite Battle Royale Season 2. And he's got like really clickbaity, like Ali type picture, like thumbnail, where it's like 3 red arrows pointing at stuff that doesn't even exist in the game, so that like little kids will click on it.
Oh yeah,
he's loaded it up. It's a 10-minute video, and he's loaded it up with 30 ads for like Toyota and stuff.
Yes. You know, it'd be kind of funny. Oh, then I'd
Oh
kind of
man.
advocate to keep him.
I could really see an argument there that in the boardroom at YouTube being like, yes, he's an international terrorist and he's incited more terrorism and killed 3,000 people. But on the other hand, I mean, his videos are kind of banger. Like, that's
He's entertaining me.
no, dude, this Adam guy, he says this a little while back. I'm a bit behind on the chat right now. He says they'll ban you too. I'm like, yeah, that's my point here. I'm actually defending Nick Fuentes in this instance. This guy's a griper.
Yeah.
So he says, not exactly. I'm a progressive centrist, cool patience. Like, nah, that's kind of cringe. We got I'm an Islamist socialist by W.R. Winter. Obviously trolling. We have, what else do we have here? Oh, I'm pretty behind on the chat. We've got I'm just gonna scroll through here. Oh yeah, we got Jay. We all love Kevin. Oh yeah. Big up Jay. We got recent vision. The Reds say liberals would side with fascists, but fascists become red to own the lips. What does that even mean? Oh man, that's so good. It's so good. We got it means liberals versus illiberals. That's right. And then we have Nick Dubras in here. Hello, Nick. Cal's nicknames are worse than Trump's. No, actually, I gotta say, I've said this on this channel many times before. I disagree with Trump on so many things, but the one thing that I give him credit for, I mean, I point out, he's got 6 bankruptcies. He inherited his money and blew it. If he had just invested it in, a modest mutual fund, he'd have $10 billion today instead of probably being worth less than $1 billion, loaded up with a ton of Russian credit, for example, that he owes big money on. He's kind of a clown, but he does have good branding, obviously, and he has really good nicknames. Like Low Energy Jeb was a banger. I support Jeb Bush, but that was a good nickname. That stuck. That got under his skin. It was great. Little Marco was pretty decent. Low Energy Jeb was a banger. I gotta say, Lion Ted was one of the best nicknames in politics. Kremlin Kyle's nicknames are nowhere near as good as Trump's. Like Amy Klobuchar is not a Trump tier nickname. That's a Kyle tier nickname. Kyle's nicknames are cringe. Tap Jaker is not on the same level as Low Energy Jeb. Not even close. It's like 0% versus 100%. We got the work kettle again. I've been here for 30 minutes long. Oh, I must not have noticed you because I was on Twitter so that I wouldn't get distracted by the chat. So
of course.
because otherwise we could have diverted. At least the first 20 minutes of this video are going to have some coherent structure to them. The rest is going to be just base dialogue between myself and Jay and a bunch of Frogos. And of course, we have some base talks in the chat too. We have Nick. He says, Kevin, what are your thoughts on the Bloomberg hate coming from Globe Twitter? Honestly, I think it's freaking hilarious because TYT accuses Bloomberg of being, a greedy neo-lib who's just doing this for attention. And then the neo-libs on Twitter don't really like it. It's funny. They're eating each other. It's funny. I think it's funny. I think Globe Twitter is pretty cringe. What do you think, Hawk Jay? What are your thoughts?
I haven't really seen much of it, so I can't really comment.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We
have a
have
bit of background. What's been the main hitting points of it all?
Yeah, we have Vinny VM. He says, I don't agree with Fuentes, but he was fascinating to watch sometimes just to see how people with that mindset think. Oh, I 100% agree with that. I was friends in high school with people that were literal fascists because I was fascinated by how they think and I wanted to understand their worldview. Again, I find that devil's advocacy and watching your opponents is a good way to get the upper hand on them. If you stick your head in the sand and pretend they don't exist, that's a really stupid thing to do. So, it has happened, my friends. We were skeptical. We thought, he might be a bit busy tonight. Fair enough. We're all busy, but roll the red carpet. The Prince of Warmongers has arrived. Big up to his Majesty. His Majesty, the Prince of Warmongers, is here.
I wanted to apologize right off the bat because I probably sound like garbage. I'm on my phone. I was trying to get on earlier and my internet is being horrible. So fuck that. But
what a surprise. Boomer Reese is having a boomer moment.
I never have as bad of boomer moments as our host, though. So you
Oh
have
no,
to
that's
give
true.
some
That's
credit.
true. I've stated on numerous occasions. You know what happened to me today? I'm so boomer. I went to go and message progressive Hawk, I believe is what he's going by now. Tibbs. I was going to message him, base profile pic. But I accidentally messaged progressive apostate and didn't realize that I was talking to him for like the first 2 minutes. He's like, I think you mean Tibbs, but cool. And I'm like, such a boomer, such a boomer.
Too many progressives, just confusing it for the rest of us.
Well, I mean,
it's like when we were all in the atheist community and everyone's name was Skeptic something. Ooh, Skeptic
Oh my
Mom.
God.
I don't know who.
I'm glad that
they
era
were
of YouTube is dead.
They were literally Skeptic clones. They all had the same name, man.
No, it's like Skeptic Rational and like Skeptic Skeptic Mike, Skeptic Skeptic
God.
Day, Skeptic, like Skeptic. What I like about how you've like branded and whatnot race is how you've basically made a meme of it now. Like you've basically made a meme of it. It's meaningless at this point. Like when Greg and Shuonhead are skeptics and they buy into the Russian party line, especially June these days with the tanky Tulsi, it's like skeptic. Like okay.
Oh my God, yeah, she has gone hardcore on the fucking Russian shit, the tanky Tulsi shit.
Big time.
Bernie,
She's gone hardcore. I mean, she's as hardcore on it as those people back in the 1930s were when they went over to see the socialist dreamland. I'm just waiting for her to get a state-sponsored tour of Damascus.
It's not that far off. At least I'll say this. At least the Tulsi shit is kind of new. Being a burner right now is cringy as fuck. Being a burner, it's like that's what I can say. At least Tulsi is kind of a new thing. Like, oh yeah, you can kind of get excited about that. Bernie, who the fuck is getting excited by this guy? He's got
new ideas. He's got new ideas.
He's been doing nothing for fucking 30 years. Oh yeah, that's my guy right there.
No, dude, he's got new ideas like Keynesianism and stuff like that. It's super new.
And the bread line. And the bread line idea.
And the bread line is over there, comrade.
This is a hip movement for the kids, led by Bernie Sanders.
Oh, for the Zoomers, they play their Fortnite and then they go and watch Bernie Sanders talk about the proletarian consciousness and whatnot. And it's all new. It's all new. It's all hype. It's hashtag 2020. Hashtag hot girls for Bernie. Oh, by the way, that is a rabbit hole, my friends. Brace for cringe. If you want a binge of cringe, just click on hashtag hot girls for Bernie. Sometimes just be warned. It's worse than a Kyle video. It's not worse than two Kyle videos. It's not worse than 2 Kyle videos, but it's worse than 1 Kyle video. I can say that.
I'm kind of concerned. Like hot girls for Bernie. Is it going to be like Bitbirds, or is it just going to be really gross, horrible?
It's kind of like Reddit's 50-50 challenge in that regard. like when Kevin and I were talking off stream one night.
This was a bad idea. Why did I look up hashtag hot girl?
Oh, you did it! He did it! He actually binged the cringe.
Oh no!
He binged the cringe.
We were going through the pictures and we were rating them like that scene from The Social Network, and yeah, it was pretty bad.
The average rating. No. I shouldn't say the average. I should say the mode specifically. In other words, the most common rating was a 2. And I have a very technical rating system which operates logarithmically, where the average would be a 5. And where, a 6 is 10 times rarer than a 5, and so on and so forth. So for 2, you're looking at like this mass of people constitute like the bottom 5%. And they're just flooded here. They're overly represented. there's a gross misrepresentation in that. It skews so far left. Well, literally, it skews left, right? They're left, and it skews left in the
I'm
distribution.
going back to the alt right. At least the alt right have got all the hot birds.
No, that's not true. That's not true. A lot of bro, have you seen like the AFD candidate and stuff? They're all like a lot of like very masculine looking women with like really short hair and like kind of look, not very feminine looking. I can tell you that. I'm gonna have a video on that soon. I'm gonna have the aesthetics and physiognomy of the far left and the aesthetics and physiognomy of the far right, and there isn't that much difference. So
fair enough. Maybe it's just in Greece and in Cyprus that the alt right has all the hot birds.
Well, I can't speak for Cyprus. It's possible that would be interesting to see. But let's see.
More research is required, Kevin.
we have Onus here. He said, "Please like the video, guys." And this is a guy who doesn't really agree with me. He says this is a good live stream that interacts with its guests, whether you agree with Kevin's views or not. It's good to see this kind of thing and promote. So I appreciate that, Onus. We can agree and disagree and stuff. That's great. That's what I'm talking about here. Nick shouldn't have been banned. I don't like Nick. You can go and watch my video series. I'm not a big fan of NazBol Nick. He shouldn't have been banned, and it's unfortunate.
Nah, man, you're defending him. That just wipes the slate clean, and it tells me what a big Nick Fuentes supporter you are at heart. That's all I need to know.
I'm gonna get banned now. I'm gonna get banned. We're alt right now. We're all alt right here. I mean, Reese got labeled alt right.
Honestly, it takes less to make the list, man.
It takes less to make the list. Like pretty soon, half of those hashtag hot for girls for Bernie's are going to be considered too alt right or whatever. Just wait for it. Just wait for the window to move. I mean, Anna Kasparian is going to be seen too capitalist pretty soon, right?
So, Kevin, how long have you been on YouTube now?
Well, I mean, if you go to my channel, it says started June 2013. No, that was right when I went into university. I was like, yeah, I'm going to make a YouTube channel. Well, I'm in university. Nah, that didn't pan out. I've been on since April of 2019. So about 8 months.
Okay. Yeah. So, Reese, I'm right in thinking that since you've been on YouTube, you've had a so-called mainstream publication, right, saying that you're a racist or alt-right or something, yeah? I'm sure
yes.
I've seen it some. Yeah, just like I have. So how long do you reckon it will be until Kevin actually has that happen to him? Because it's a matter of time, let's be honest.
That's true. It took me a while, though. So how long did it take you?
It took me, the first one took about 8-9 months, I think.
Right around the same time. So,
but you got to remember that when that's when they wrote an article. I've been on YouTube for like 2-3 years almost now.
So I'm still under par then. I'm still under par. I could still beat your record. So
you could still, yeah.
There was another publication. I'll have to find it. It was like one of those fact checking sites that are heavily biased for the most part. And I wrote a little article on Medium about it because they called me out on something that I was wrong about, and I owned my mistake. But then I decided to make another point of it because, I still thought that I was for the most part right, but they had their little gotcha like, oh, you were technically wrong about this. Well, yeah, I guess we can't all be perfect.
Well, I mean, everybody makes mistakes from time to time, and that's one of the things that I point out here, is that on my channel is that there is room for evolution and objective improvement because people can change and people can also make objective improvements. And the most noteworthy one with respect to my channel was my views with respect to Antifa, for example. I used to think that the alt-right at Charlottesville was worse than Antifa. And that was a relic. That was a holdover of the many years of watching TYT unironically. And props to Reese and Henry and the others in our community for pointing out to me the errors of that way of thinking. And I made a video and I apologized. And I apologized for conducting apologetics on their behalf. So
speaking of Antifa, my good friend Sarah Jessica Farter in the chat has just said in the chat, Bristol Antifa kidnapped Jay's hamster. Now, I don't think Reese has, but I've been assaulted by Antifa 3 times.
Oh, man.
And the alt-right once. and the far right ones.
That's 1 for 3. No,
Yeah.
I've never had any interaction with Antifa, but I'm not in any kind of populated area like you would visit.
Yeah, you two don't do what I do when you go out in the streets and you like go up to random people at street events and you're like, all right, mate, what are you here for? What are you protesting for?
Yeah, at that point,
Oh man, yeah, you do
you're
groundbreaking work.
You're just asking for it, man. Why is your skirt so short? You whore!
I want to see Kevin on the streets. I want to see Kevin with a little suit on, tie and whatnot, with a microphone, walking down the street in Vancouver or somewhere, just being like, "Hey, mate, what you about today? Hey?
No. Here's how I would do it. If it were me and I was actually going to do that, I would say, if you were president, which country would you bomb first? So it automatically sets it from a neocon starting point. Not, do you support interventionism? It would be, which country do you think should be bombed first? So it's
God, that's actually a really good video idea. Oh my God, we could all do that, like from where we live.
I live in BC. Like, this is a very, very anti-interventionist area where everybody likes to crap on America and do apologetics for like Hamas and crap and everything. It would be very interesting to go around, the den of the anti-interventionist realm and just ask people, what do you think of this? That would be interesting, because I can tell you, my campus that I used to go to, for example, I've gotten kicked out of many of the meme pages and muted on others because they can't handle my memes and stuff. But here's the thing. The right wingers do not like me. They've stopped being friends with me because they're like libertarians who like Nick Fuentes, or they really like Mises and stuff, and they think that my brand of liberal capitalism is cringy and doesn't focus. It's not pilled on my demographics or whatever. And then everybody else there thinks that I'm an imperialist scumbag who wants to do Oriental neoconservatism. So that kind of stuff. So there aren't too many people around here that would be likely to take my position from the start. So if I were to phrase the questions, it would have to incorporate my position from the get-go in order to even get the ball rolling. Otherwise, it's just, you're an imperialist, you're this or that, So
actually, real quick, could you highlight the latest comment from Sarah Jessica Farter?
Yeah, I want to answer that. So
because that's interesting. Okay, so it says, but the alt-right massacre people, such as the Pittsburgh synagogue massacre. Surely they're worse? ?
So
go ahead,
my response to that is, when we look at them as groups, so the alt-right as a group and Antifa as a group, I would say as groups, Antifa's worse. But then on an individual level, an alt-right individual is worse than a Antifa individual. Because like Antifa individuals, they won't do anything unless they're in a group. And I know that because I've dealt with an Antifa on his own.
Oh yeah, they operate more as a collective. They're not individuals at all.
So I would say that as individually, the Antifa members they're not a problem. But individually, alt-righters are worse like that. But on a group level, I'm more worried about Antifa than I am.
Yeah,
the
they do lone wolf stuff.
Yeah.
Lone wolf.
Yeah.
I'd go as far to say that it's not worth making comparisons between them, because I see them as being two very different things. And I'm usually frustrated with this conversation of who's worse, because I see it as a left versus right partisan battle. So people can be like, oh, well, my side's better. My side isn't as bad as that side. It's look, they're shitty people regardless. We don't need to, like, if your greatest bragging right in the world is, well, I'm not as bad as the guy who walked into the synagogue and shot everyone. Well, maybe you're doing it a little wrong.
There is another metric that we can analyze this from, which is that there's a couple points to note here. The first is that the alt-right tends to be the people who have more access to guns, so they have more weapons to do things violently with, whereas Antifa, they're a bunch of like soy boy lefties who they don't have guns in the house or whatever. They don't really have access to that kind of damage. But when we look at historically what their ideologies stand for, you have fascism versus communism. Communism has killed many more people than fascism has. Fascists have killed about 50 million. Communism has killed upwards of 150 million when you include China in that. The problem is communism has been tried in many, many, many more countries than fascism. And so it's also, there's been about 100 since the first communist state in 1917 to right now in North Korea. You're looking at 103 years of communist experiments. Fascism has only really been experimented for about 12 years. So when you look at a per year basis, fascists have a higher kill count per year, but communism has killed more people overall. So they're different. They're both different kinds of crap. So
yeah, and you have to consider that a lot of those people were killed through institutions and starvation.
true.
So yeah, it falls in line with like Antifa and far leftism. It's not always the most direct violence, but it can be a more destructive system at times, and often it is unforeseen consequences done with the best of intentions. But that still can be very worrying. And that's what the Antifa people hide behind. They're like, well, how can you hate on us? We're so righteous. We're literally in the streets standing up against fascism. And if you have any word of criticism for those people, like Jay does and others, you're gonna be shot down as a supporter of fascism. And that is the most powerful weapon to hide behind. That is a society controlling weapon. I would go as far to say that is more powerful than any kind of propaganda or brainwashing tool the alt-right has ever come up with. It is not a question to me at all. The alt-right have like virtually no power or popularity. I mean, like, look, how many of their YouTubers have gone besides Fuentes? They're not even on YouTube for the most part. YouTube was never their home. They're off somewhere else. They're on 4chan. These are people who they're further away today than they were a year ago when it comes to achieving any of their ethnic cleansing goals. They have nothing. They're fucking losers, and they're not the people who have the ears of corporations or the media or politicians or anyone who's important.
Yeah, no, you're right. And the thing is, I've talked about this in a previous video, though I can't recall which one it was for the viewers to check out. But I talked about how, Vosh, for example, will often call people fascists, or he'll often talk about how Antifa are anarchists and this and that and everything. And so, or they're left socialists and all this. And so they're a better ideology than fascism, because the fascists will tell you, of course, they want to do the purges and everything. Whereas he says, he supports the good, the idealist type of people. I've talked about this on several occasions, that I, in many ways, have more respect for those who are honest salesmen. And so the alt-right is pretty honest about how many people would die if they got in power. It'd be a lot. But these lefty types, the idealists, they often say, well, just trust us with power and it won't be like the last time. We'll do real communism or whatever. And of course, the most brutal comrade will prevail, and we'll get another Stalin and a bunch more people will die. And, we all learn that lesson from history. And so in my view, I view the idealist as more dangerous because they're dishonest salesmen, and maybe they've even lied to themselves and believe it, that they think that they could have a system that would be better when, as I've said, if you step outside the bounds of a liberal democracy with accountable government and checks and balances, once you go out of that, once you go the revolution route, you're in Lord of the Flies territory. And if either gun got power, if Nick Fuentes Gripers got power, Nick Fuentes would be purged very early on as a race traitor for being a Mexican virgin, and he'd be shot. And if Antifa won and got power, very soon on, the comrade that did consolidate power and become the great leader would execute Vosh for calling him a liberal bourgeois degenerate and saying that he supports the trannies or whatever and all this, and say that's opposed to the workers and the proletariat, because the left,
can I also say
they're not down with gay rights. They view gays and trans people as liberal bourgeois degenerates and F words, right? I mean, that's how the left will treat. Like, I'm talking
an elitist issue.
Yeah, like this is the revolutionaries or the putschists. I mean, you can be right wing and think, I'm going to win within a democracy and everything, and that's good. And you can be left wing and think I'll win within a democracy, that's good. But once you step outside of that and you say, I can't win in this system, let's do a revolution. Well, now it's whoever has the most muscle, the most brawn, whoever's got the most charisma, like Stalin did. I can tell you, the intellectuals aren't going to be the ones winning that power struggle. They're going to be the ones getting carted off to Vladimir prison to be shot, and their bodies will be rotting in mass graves. And it will be the comrade who didn't really have too much time to read the treatises. It'll be the comrade who spent his time hunting and fishing and having sexual relations with underage girls in Siberia. It's going to be that comrade that wins. And so Antifa, if they ever got their way and they ever got power, just as many people would die as if the alt-right ever got power. They're both equally cancerous ideologies, in my view.
Yeah.
But I still stand by the idea that comparisons are just so asinine, because it's a lot to take in with just one conversation. If we're talking about Nick Fuentes, who's relevant to this stream, then yeah, we can talk about Nick Fuentes and we can talk about his ideology and we can criticize that. At no point in the conversation am I going to feel the need to, well, hold on a second, Nick's bad, but let me tell you about these Antifa guys. It always leads down a bad road in my mind. I think it's really, and I think it's an excuse, because we would get a bunch of Marxists in the chat who would be like, oh really, what about the fascists? Why don't you criticize them? Like, hold on a minute, maybe we'll criticize them next stream. It's gonna be your turn now.
No, you're right. It reminds me of the whole what about Saudi Arabia thing. It's like, yes, we'll deal with them after Iran's gone. It's like, it is a deflection, and that deflection in and of itself is apologetics, because they're asking it disingenuously. They're not saying, well, what about the fascists, in order to say, they also kill people. They're doing it to say we're the good guys and they're the bad guys. They're not doing it in the sense of, well, we kill people and they kill people. It's we do nothing wrong. They're the real bad guys. It's like, no, they're both bad. And you're right about that we should view them in a frame of reference, which is irrespective of the other. We should view them uniquely for their problems. So I like that. That's so worth noting. Because so often that's how you can derail and gaslight a conversation, is say, what about Saudi though? Or what about Antifa though? Or what about the alt-right though? Or, as they'll often do, what about Israel though? Which is hilarious, because we're talking about Syria, for example, and they'll say, what about Israel? Israel's a dictatorship. And it's like, okay. I mean, I've had so many people try to tell me that Benjamin Netanyahu is worse than Assad. It's like, it's a gaslighting attempt. So
I've been to Israel, and I can tell you now, it's not a dictatorship, 100%.
Oh, but you would say that, Jay. You went over there. You saw all of their showpiece cities and everything that were actually just, they don't show you the millions and tens of millions of people in the gulags. You just see a shiny Tel Aviv that's just a showpiece for the people, the world to see. You don't see the real Israel of all the starvation and the suffering and everything.
Yeah. All the starving children that were walking around in the streets and on the beaches and...
you only saw what they wanted you to see. You only saw what they wanted you to see.
This is true. Yeah, with all their modern infrastructure and high-tech public transport and free public Wi-Fi everywhere. And,
it's just a Potemkin village. Potemkin village.
Fake fruit. Fake vegetables.
Fake grapefruit. Fake bananas. Fake oranges.
It's all fake.
Even that dude in the interview eventually realized it was fake. Tanky Tulsi left Damascus still thinking the grapefruits were real. She still thinks they're real. She still thinks the bananas are real.
Oh my God.
Somebody should refilm that scene, and it's Tanky Tulsi, but she's like, real fruit, real bananas, real grapefruits.
Yeah, it's like she has this moment where it clicks and she realizes that all the American lies were lies, and Assad really is this great hero who she reminds me of? She reminds me of Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman said, I went over there, I didn't even know who he was, and I didn't understand why these 20,000 people were all clapping for him and so emotional and spiritual for him. But then I realized I was told that he was the great leader, and I had never seen that much love by the people for their leader before. Nobody's like that in America. And you're watching this and you're like, this guy's a child. He never got the memo that if they don't do that, they die. Taking Tulsi, she has a higher IQ than Dennis Rodman, and she's still just as gullible. I mean, she's as I mean, her BS detector was made in China. It's pathetic.
That's a good line. This guy says he had a. This guy said he had a question.
He does have a question.
Which guy? I can highlight the message.
Oh, what's his name? I'm trying to look.
Reason Vision, Nick Dubois.
Nick Dubois.
Oh, my last message was an important question. I will scroll back. Oh, okay.
Read it out, Kevin, in that sexy Vancouver voice.
Question for all three of you. MFK, Anna Kasparian, Shoe on Head, and Syrian Girl at Partisan Girl.
This is a very easy one in my mind, and me too. This really, and this says a lot when I say marry Anna Kasparian, because I consider her to be the least insufferable of this grouping.
I agree.
Really?
I'm gonna go with marry Anna. Partisan Girl's worth one fuck, and obviously kill June.
I'm with you on the kill June, that is for sure. But I'm like, marry Syrian Girl and fuck Kasparian.
Fair enough. As long as we're all on board with the kill June part, then
yeah, I think
we can't really fault anyone's answer.
What Syrian Girl looks like, so I can't. I haven't seen her.
Syrian Girl is the hottest one out of all three of them, in my opinion.
I'm gonna have to look her up.
You've totally seen her at some point. There's no way you haven't.
I'm gonna say no comment on that. Besides, I would marry Anna Kasparian, but I'm unsure on the other two. But
guys, this seems inappropriate. This totally diminishes the importance of all your previous comments.
And you're sexualizing women and objectifying them.
Way to lower the standards of this show.
Yeah, no, I should speak to that briefly, which is that I talk about this on numerous occasions before. I identify as a feminist, but not in the cringe SJW sense. I believe in basically equal, like the equality of women in the sense of, economic opportunity and everything. And I can tell you, women also rate men, like in their minds.
Of course they do.
So, and they should have the right to do that. I'm not one of those communists who thinks that sexuality is liberal bourgeois degeneracy. No, I'm not down with that. I am down for. I'm a humanist. I'm not a communist. I don't deny human nature. So, let's see. Reese
Big up humanity. What was this about something about my answer?
Oh, Nick Dubois says Reese based as. We have let's see, what else do we have? Reason Vision looks like he had some serious stuff back here. He says Red Ice is gone. I haven't checked up on Red Ice in quite some time now. I used to watch them to see their talking points, but not sure. We have him also commenting 5 failed communist utopias later. Come on, guys, it's 30-30. Communism has never been tried. No, it's so great because I've got the meme on my page. Like, actually, guys, I know that there were 63 revolutions before that claimed to be communist, but those weren't true communism. Give me all the power, and it will be different this time, comrades. I promise.
Like, it's a sad thought that when I'm nothing but dust in a box, that people are still going to be trying to, sanitize communism. That's a really sad thought.
Cringe. Oh man. Like, imagine being a communist in any year past, like, say, for example, 1953. Like, if you're a communist before then, maybe you don't know the horrors because you live in the West and you don't have the access to information. But after Khrushchev basically let the cat out of the bag of what happens when you go the revolutionary route, and he was a communist too, but even he was like, yeah, this system, that there's a lot of problems with the Marxist Leninist revolutionary system. Even Khrushchev, who did believe in some of the economic tenets, was like, yeah, that was a bad time, and let's not do that again. But of course, Mao was like, no, what are you talking about? We got another 20 years here. Let's do it, you revisionists. So, communism cringe. He says in communism, they're always suspicious of capable people who are not party members. Fascists too, but they didn't fail for enough time to be that obvious as with communists. See, that's the thing. It's been so long now since the last fascist system was really actually operational. I mean, it was basically Spain under what I think it was Franco or whatever back in the 70s.
Franco.
He was like the last.
Yeah, you also had Argentina who tried to take British sovereign territory, and you goddamn Yanks told us not to do about it.
No, that's true. But like the last real prominent cases of fascism were like Mussolini, Hitler, and Hirohito. The problem is all these young people around, like even their parents didn't live through that era. And so it seems innocent to them. And it seems like, hey, maybe there's some red-pilled stuff going on there. Let's try that. Whereas with communism, it's a bit more recent. It's still going on in North Korea and China. You can see it with your own eyes how despicable communism is. Whereas fascism, it's slipped out of the public memory to where the idea of maybe Hitler was right, sort of they can begin creeping back.
Hold on a second. I think the other thing is like people don't look at Islamic fascism as the same as Nazi fascism or Italian fascism.
Oh, that's true.
You know what I mean? Because like there is fascism still in the world. Iran is a fascist state. Iraq was a fascist state.
Yeah,
but people,
that's true.
But it's Islamic fascism, so people don't
really,
don't put it together like that.
Yeah, no, you're right. The thing is, with Saddam Hussein in particular, it was kind of NazBol because it was Arab nationalist socialism in the sense of the Ba'ath Party. So a lot of it was Soviet inspired, coupled with Arab nationalism, which is
not
more
with the Ba'athist Party. The Ba'athists were hardcore on the Nazi German fascism, weren't they?
Well, but they were also aligned with the Soviet bloc. Like Saddam got almost all of his weapons from the Soviet Union and France. And even though France was a part of NATO, there was a huge contingent in France that were literally fifth columns. They were literally on the side of the Soviet Union. And they supported Saddam. They sold him uranium. I mean, the Americans and the Mossad had to blow up Saddam's yellow cake that was being delivered. I believe it was from the port of Nice or something. Anyway, France is an unreliable ally. Like that's a topic for another video. But I mean, they always traded with our enemies. Like they're kind of like a Switzerland in that sense. They're not as bad as Switzerland, but they've done bigger volume than Switzerland has, and it's sad. And I wish that NATO was more cohesive. Obviously, they're not as bad as Turkey now, but I mean, I wish that NATO had higher standards. Like unacceptable. You don't get to secretly sell uranium to Saddam and still get to be in NATO, in my view. But that's just me. But
goddamn Frenchies.
Oh, but it was America. Whoa, we're the ones who sold Saddam his chemical weapons. Is the meme when it's like, no, it was the Soviets and the French. But that's ignored.
Leave the French alone. The French are doing good now. They're helping out the Cypriots and trying to deal with the Turkish stealing our oil and gas from the EEZ. Goddamn Turks.
I don't even see why the anti-American crowd would complain about that anyway, because they're sympathetic to Saddam. They wanted him to remain in power. They didn't want him to be deposed. So wouldn't us theoretically supporting Saddam be a point for America? Whatever. It doesn't make any sense.
That's the thing. You would say, wait, wouldn't they also be against Iran too, or whatever? Like the thing is, they always move the goalposts. If you agree with them, say for example, it's Saudi Arabia, they're like, what about Saudi Arabia? If you say we should bomb Iran, and then you say, okay, I agree with you. Let's do Saudi first. They'll say, what about Iran? Like they're never going to accept a neocon or a hawkish point. They'll always move the goalposts because they don't have an argument. All that they know how to do is deflect. And we have a question here from Nick. He says, Kevin, if you manage to get Nikki Haley fan 93 on Hawk Talk, I will lose my shit, bro. See, I asked him and he just abruptly, he declined it, which makes sense. We don't really get along too well. He's a lot more conservative than I am. I said, would you ever be down to coming on Hawk Talk? He's just like, no. I'm like, okay, fair enough, right? I've had other people that I'm closer with that have also declined coming on here. Not everybody really feels comfortable with it. Some people don't really feel up for a debate or whatever. That's cool. That's cool. That's up to him. But but we're getting more guests on. And I've got some more interesting guests lined up for you guys over the coming weeks. So stay tuned. We have a question from Reason Vision. He says, Kevin, you support what feminists claim to want, and when it attracted lots of people to the movement in the 60s who stopped it after they succeeded, not the conclusions of their collective rhetoric. See, that's the thing, is that I wouldn't say that it's a 1960s thing. I would say that feminism, even now, there are still some strands of feminism in America that are still relevant and have a useful purpose and a good purpose. Most of it's cringe these days. In most of the rest of the world, feminism is still, that's another thing. I think externally, like, I see things from a global perspective. So most of why I adopt that label is because I'm opposed to Islam. I'm opposed to Russia. So, and I think it makes sense for a lot of people to be a feminist, say, for example, with respect to fascist Russia, where you're legally allowed to beat your wife, for example, and the cops won't even come, that sort of thing. The thing is, not the conclusions of their collective rhetoric. See, the problem with this is that the movement was largely subverted in the West by Russian memes that were meant to try to divide and try to turn people off to liberalism by and large and make it look cringe. And the thing is, when it comes down to the idea of equal rights and when it comes down to feminism by and large, you have this conflation now with the biggest thing that really kind of did it in and made it seem like a cringe label is the cancer of intersectionality. That is when it became ultimately super cringe in the West, at least. And the thing is, I would call myself a non-intersectional feminist in that sense, because there are obviously still things that need to happen. In the West, it's mostly already done. I still note that, for example, Hillary versus Trump is a good example of this. Everybody called Clinton Hillary and everybody called Trump Trump. Well, you're using last name versus first name. That has a psychological bias towards the last name. It makes him look like he's more important. So that small stuff like that, but it's still relevant on the world stage because we're up against freaking fascist Iran and fascist Russia and communist China, where even a minimal feminist movement is needed to a great degree.
Go ahead, Jay.
So, when people moan about movies and TV shows having like a feminist turn and they start bitching and whining, I mean, sometimes I'm like, yeah, they've made a show shit and I'll agree with that. But for me, I actually look at it as part of our foreign policy. We make these movies and we make them sort of a bit overly feminine for what the Western market is used to. But when we send these, like, say, the Ghostbusters movie, the recent one, you put that in countries where they don't have strong female leaders whatsoever. That's where it's needed. These movies are more needed. And that's why I see those movies as propaganda. Well, not propaganda, but a form of soft power that we use.
Yes. And going back to the old Cold War, the last Cold War, it was seen as Hollywood had a duty to promote American values abroad. In other words, American presidents recognized that soft power was very important. It was as important as the nuclear deterrent in many ways, because those movies seeped into the Soviet Union and other countries, and they changed the minds of the people to where America was seen as the land of dreams and opportunity. And it really helped to break down the Iron Curtain, because when Khrushchev, or not Khrushchev, but when Gorbachev came to power in the Soviet Union, most Soviet citizens were either fans of James Bond or had seen James Bond movies and thought that Britain was pretty cool. Even though they were the enemy, they liked cowboys in America. They liked the cowboy movies. They liked Ronald Reagan. A lot of the Soviet people had already seen Ronald Reagan in the cowboy movies. So American media does get out there to our enemies, and it does seep through. And the American administration, the Pentagon, will often promote American weaponry and hardware in movies. And like Nutter Noam Chomsky talks about this as if it's like a conspiracy to make the American people support the military and stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's not a conspiracy. Why wouldn't you support the American military? That's a good thing. Like I don't even disagree with Chomsky there. I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. Like
yeah, he's just fundamentally wrong on so many things. On the media thing, that's among other things, I was hoping that in the SJW Star Wars movies that they would have gone further, because gradually as the movies went on, they gave the black lead less and less to do, and it was theorized that was because of pressure from the Chinese market. If they had given him more screen time, more to do, and he had actually gotten the girl in the end instead of being a useless third wheel, imagine how many racist Chinese people that would have triggered. That would have been so funny. That would have been like the perfect weapon against that entire society.
See, that's the thing. Communist China managed to get the Red Dawn remake to change the enemy from Communist China invading Colorado or whatever to the North Koreans. That's how much power they have. They're like a half of Hollywood's audience now.
Oh, I forgot about that. You're right.
No, they already have all the power. I mean, recently, my guest Prometheus, like our friend Prometheus, he was talking about how, with the internet infrastructure and AI and 5G coming out of Communist China, if they win on that, all the servers and everything are going to be routed for them just because they'll be faster. And now we're all going to have to talk and speak on their terms. In other words, the communists are going to get their message through to the West. And their message is one that is it's anti-capitalist, it's anti-Japanese, it's anti-Korean. The Communist China is not very fond of Japan in particular. They're not very fond of the South Koreans. They also view the North Koreans as, by and large, racially lesser, even though a lot of the rhetoric was about how, they're brothers in arms and all this. They're chauvinists. Like, Communist China is a racially chauvinist society. They're chauvinists at home. The Han Chinese see themselves as superior to the Uyghurs, for example. Look at what they're doing right now. So they are as chauvinist as the great Russian people were towards the Hungarians and the Romanians and the Czechoslovakians, for example. They don't see them as comrades in arms or whatever per se. They see them as they are the center, and the rest of the third world or whatever follows the orders of Beijing. And yeah, it's a what would you call it? There's that pretense of an international, the same way that there was in the Soviet Union, but it's with the assumption that the Chinese are this master race, or that the great Russian people were the master race. That's always the assumption there. That movie would have triggered the hell out of them, 100%. So
200%. No,
5,000%.
I had one more point about the feminism thing. This seems to be coming up in the chat as well, because there's always a conversation about, well, how can you call yourself a feminist in the West when equal rights have been achieved? I would posit the idea that it makes sense to you can adopt a label. That the label is what it is. You can call yourself the label, you can dismiss the label, but ultimately supporting the ideas and supporting the principles behind that label, it's still important. There's always a chance things could regress.
Yes.
Progress being made does not necessarily mean that it's going to stick. And we see, like, you'd have to be blind to not see the constant and relentless campaign against reproductive freedom in America. It is a real issue. It is a despicable issue. And I think that issue alone is enough reason you should be able to call yourself a feminist. And as long as you're not intersectional, and as long as you're not cringe, I have absolutely no issue with you. No issue whatsoever.
Reese,
I am not a virulent anti-feminist. That movement has gone to shit. That movement has devolved into whining MRAs that I can't stand, cancerous MGTOWs I can't stand. Incel
Incels.
shooters I can't stand. Fuck that shit. I have nothing. I've always hated that. Women's advocacy has always been the best thing really attached to the intersectional movement. It's always been the most sympathetic, like, historically, of course this is an issue. And I think for people to just be so immediately dismissive of it, like, oh, I'm sure things are fine and I'm sure things will always be fine, is dog shit. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Reese, we had a really good conversation that I'd like to go into more detail in a later episode. But a while back, you had mentioned the idea that a rational, worthwhile conservative movement would take on the form of conserving the progress that's been made up to this point. Because oftentimes you'll see conservatives that they want to go back to the 50s. They're not like, I'm a conservative. I'm a neoconservative in the sense that I want to preserve the good progress that's been made. And there's a lot of really good progress that's been made. For example, gay marriage wasn't even legal until around 2012 in America. That's worth defending. But then you've got a lot of these cringe movements like the BDS and all this sort of stuff that we should have no place for. I want to basically preserve the sorts of things that have made the Western civilization so great and prosperous, and eschew the things that seek to take us back or move us forward in a direction which is just a different kind of cringe, which is what the lefties and stuff, the far left, want to do. They don't want to go back per se. They want to go back economically, but socially, they want to go to a place that's very dark that we haven't been before. I don't want to go there. I'm a conservative in that sense, but I'm not a reactionary conservative in that sense. I want to defend modernity. I don't want to go backwards, because even if I said, well, it was a good time back then, I'm like, I would at least have the knowledge and the foresight to reason that if we do that, we're going to give up the strategic ground and our enemies will move on and we'll be left in the dust. And so you can be nostalgic for that era, for example, and still recognize that, but if we did ban automation, we banned self-driving cars, and we had everybody go back in the factories, we would lose our competitive edge. And so you can reminisce about those times, but that doesn't mean undo everything and go back, because even then the North Koreans will catch up to you. They're like in that era right now, right? And so I think the big challenge is labels have cognitive connotations associated with them, and oftentimes you can ditch a label if it becomes too toxic. For example, a really good one that this has kind of happened to is progressivism. Progressivism as a label, I mean, the progressive idea makes sense in a certain context, but it's become overloaded with cringe. For me, I find feminism is still a label worth defending because it's still relevant for like 95% of the world. So,
Yes. And I'm not a conservative, but I think that having I want a conservative movement in some fashion to continue forward. I don't want it to be left behind, because a conservative movement could act as the perfect balance against the excesses of the left when it goes off track. I'm under no illusion that my side is perfect. Obviously, if you've listened to me talk for 5 minutes, there are many problems, and they need to be addressed. And they're going to be, I'm going to find a lot of strange bedfellows along the way. I'm going to find people who I have an agreement with on that, but I don't agree on another thing, or they might be a Christian or whatever. It doesn't matter. We can all have our conversations. We can all agree here, disagree there. But if conservatives try to remodel themselves as the TradCon movement completely, it's over. It is so over. No one is buying that. They don't even live it out for the most part. Have you seen these people?
They're degenerates. No, I was watching one of the gripers today when I was getting ready and doing some research to get prep for this video. For example, I thought that I would talk more about the details of Nick and getting banned and what he said and everything. I was watching some of the gripers and they were talking about how this is so bad and it sucks because what Nick was doing was he was helping us get rid of the degeneracy, and they often talked about, even a lot of them admitted that they live degenerate lives and that they see Nick as like this inspiration or whatever. And I'm like, all of them, the fascists that I used to know, for example, many people that I used to go to school with that consider themselves National Socialists and whatnot, they all would be the first to tell you that they're degenerates. Like they smoke weed, they watch pornography, all this sort of stuff, the same stuff
just
that
like Hitler would.
Yeah, just like Hitler would. Just like Hitler would. And it's like, but they think it's wrong, and they say, we need a state religion so that the young will be brought up to know right from wrong. But they recognize that they themselves are degenerates and hypocrites and everything. They're some of the most degenerate people out there, because to them it's like this taboo where it's like it feels even better for them, as opposed to the liberals who like drink beer or whatever and don't think much of it, or smoke weed and don't think much of it. To them, like, they really get off on their degeneracy. They aestheticize their degeneracy. Just look at the 4chan aesthetics of hentai porn consumption, for example. It's unbelievable. So I will be back momentarily.
You are all good.
You know something, Reese?
Did you have Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. Oh no, I was just going to,
because you were silent for a minute, so I don't know if you had any thoughts about what we were saying about, I don't know, feminism or conservatism in general.
I kind of agree, really, pretty much with what you guys were saying. I didn't really have anything to input on it.
For once, the man is speechless.
I am a little bit. But what I do have to say about is, I think Kevin should, when he starts to stream up, the first thing he should talk about is A, where he got his fucking wine glass from. I want one of them. And second, what wine it is he's drinking tonight. Because I want to know what he's drinking.
That'd be a good gimmick if he started out every video with like a different wine. Maybe he could just be like a wine testing channel. That could be like a second channel, wine tasting with Kevin Castley.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing. That's what
it's got a good ring to it. I don't know.
It does, yeah. I bet he's even got, like, looking at Kevin's house, what I've seen of it, is I'm calling that there is some sort of wine rack or wine shelf, or he's got like a little wine fridge or something. I bet he's got something going on.
It'd be awesome if he had like a cellar, it's like got a secret passcode. Maybe a guard, It's really old, it's like everything's in the family name. Oh, this was here for 500 years. That'd be more of an English thing, though, I suppose.
It depends on Kevin's heritage.
Canadians don't have heritage. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, good point. I keep forgetting.
I like this comment. Nick Fuentes prefers communism over the system in the West. Most likely. Most likely.
Yeah.
I am back. Nick, there was a recent video by Nick I was talking about earlier on, I believe before you guys arrived, how Nick had a recent video from about 3 weeks ago in which he admitted it. He went full NazBol. He said that, he said, give me full communism, Stalin communism over what we're doing now if it keeps the immigrants out. And I was pointing out earlier on in the video, because you guys know I called it like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, last year. I had him as NazBol Nick with the Soviet flag, but with the Nazi coloration instead of the Soviet communist one. I call him NazBol Nick. I'm like, he's basically a conservative communist. And I'm like, I was right on the money. Let's just take a moment here. I was right on the money. So 100%.
200%.
Kevin, did you hear any of our conversation we were having while you were away?
I did not. What were you guys talking about?
We want a new channel by you. It's going to be wine tasting by Kevin, and we want to know about your wine. What wine is that you're drinking tonight?
Tonight, it's a Moscato.
And where's it from? Tell us about it.
Tell us its journey, man.
Is it a good wine?
From the United States of America.
Oh, he's drinking American wine. So
Of course.
California.
That's a short journey.
Drinking American wine. What would I be doing? Drinking Soviet wine? Like, I mean, actually, that probably tastes pretty good by now, like some Crimean stuff. But like, I mean, they had a lot of wineries over in Crimea, but
I'll give it to these commies. They sure knew how to make some good wine.
I mean, but Crimea, as we all know, was always part of Ukraine. I mean, it's Ukrainian. I mean, the whole thing about, oh, it's historically Russian or whatever. I mean, that's the same kind of winery and like slave mentality type of stuff as when Saddam was like, oh, Kuwait's the 13th province of Iran or whatever. It's like,
That's
you
like
could
saying
say anything used to be anybody's territory by that logic. I mean,
yeah,
you
it's
could
like saying
you could say that like
Brittany.
Africa has a claim over Europe because the people that went to Europe came from Africa. It's like it's so stupid.
It is. It's like saying that the English have a claim to Brittany and Normandy in France because once upon a time they were British.
Yeah, you should collect on that check. What are you doing? You've got the receipts.
We got the proof.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh,
remake Brittany and Normandy English again.
The greater
I've talked about this before, how France is an unreliable ally. I would rather have the UK have France and the UK than have France and the UK because as separate countries.
Damn.
No, if you look at the history of NATO, I'm saying it 100%. If you look at the history of NATO, France was always the weaker link. I mean, even fascist Spain was a stronger link in NATO than France was. France did all kinds of sketchy trades and stuff with the Soviet Union. They sold all kinds of stuff, not only to Saddam. Where did Hafez al-Assad get a lot of his stuff? It was through France. France is, I mean, I'm not saying that they're like Switzerland, but they're close. They're the weakest link. They're amongst the weakest links. So
you are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Anyway,
but like NATO never kicks anybody out. I mean, I know they don't. That you can't really kick out somebody from NATO or whatever. But I mean, come on. I mean, they got to go. I mean, they've done some good work with respect to political expediency in Libya. For as much as they could get away with, they did some okay things and contributed some forces. But France. I mean, Britain is the country that never surrenders, right? You can't say that about France. So
we'll fight them on the beaches.
We'll fight them on the hills. We'll fight them on the streets. Anyway, but speaking of going, I have to go.
Okay.
Yeah. But you guys have a wonderful evening, and I will catch you all later.
Yeah, catch you
later,
later.
dude. Right. Always good catching up.
You too, guys. Bye for now.
Have a good night, Hawk Jay.
I'll have a great day because I'm going to the beach.
Base.
He'll fight on the beaches for all of you.
I will be fighting.
To the last man.
Oh man.
All right.
Later. Oh man. No, we got into an interesting sort of conversation about stuff. There's some memes going around right now in the chat about how I should get a premium OnlyFans page. I'm like, if I did that, it's just going to be political analysis, right? Like,
no, man, they want nudes. Clearly,
they want nudes, dudes.
Nudes for dudes.
Oh,
hey,
man.
But speaking of something like that, you were telling me that you got your first patron. That's something.
On the first day too. The first day I created Patreon, somebody became my patron. He's been a fan for a little bit, and I'm not sure if he was originally from the meme page or from YouTube, but he's like, yeah, I support you, and that's great, and I appreciate it 100%. Big up to my first patron. So
just a little bit extra in the piggy bank will go a long way. No, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right now it's the psychological effect of it that's even more hype than the money at this point. That like I'm not doing this for free anymore. Like people value my political analysis and economic commentary. It's pretty based. So and I know.
You know what that means, though? It means that Kevin's a sellout. Look at this, everyone. Look at this man. Look what he'll say for the $2 a month he makes on Patreon.
Hey man,
Look at what he'll say.
650 Canadian, man. 650 Canadian.
Oh shit, even more. Look at how he's sold out.
No, I sold out to a neocon who supports me because
look at this money in politics just run rampant.
Oh man, that is, yeah, no, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny because of course that's a meme of the whole Kyle thing. Like if you guys ever check out Kremlin Kyle Kalinske, Triple K, check out his channel. He'll often rant and rave about how bad it is and how it's sad that all these political figures are getting money, and then he gets like 100% of his income as donations for him saying political commentary. So,
the people who like industry movers who donate to politicians are 100% more useful and reliable than anyone who would ever give Kyle money.
That's true.
That is an objective fact. I don't want it's not an opinion. It's not like, oh, that's just something he feels. No, that's based on contributions to society. That is an objective fact. One corporatist will do more in one day of his life than every Kyle fan will accomplish in the entirety of their lives. Understand this.
It's 100% true, because if you think about it, that this whole idea that, you know, the corporations, they get nothing done or whatever, he's saying this as he's filming and speaking with a microphone that was produced by a corporation, and not just any microphone. He's got a pretty high quality one. He's got a pretty high quality setup, which was all made by corporate entities. So, and then he uses internet websites like YouTube, which are corporate entities. So it's like, I know that they have this meme in the left wing bread tube sort of thing about how, haha, you want to change society, but you use things in society. Like, in other words, trying to make fun of that. But by the same token, the problem with that is that assumes that a communist system would produce these things and at the same cost. It wouldn't. If a communist system produced the internet, it would only be available for the party elites, and it would be way slower than what we have today. Even the head of the country would have slower internet access than Reese or I have right now. And that would be the most powerful person in the world, slower internet access. Because
if it's going to be slower than my internet, then that's really saying something.
And that's pretty sad. But I'm just saying, like, let's say the Soviets took over the world and they made an internet. They would eventually. It might take them another 100 years, but they would eventually get around to doing it. And it's only for the party bosses. Their internet, right? It would be like, you know, very bare bones. And because if you look at Kim in North Korea has access to the internet. He gets his internet through Oroscom, which is an Egyptian corporate entity, which is capitalist. And the internet that he gets is high speed, whereas the North Korean internet is indigenous to the country for the most part, though it was set up by Oroscom, but they use Red Star type network. It's slow. There's barely anything available on it. It's rudimentary, prone to error all the time. And there's no reason to innovate. So the only reason why Kim has that high access is because he has $15 billion and he buys everything out of the country. Like when he goes around to tour the factories, he doesn't go in a North Korean made car, which they do make some of their own cars. No, he uses German Mercedes and a British Princess 98 yacht. So he's cruising around in his Princess yacht and he's rolling around in his Mercedes Benz. So he knows the Germans have better tech. He knows the British have better tech. I mean, it's as simple as that. Brezhnev had Mercedes. He didn't have Soviet limousines. He did when he went for public occasions, but that was just to save face. In his own private life, he admitted, you know, the Germans make better stuff. And so with all this, I'm telling you, Reese has better internet access right now than even the most powerful person in the world would in a communist system. And Khrushchev even admitted it. He said that when he was the party boss of Ukraine, arguably the second most powerful person in the Soviet Union under Stalin, he had access to a private jet, or it wasn't a jet, it was a propellered plane. And he said, you know, I lived better when I was a coal miner because at least I didn't have to worry about getting executed if I did the wrong thing. And there was more food available. In other words, even the number 2 in the party didn't have necessarily enough food in terms of rationing. And it was unreliable. That was Khrushchev, and he said that he had a better standard of living when he was an average industrial worker. So unbelievable. That's how inefficient communist systems are. And when he was a worker, that was under the Tsars, mind you. The Tsars were super inefficient, but even the communists managed to outdo them. Even the Tsars didn't have 10 million people die of famine in a couple years. Even the Tsars couldn't pull that off. That took purposeful incompetence. That took purposeful mismanagement. That even the Tsars, they were incompetent, but they couldn't pull off that amount of deaths. So that's a bit of a rant on my part, but you've got the floor, Reese. So
it's a justified rant. I saw Nick Dubois. He was asking why he couldn't do super chats. I'm guessing it's because your channel's not technically monetized, because you don't have enough YouTube's a bit different now, and they have a stupid rule, in my opinion, in which you cannot become monetized until you hit 1,000 subscribers.
Yes,
and there's a watch limit, I believe.
4,000 watch hours. I'm at 2,800 watch hours right now and 251 subscribers. So
yeah, it's a relatively new thing. It's very not user friendly, and
it's designed to keep us out. It's designed to keep people out that aren't CNN or Fox. So
there would be no purpose. Kevin could allow super chats to build up, but it would just be money sitting in the void, essentially.
No, I can't. I literally can't until I get 1,000.
Oh, really?
No, it literally. I once I hit that number, they said they'll send me an email, but of course I check it every few weeks, so I see it anyway. And then it takes about a month for them to go through and review my channel and make sure that it's up to their code. And then after that happens, then I'm eligible for AdSense and super chats and all that stuff. Now, realistically speaking, there's a chance that I will get approved for monetization, but for all intents and purposes, I'm just running with the idea that they're going to say that I swear too much, or I have alt-righters like Reese or whatever, on. And so, no, if you want to support my channel, what you can do is go to my Patreon and contribute, as much as you're able to. That would be greatly appreciated to me, because even if I had 100,000 subscribers right now, there's still a pretty big chance I'm not getting monetized, and you wouldn't be able to super chat anyway. So if you do,
AdSense doesn't provide that much anyway. So it would really depend on how many views you had, how many likes you had, how many people even bothered to click the promotional links that would be put, in front or after your videos. It's way too flimsy. This is why a platform like Patreon was made in the first place, was because creators wanted to be paid for what they were creating. They didn't want to be reliant on. It's not like when you say, well, I'm going to monetize, you can do promotions with various companies as a YouTuber. But when you say, I want to monetize my videos, you don't get to decide what commercials are going in front of your video. Typically, it may pick something that your audience would like, that would, this is, if they're searching up this person, maybe they'll like this product. But oftentimes it's going to be something unrelated, and it may, for whatever reason, be something that you don't even support in the first place.
Yes. No, the great example of that is I was watching Dave Ramsey today, and Dave Ramsey, if you guys know, he is radically opposed to debt. He doesn't borrow any money for any reasons ever. He bought his house in cash, and says, the only time that he would ever approve anybody going into debt is if you got a 15-year mortgage where the mortgage payment was less than a quarter of your take-home pay after taxes. Basically, that's the only case where he won't yell at you if you call in and say that you've got debt. Basically, on the ad for his show right before it starts is a credit card company commercial. He hates credit cards. He tells everybody who calls in to do plastic surgery and cut up their credit cards. And there's American Express advertising on his channel. So, I mean, that's the perfect example of it's 100% what he disagrees with, but he has no control over that. And he's got 2 million subscribers, no control over it. So
I see PragerU ads attached to everything. It doesn't even have to be political.
David Pakman, he had those ads on. And he addressed it in a couple videos that people were saying, why are you promoting PragerU? And he's like, dudes, I got news, dudes.
We literally have no control over this. You hit a button. Do you want ads on this video? That's it.
It was pretty funny. But no, Nick, to answer your question though, I know that you said you got a free one every month. So I totally appreciate that. Out of your one free one every month, out of all the channels and videos that you watch, you would want to give that super chat to me. I appreciate that 100%. That means a lot, right? Because I'm a small YouTuber. But yeah, realistically speaking though, for right now, the only way that you can financially contribute is either to go to the PayPal link and do a one-time sort of thing, or go to Patreon. Those are the only two ways. But what would also mean a lot is if you and the other people watching could tell your friends about the channel and get them to subscribe, because it's not a watch hour thing. I make long videos. I'll hit the watch hour thing in the next month probably. It's the subscribers that I need right now. So, I definitely appreciate it. I know you're one of the OG supporters of the channel too. Like, you've been here for a while. So it means a lot to me, man. So thank you.
And you're rising up. I would just say that to everyone who's watching now and will potentially watch later. Kevin he's one of the YouTubers who's really worth investing in right now. And I'm not trying to make a joke. I know it sounds like I'm being cute, but I'm being serious. Kevin puts in so much work. He's here answering questions, even, questions that aren't completely in agreement with what we're saying. We'll answer those. We'll talk about those. He's interacting with everyone. This is a channel, I won't even say it about myself. No, this channel specifically is the channel to throw your support behind. Other YouTubers, they have like millions of subscribers. They already have patrons. They don't need your money. They really don't. If you really want to incentivize channels like this to keep going, to keep making content, to keep facing the dark world and persevering against all odds, then, there's obviously all those other ways to support that Kevin listed, like telling your friends, just liking a video, honestly, sharing a video can go a long way too. I see it happen all the time on Twitter. People will just be in a random thread arguing with some tanky loser, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, you know what, you're wrong and here's why, and then they'll post one of my videos and they'll at me, and I'm like, ha. Look at me, I'm being used as a source.
Here comes the cavalry.
And it's really cool to see that kind of thing. But see, that's a good place to use that too. If you ever end up in an argument online, which never happens because online spaces are known for being so nice and so agreeable. But on the off chance that you do end up in a disagreement online, maybe if you're talking about foreign policy, you've got a handy little link to a superpower broadcasting video, and you can say, hey, somebody's using like a what about Saudi?
What about Saudi though?
You can be like,
China though?
You can be like, you know what? This conversation is over. How about you watch this video, and after you are done watching this video, we can continue speaking, and maybe you'll have learned something along the way.
Reese, you know what's so great? Some people, now granted, they're friends of mine, right? They've been doing that with the "When are you joining the military though" video, and on some of the meme groups, like the Tanky Tulsi meme group or the UBC Free Speech group, which is basically super alt-right, fascist, Stefan Molyneux type people. Those guys now will say, oh, he's a coward, and don't bother sending me that link to a stupid video where he tells me why he's got important YouTube work and why he's not joining the military. Like because they've been sent that link so many times now when they say, well, why aren't you willing to die for Israel, right? Like, or why aren't you willing to die for the K word that rhymes with yikes, right? Is usually how they'll phrase it.
Oh,
but, yeah. I said they were fascists. I'm not just saying that. I mean,
it does mean something. That's for sure.
I mean, I try to keep things somewhat technical with my labels, right? I mean, I call NazBol Nick, and people said to me before when I made those videos all the way back, they're like, "Really? You think he's a communist? You think he likes Stalin or whatever?" Well, he said it recently, just like a couple weeks ago. He said, "Yeah, give me full communism as long as we can stop the immigrants." He said that he would vote for Bernie Sanders to stop the immigrants. He said to save the West from the immigrants. I mean, this guy.
I mean, that's just that's delusional. Look, I know that
delusional. The immigrants are mostly conservative Catholics from Mexico and Latin America. Like they agree with him on everything except they're brown. Like that's how stupid they are.
Oh man. Like, I mean, Bernie has said questionable things about immigration, but in what way would his platform satisfy people like Nick? Like Bernie's elected and he's like, finally, the immigrants will be kept out. Like, oh wait, no, they're still coming in. Compared to Trump, they would be coming in at a drastically higher rate. There is no way that if Bernie became president, we would have the same immigration restrictions. You cannot tell me that. That is delusional.
Henry had said before that Bernie has had subnationalist rhetoric on,
and he does. He absolutely does. He has views that aren't typically in line with the most far left position on immigration because of his populist beliefs, because of some nationalistic beliefs. But there's just no way. There's no way that if Bernie were president, Nick Fuentes would be happy with that aspect of it even. No way.
Oh, no. I mean, the one thing that he was right about, though, was that he identified Stalin and full communism as stopping immigration. He's right, because a lot of these Antifa types, the people who call themselves Marxists, the Vaush types who always talk about how we need to protect the immigrants and the refugees or whatever. No, if they saw their way through and the revolution happened, there would be a wall built up, and it would be to stop people from going out and also prevent people from coming in. I mean, every socialist system builds the wall eventually. The Soviets built it in Berlin. The North Koreans have it against China and South Korea. China has it with respect to like Cambodia and even Vietnam. I mean, they all build gun line barriers or just outright physical walls. Communists do it more than anybody. So
tear down this wall.
Yeah.
I like this comment from TP Ajax. Bernie can actually stop immigration because socialism will make America so poor that no one wants to immigrate to the USA any longer.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point.
That's a sad idea to think about.
I can see Nick right now. I can see Nick right now saying, give me abject poverty. As long as it keeps the Browns out, give me abject poverty.
I know the best way to make it so no one will come to our country. Make our country so shitty that it would be unthinkable to come here.
You know what it's like?
This is like 5D chess that we're working on.
5D chess. Or like the 6D chess from Brainlet June, where she calls herself the Brainlet, or from Rolling Stone, where they call their own talk show, where they have people like Jimmy and Kyle and Noam or whatever on useful idiots. It's like, see, you can't call us that anymore because we called ourselves traitors. It's like,
how clever.
How clever.
That's meta, bro.
That's like if Kremlin Kyle made a channel called Fifth Columns. And he just had on, Abby Martin, and had on. Well, I mean, in fairness to Abby Martin, she's not even in a fifth column. She lives and works in Venezuela now, doesn't she? So
yeah, she's a first column.
She's a defector. That's right. She's a first column.
they can have her as far as I'm concerned.
No, but I'm just saying it's like you're not owning your opponents if you adopt the label that the opponents are calling you but the label is actually correct. It's like I know that what they're trying to do is the same sort of thing as like what, say for example, like some in the LGBT community have done with like the word queer, where they've turned it back and say, you know, well, it's not an insult against us anymore. It's like that can be effective. Here's what's not effective: when people are accusing you of treason and then you call yourself traitors. It's like, okay, that's not flipping it around. That's just admitting guilt. It's not like if you say useful idiots as a way to own us, it's like, no, you basically just proved our point. Like,
there's a channel and there's a couple of people on there. They're talking. It's like Kyle and Jimmy and Michael Brooks can be on there, and maybe Michael Tracy can be on there. And they're all laughing it up, and they're like, hey man, isn't it funny how they think we hate America? Oh yeah, man, that's really funny. Oh, we have a super chat. Let's read that. By the way, Kyle, I love your Cloud Boot Jar nickname. Oh, thank you so much.
No, and then I can see right now off in the corner smoking like, you know, a blunt is Woke Bay, Hassan Piker, or as my friend Suzuki calls him, Guantanamo Bay. Or no, I think it's Hawk Anthony. I can't remember who came up with that. Somebody calls him Guantanamo Bay, but Bay is BAE because he calls
my god, that's brilliant.
That's brilliant, right? That's brilliant. I'm like, I said to him, I'm like, that's a better nickname than basically anything I've ever come up with. And I pride myself on my nicknames. I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. And then Guantanamo Bay is in there on the corner saying, you know, he's like, you know, it's so funny, you know, they talk to us about how we hate America and everything, as if America didn't deserve 9/11. And then he's like, but obviously America did deserve 9/11. And he's like, you know, just like basically concedes all ground. Just concedes all ground. Like that's the thing that I had to say I value in Guantanamo Bay as opposed to a junk jank. A junk jank will say the anti-American crap, but then say, oh, he loves capitalism and whatnot and loves the Constitution and all this. Whereas a Guantanamo Bay will be like, you know, I'm just gonna say it. Like, at least he's honest, you know? Like, at least he's honest. That's what I could say. At least he shows the true face of what progressivism leads to. America deserved 9/11. I mean, that's the logical conclusion. Junk Jank is a dishonest salesman in that respect. Now, of course, he didn't like that. I'm not saying that Junk Jank likes that 9/11 happened. I think he was genuinely pissed that his nephew was being so much of a punk ass about it and everything. But I'm just saying that the logical conclusion, if you take Jank's view and see it through, is that, well, why wouldn't America have deserved 9/11? America has white privilege and is a shitlord. Like, so in that sense, Hassan Piker is more woke in that sense, and that's what happens when you go down that path. So
I'd go as far to say that Jank was more upset that Hassan made him and his company look bad.
Oh yes.
Than he was upset by Hassan's remarks. That's a lot to suppose. I understand that, but I have a feeling.
No, you're right.
I'm gonna go with that
because it took him a long time.
And I wouldn't put Hassan on the panel either. I would put Guantanamo Bay in a corner by himself, twitching.
Guantanamo Bay.
He'll be twitching Fortnite, of course, and he'll just be muttering "cope" to himself. Cope.
And then he'll say literally on the kill screen on Fortnite, you were killed by Kevin Castley, because that's my actual username in there, because I'm too much of a boomer to come up with a gamer tag. And it'll say snipe 203 meters. Because I play Fortnite.
Yeah, that'd be really funny to get in on a game with him. And just to wreck him in front of his whole audience.
Like, I play on mobile. He's got his like little controller set up and everything and all this, and he thinks he's top shit because he's got like his Gucci swag and he's read like Marx. I guess he's read a Cole's Notes version of the Communist Manifesto. There's no way he's actually read Marx like in detail. Like, does anybody think this guy's read Das Kapital? No, he just likes red, and he likes how the hammer and sickle looks. There's no way he's actually read like the real work on historical materialism by Marx. There's no way. Like, I'm a capitalist and I've read more Marx than he has. Like,
we're stretching, the limits of believability, because I was under the impression that Guantanamo Bay couldn't read at all.
oh
So I don't know about reading any marks.
no, you know what I love you know what I love about it is that Henry pointed out in his video on Guantanamo Bay, when Guantanamo Bay when TYT had their little oopsie where they kept him on after, and he stayed there, and he
They're,
said,
they're little oopsie. I like how you call it that.
well, no, because Guantanamo Bay literally said America deserved 9/11. I'm not even making that up. That's not even a straw man. Go check it out. He literally said it. And this was on top of all the grotesque things that he said about Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw, another guy that NazBol Nick hates because he's not NazBol and he actually defends America.
Look, the horseshoe starts to connect.
But here's the thing about Hassan Piker is that he says to he says about all this, he says that America deserved 9/11 and everything. Henry points out, I lost my thought for a second, but I remembered. He said, Henry points out, he's a materialist communist, because he's always talking about how he's got Supreme swag, he's got his Gucci swag, he's got the Gucci gang, he's got all this fashion stuff.
He's got more rings than the fucking Mandarin.
Yeah, he's got all these chains. And I'm like, and Henry's like he's a materialist communist. He's a circus. He's a one-man circus. Like, imagine that. It's like if Karl Marx rolls up and he's got like a purple Rolls Royce. He's got he's got his. I mean, Marx did hang out with Engels. Engels was rich as. Rich. He came from a bourgeois family. It's like the same thing with Hassan. It's like Hassan, by the other token, though, is even more into the wealth and everything. Marx himself was mostly poor and was kind of disgusted by a lot of money, whereas Hassan, he likes the symbols and he likes the aesthetics and he likes the whole liberals get the bullet too. And all the dirtbag stuff that's associated with the left, and there's a lot of dirtbag memes and everything out there and aesthetics and all that. He likes that, but he doesn't know anything about the actual ideology at all. He doesn't know anything about it. It's just, that's the logical conclusion. And you're right, Reese. You're right that I didn't even really think about that. You're right, because Jenks put so much energy into the Young Turks, and even he had to concede and admit that he was wrong to defend the Armenian genocide after 20 years or whatever. And he's put so much energy and bitten his tongue so much to preserve the brand, because he's got all these cancerous views. And then his nephew goes out there and does his little oopsie, and then he won't apologize for it. So Jake was fuming, and I guess you're right. I misattributed his anger. I guess
consider this, because Hassan he's such a liability and he's such a loose cannon. You can't do the same thing with Hassan that they did with Jimmy, where they just let go of Jimmy. Oh yeah, Jimmy, he's a toxic person. Yeah. We're not gonna have. He's not affiliated with us. He's not gonna be a guest on the show. Jimmy's gone, and everyone kind of forgot about Jimmy. Hassan is related to Cenk. They are linked for life. Hassan is an idiot, and he says dumb shit all the time. And anytime people were, they were on Fox News talking about this. I know they interviewed Dan Crenshaw. Any other of the conservative media that talked about this, they were always, they would first introduce Hassan as Young Turks host Hassan Piker.
You're right.
And Cenk and his tiny little brain is just on fire, because, oh my God, what did my dumb fuck nephew say? Oh no, we look like the villains of the week.
Man, I have to, in fairness to Jung Cenk, I've watched the Young Turks since 2008. I don't watch them very much anymore, but I used to watch them unironically for many years. And I've watched Cenk, and I know he talks about his patriotism for America and why he loves America and why he became a Republican and all this stuff earlier on. I think a part of him was genuinely pissed, because I think it's tough. I think that he doesn't understand just how toxic his ideology can lead to, that his nephew actually has a more woke version, a more higher tier version of progressivism than he does. I think he, to some extent, I think he's outraged about that, but by the same token, he's allowed himself to slip into such anti-Americanism that even 10 years ago with the Young Turks, they weren't as cringe as they are today. Like, I remember watching them back then and they weren't this bad. And I think that Cenk, by and large, he's not as woke as Hassan. And I think a part of him still has some semblance, because what he thinks of America is like 70% of people who want, you know, Bernie or whatever. In his view, he thinks that 70% of America is progressive. So I think, you know, in his idea of what America is, I think he was still upset about 9/11, even though his idea of what America is pretty misguided, because most Americans right now, at least, probably would vote for Trump. But I think Trump would win the popular vote if it was him versus Bernie. But Woke Bay is just such a more undilute and more what's the word I'm looking for? Coarse and I guess extension of what Cenk is espousing. And I guess it kind of infuriates him too to see that that's the logical conclusion of his own rhetoric, you know, because Cenk and him, they get along, like they both agree on a lot of stuff, right? And yet then Cenk goes and sees that his son turns out to be a little dirtbag. Well, you know, there is that whole thing, like father, like son. And I think it makes him uncomfortable to see it, because there is an old part of him that did genuinely get outraged when 9/11 happened. Like, I believe that he was upset when it happened, but I don't know if he would have that conviction in him that if it happened today, he would be as upset about it. But he still has that memory of how it touched him, because I know for me watching that, that was basically the moment I basically became a hawk, even though I was like 7 years old and had no idea how to put that into political phrasing. I've never not been a hawk since. I've only grown in that view. That was a formative moment for me. I think it did piss him off back then. But if it happened today, I think he would have a video out about how white supremacy or white privilege or whatever. But back then, at least, I think he was outraged back then, you know, in fairness to him. But, you know, maybe I'm being too fair to him because I watched him for so long, you know,
Yeah,
like,
no, I wouldn't suppose otherwise. But I will say this. There is a clip, and I know of this clip because it was posted by a Marxist account around the time there was the whole Guantanamo Bay controversy. And this is a clip of Noam Chomsky. He is saying basically the same thing that Guantanamo Bay said, obviously in a more, you know, comprehensive way, a more academic way. But essentially he was saying America deserved 9/11 because of X, Y, and Z, meddling in the Middle East, etc., etc. I would love, if there was one thing I could do, if I could play God for 5 minutes, I would love to take this clip and I would love to Clockwork Orange style sit down all of these people, sit down Cenk, Kyle, Michael Tracy, whoever,
Jimmy,
Jimmy,
Jim.
make them watch it and say, and just, you know, maybe they could do like a running commentary. What are your thoughts on this? I would love to see the squirming. I would love to see the attempts to rationalize this, especially Cenk. Oh, you were condemning Hassan. Interesting, because your hero was saying the exact same thing. But when you were but when Hassan said this, someone who is literal blood to you, you denounced him.
Oh, I can't
Very
wait.
interesting.
I can't wait until you get to a level where you are able to, say, moderate a debate between, you know, say Cenk versus Tucker or something, and then you call out, you know,
that's not ever gonna happen. But
well, I don't know. I mean, you're at 10,000 now, but like fast forward a few years. I mean, look at how fast Kraut's subscriber count has gone up. Like once you're at 1 million, who knows? You know, I mean, the sky's the limit, right?
I think the more likely scenario is like I'll be around the same place, but Cenk and Tucker will have fallen on some really hard times. You know, like
hopefully
the culture war will have died out. They're gonna be like they don't have anyone else to rile up anymore.
We'll have a hawk.
they're like,
Love the
man,
talk.
we really need a gig. And I'm like, I've got the gig for you right over here on my Rinky Dink channel. Let's set up a little
Rinky
debate.
Dinky. Oh man, Rinky Dinky. Oh man. So Nick just says he's gonna head to bed. Good having you in the chat, Nick. Have a good night if you're still here. Rinky Dinky. That's right, because one of the guys on Globe Twitter, Meisner or whatever, he calls me, his nickname that he spent all this time thinking up for me is it's Cringe Castly. So I call him Mediocre Meisner because it's kind of a mediocre nickname. It's kind of an easy nickname. It's not exactly like Kremlin Kyle level cringe nickname, but it's still kind of a weak nickname.
Yeah, I saw that guy. I actually, based on that, because I know that I've interacted with him before.
Yeah.
Based on this, on your disagreement, I unfollowed him.
Oh, you unfollowed him over that?
I straight up unfollowed him. I'm like, you know what? This guy is such a douchebag. I don't even know what his problem with you is.
No, I know what his problem with me is. Because Nick earlier, I believe it was Nick Dubois, he was saying how he was going to share my channel. This is it right here. I'm just going to pull up this chat. He says earlier, this was maybe 30 minutes ago. He says, I'm going to put your channel in the group chat. Be warned, though, it's Globe Twitter. Globe Twitter is neoliberal Twitter for those of you who might be out of the loop who are watching this or whatever. The thing is, neoliberal Twitter really doesn't like me because back when there was this whole Axis of Evil thing where they had me, they had Nikki Haley fan, they had Alex R, who is now like suspended from Twitter or whatever, and they had another dude in there. We were all lumped in together as like the shitlords of Twitter or whatever because we were people who were capitalists who weren't really down to go along with the whole council culture or woke sort of stuff or whatever. And the thing is, I was lumped into that simply because I was following Alex R. And Alex R is somebody who is a homophobe and he had blatantly homophobic stuff. But, you know, I was making the point in that, you know, he's had some good takes on foreign policy. I want to see what he has to say because keep it real, a lot of those people who have made good takes on foreign policy before that are in the Senate or in Congress have probably said some pretty homophobic things in their personal life. Like, you know, there's not that much getting around that for a few years at least. But I was like, I'm not going to unfollow him over this. But they saw that as if I was a homophobe, basically. And they, you know, there was this big pressure, this cancel campaign to try to say, you know, Kevin, he's one of these super social conservative hawks out there and all this, and he's one of them and all this. And I'm like, you know, I talked with Alex R basically, and I wound up, you know, I wound up unfollowing him over, you know, I had some good advice on that, you know, optics wise, it probably wouldn't look too good. So I unfollowed him and everything because I realized, you know, I kind of got the sense that he probably wasn't sorry. He was claiming at the time that he was sorry about the statements that he had made. And, you know, I'm usually open to giving people, you know, second chances and stuff. But the thing is, Globe Twitter never forgave me for that. They still think that I'm super deeply conservative on that sort of stuff. I think they still think that I'm homophobic. For example, Cascadian Solo is somebody on Twitter. I call him Snowflake Solo because he blocked me, and not just because he blocked me, but because he's blocked and muted and whatnot other hawks that simply for being too hawkish. And so he claims to be a hawk, I guess, but he's for the Iran deal. He's for like Obama type stuff. That's a problem with Globe Twitter. I'm going to have a video pretty soon on neoliberalism and my problems with it, because neoliberals see diplomacy and trade with Iran as the way to reform them. And I see it as you can reform Saudi Arabia maybe, but you're not going to reform Iran. They've already shown no interest in it. Like they've had 40 years. They're anti-American as it gets. No, that guy though, Meisner, he doesn't like me in my videos because he thinks that, you know, my nicknames are cringe, as he says. He finds, you know, he thinks that, you know, he thinks that I am basically not neoliberal enough for his taste. Basically, I haven't talked with him personally, like DM wise, but
you're not neoliberal enough. You're not a neoliberal at all.
I'm not, but I've said that many times before. I'm not a neoliberal because they seem to say, well, Milton Friedman was a neoliberal, Reagan was a neoliberal. And it's like, yeah, the definition of neoliberal back then was reforming the welfare state. The definition that they have now is neoliberalism basically entails Obama type foreign policy coupled with Obama type economics to Elizabeth Warren type economics. There's a spectrum, right? Neoliberal, Reagan was a neoliberal in the sense that he reformed the welfare state and lowered taxes and was part of the Chicago school. But the thing is, the Chicago school, by and large, would not meet the definitions of neoliberal anymore because they weren't woke PC type people. They worked with Pinochet in Chile, for example. Now that I know a lot of people would say that this makes me a fascist or whatever. I think America was right to work with Pinochet because the alternative was a Soviet puppet state there. And that was bad news during the Cold War. But that's just my view. Neoliberal Twitter, they don't get along. But Reese has just left the chat. We've got, let's see. Dylan thinks okay. His connection, I know he mentioned that his internet was having spotty service earlier. I'm just gonna re-add him to the stream.
Sorry about that.
Your internet. Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Oh, it's okay now. I was just telling the guests that you mentioned earlier that your internet was spotty. So I figured that.
It should be okay for a little bit here.
Yeah, you got the floor.
They were saying something in the chat. They disagreed with some of your Iran comments too. I believe that a lot of them they didn't like the Soleimani killing, which isn't surprising. I mean, if they were
we will just give Nightmare Fuel a moment here. It's possible that the Prince of Warmongers here has cut out again, but we will be patient as he comes back. In the meantime,
that's been seen. That's been seen.
Oh, okay. You're back. You're back. You cut out there for a minute, but
that's really weird. Okay. Was I out the whole time?
No, you were out for about maybe the last 60 or not 60, maybe 30 seconds of that.
Oh God. Well, that's pretty much all of it. Okay, I'll skip that. So I know who a lot of this crowd is. I don't want to get into it too much, but they roasted me to hell and back at least once or twice. And it's once you're canceled, you do not get a second chance. Once they have a certain assumption about you, I seriously doubt they are going to take the time or even try to talk to you like you're another person. Like, hey, man, I've got to, like, anytime us in the OG chat have had a disagreement with you, we've been more than willing to sit down and talk about it and be like, you know what? I'll keep this real. I like Kevin. I'm just going to say that to Kevin. I like Kevin. When I've disagreed with Kevin, I have never sugarcoated it. I've never been like, well, you know what, Kevin? Everything you do is wonderful. The ground you walk on becomes tulips.
No, you're right. I remember right now the DM you sent me after one of the recent rants that I kind of had a little while back. You're like, dude, you're engaging in some real cringe, bro. And it really kind of made me step aside. And I'm like, yeah, I can see that this looks kind of cringy. I'm going to disengage from this. And it's helpful to have people like that around you, because if you're just by yourself the whole time, you can kind of lose perception of how things might come across and whatnot, that sort of stuff. So,
and there's a temptation to just keep ramping it up and ramping it up. You want to be Ferris Bueller You know, like I'm one man against the world,
Yeah.
and like I trigger everyone, and like they can't hand. I just say a few words and they freak out.
That's what happened with Alex R. I'm like 99% sure that part of what went on with Alex R is that he realized that he had no chance of being accepted by Globe Twitter anymore. So he just went full no holds bar and said, well, fuck it. What incentive do I have? You know? And I don't know. I'm sure that some of those views that he has expressed are true and pernicious and really bad. But I think part of it is just shock value at this point because of the council culture stuff, you know? But
oh yeah, no, I have no doubt. I have no doubt at all that that's such a big factor on it. The fact that anyone is having these discussions in public is a major factor that affects everything that anyone says. You know, you really have to question it, and I will include myself in that. You know, look at a statement that's made public. Look, it being made public, and you know, depending on the platform it's on, depending on the audience it's for, determines a lot of the content of that statement. Oh yeah, this is me, you know, and I'll be the first to say it. As someone who's made videos where I get really angry and, you know, I start screaming at some person who obviously can't defend themselves. Some of that anger it's a show. People put on a show, and people can put on just as much of a show in their tweets. They can use hyperbolic language. They can make nicknames, absurd comparisons. It is, and people need to not take it so seriously, I think, because it should be fun. Social media should be fun. YouTube should be fun. But when you have cliques forming and people holding every little word you've said against you, then it just feels like high school all over again.
No, you're right.
And that's not what I want to be here for.
And there was one of the neo-libs that did kind of reach out to me and whatnot. And Nicholas, he's pretty good. We don't really agree on too much, but you know, he kind of said, you know, he invited me back into one of their groups. Of course, I wound up getting kicked out of it because Drew AOC Cummies is his Twitter handle. He really didn't get along with me, and I can't even remember the exact spat over which he wound up blocking me. But once he blocked me, I got kicked out of the group automatically because you can't have multiple people in a group that have each other blocked or whatever. I'm always the one getting blocked, by the way. The only case that I did block was only in a couple cases of like threats, harassment, or in the case of with the whole Alex R thing, for example. I did wind up blocking him for other reasons, and that had nothing to do with politics or whatever. But it was actually in defense of the neoliberals. But the neoliberals, they don't care, right? They don't care, and I didn't do it to please them. I did it on a sense of moral sort of conviction. The thing is, Alex is somebody who I think is going to grow up over the next few years, and we can talk to again, and he'll probably realize that some of this stuff was pretty cringy, and he'll probably say, you know, some of this stuff was because, you know, they kept on hounding me and I wanted to just, you know, trigger them because they were pissing me off. I'm sure he'll say that because I've been there before. I've been there before when I was like in high school or in university and stuff, and got into like personal sorts of things with people. We get into personal sorts of grudges, but then politics comes into it and stuff too, right? You can say some stuff that's pretty hyperbolic. And, you know, that's the thing, is that with neoliberal Twitter, they are trying to sort of make it so that they're the only acceptable opposition to, I guess, socialists and stuff, which is funny because some of the people in there, and of course I made a statement which they really didn't like, wherein I basically said that neoliberalism was a rebranding of socialist rhetoric to a more contemporary context. That was bunk on my part. Some of them, though, are Warren and Bernie supporters. There are, like, that was coming from me and my background on the West Coast, where there are neoliberals here on the West Coast, especially in like BC, who they basically are like Bernie Sanders fans or Elizabeth Warren for the most part. and they are fans of, you know, David Packman, stuff like that, and everything. Like, you know, social democrats at best with some socialist tendencies. But there are a lot of neoliberals out there who are more, you know, centrist or even right wing. For instance, it's just for them to kind of like cancel me because I'm not woke or I'm not neoliberal enough for them. I'm like, I'm not a neoliberal. It's like you don't have any jurisdiction over my intellectual viewpoint, you know?
That
It's
means
like
you're really not neoliberal enough.
like what's that even mean? That's like saying I'm not communist enough or I'm not fascist enough or something. It's like I never purported to be a fascist. I never purported to be a neoliberal. I never purported to be a Bernie Sanders fan. Like you can cancel me, but I was never a part of your movement. So I don't even know if that's canceling. Like in terms of the technical meaning of canceling, doesn't that mean that you have to be a part of something first? Or like, because like if a bunch of Antifa people, can they cancel Nick Fuentes? Like they were never in the same group, right? Like,
Yeah, no, it wouldn't make any sense. Sorry, by the way, sorry if you guys can hear, there's a car outside, its alarms going off. I think that's obviously not mine. I don't. So somebody should shut that the fuck up. I was gonna get back really quick to the Alex R thing.
Wait, it's him. What? Nick says that's him. Nicholas.
Yeah, I saw that. That's what a twist.
I didn't know that was you. I didn't know that was you. You're like the reasonable neo-lib. You're like the neo-lib that, you know, you face the fire from all sides. You're the respectable neo-lib. Props to you.
Reese admitting to Grand Theft Auto on stream. It's a botched Grand Theft Auto, man. Oh, it's funny.
Man, I didn't know that was him. There are not a lot of Nicks out there. I mean, this stream is about a Nick. You know, NazBol Nick, for example.
What if they were all three the same person?
The same person. You know that Nikki Haley guy, he turned out to be like some left neo-lib, like Christine Sneck or something or whatever. Like that was one of his socks. Like I'm not even sure. So like Nikki Haley fan was a sock account of one of the neo-libs or vice versa. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes on with that. Drew, though, is a pretty cringy guy. Meisner is super cringy. Meisner strikes me as one of those guys who's just, you know, he's one of those like Obama type figures and whatnot. A lot of the neo-libs are more in that strain. And you know what, one of the biggest criticisms that they love against me, I'm just going to go back to the comment because Nick here was pointing it out, was that he says, oh yeah, Dylan thinks you're an offensive realist, which is hilarious because I've made many videos on the topic where I talk about how neoliberalism or offensive realism, or rather realism just in general, like Mearsheimer type stuff, that is morality neutral, value neutral. It sees everything as a matter of great power relations and takes great powers at face value and makes false equivalences between them. In other words, the Soviets get this sphere of influence, we get our sphere of influence, and if we respect each other's spheres of influence, then the world gets along fine. In other words, realism is kind of a more modern version of Westphalianism. And I'm an anti-Westphalian. I'm an interventionist. I'm a pro-American exceptionalist. I don't believe in those equivalences. I believe that the West is superior. And I want to expand and promote Western hegemony worldwide. So I'm not a realist. And I would do that at great financial cost. And I would do it even if it upset the balance of power, so to speak. That's a good thing. I want the Russians to have 0% of the control, the communist Chinese to have 0% of the control in the world, and America to have 100% of the control. Like that's my view. I'm not a realist. I'm a neocon. So, you know.
That's fair. Anyway, I was actually probably gonna turn in, my dude.
Yeah,
Very
fair
sorry
enough.
to leave you high and dry. But if you need to keep going, answer a few more questions, get a few more non-useful super chats.
Oh man.
If anyone's thinking of super chatting, just give to Kevin's Patreon. Honestly.
Oh man. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you coming on. And if there's anything else that you wanted to say or anything, you know, got a couple more minutes.
Here's a promotion. If people are very close followers of mine, and you enjoy one of my secondary channels, that being Phantasmagoria Pictures, where I cover horror media, I actually wrote a new script. So I will be working on a new video. It's not political, because politics are very depressing at the moment, and I would rather forget about that. So it's going to be a fun video, and that's the channel, Phantasmagoria Pictures, if you would like to see that. But thanks for having me on, Kevin. We'll catch up. We'll catch up another time, and you have a good rest of your show, man.
Thank you, Reese. We thank Reese the Based, Prince of Warmongers, for appearing tonight. You were summoned and you arrived. Or actually, no, Hawk J was summoned. You rolled in. That was that was great. We are thankful to have had you on this program, and I think that the people enjoyed it. And you're welcome on anytime. And we had a really good interview. You guys should go and check out my interview with Reese, the first episode of Hawk Talk. That went fantastic.
Absolutely.
4.5 hours of getting based with Reese. So have a good night, Reese.
You too, man. Have a good stream.
Peace. Okay, so the Prince of Warmongers has left us. He has to attend to other things, and I will now go through this chat and see what I've missed. Let's see. We have Nikki Haley fan 93 is 100% real. Oh, that's right. No, I remember you telling me that now. WR Winter says it's a very sock puppet username. Nick says you'd think so, but he's on Facebook too with IRL friends. Says Kevin, I actually disagree with you on AOC Cummies and the Snick. That's two of my favorite follows. Could you expand upon what you mean by your disagreement there? Granted, I don't follow. I should say, I don't follow the specific drama of Globe Twitter. I don't spend too much time thinking about Globe Twitter. I don't really care too much for Globe Twitter. I know that they don't really like me for the most part, and I don't really get along with them for the most part. Most of who I pay attention to on Twitter is like, obviously Reese, Jay, Bill Crystal. I follow, I sometimes look up people that I will not give a follow to, but I want to see what they're saying just for laughs, like Kremlin Kyle, stuff like that. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. We've got, he says, they're hilarious. We've got, Dragon Raw Z says, I think Israel should be part of NATO. I agree 100% on that. Israel should definitely be part of NATO. If Turkey can be part of NATO, if fascist Spain could be part of NATO back in the day, Israel can. Israel is a liberal democracy. Israel is not led by an authoritarian tyrant like Erdogan or Franco back in the day in Spain. Israel shares more in common with NATO than Turkey does at this point. 100%. We should give Turkey the boot. They can go and join their little Duganists over in Moscow, and Israel can be based and get hawkish with NATO. Yeah, no, that'd be based. That'd be like, that would be like the neocon vision for, the early 21st century for sure. I mean, we couldn't get through too much on other areas, unfortunately, in the wake of George W. Bush, because we had the cringe Obama who wanted to sit down and play patty cakes with Iran and wanted to literally procrastinate with respect to North Korea. I mean, he even called his foreign policy doctrine strategic patience, or as I call it, strategic procrastination. And let's keep it real, strategic procrastination. There's no strategy. There's no strategery going on there. There's no 6-dimensional chess. It's 1-dimensional checkers, and he forfeited the game. North Korea won bigly, as Trump would say, right? Of course, they won bigly under Trump. Trump wrote beautiful love letters to the communist chairman, Kim, and talked about how when he speaks, his people listen. And isn't that great? Maybe we should try that here. Oh, how cringe. we've had now 12 years of isolationist losers who are incapable of standing up for America on the world stage. What a joke. What an absolute joke. You know, we had the neo-libs gather around Obama and be all, super hyped on Obama and his diplomacy with tyrants and getting cucked by Putin and drawing a red line in Syria. And then Assad violates the red line. And then Obama's like, well, crap, that means I have to do something, but I don't know how to do anything. And then Putin comes in and saves the day and says, it's okay, let us have Syria. And then he goes along with it and says, oh, see, Putin gave us peace or whatever. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. And then we had the paleo cons with Trump. Oh, it's so cringe. Can we just get the neocons back as soon as possible? I want George W. Bush for a third term. George W. Bush 2020. Let's see. Let's check what else is going on in the chat. We got keep Turkey, Nick says. David says, no, we need to let Russia join too. What does that even mean? That's like, imagine during the Cold War. Well, it is the Cold War, but I mean the last Cold War, the Cold War before Russia swapped out communism for fascism. Imagine they're just all sitting there, just like, hey, look, we got NATO. Oh, I know what we could do. Let's just let the Warsaw Pact into NATO. Like, what? Okay, Jimmy Carter would have said that. 100% Jimmy Carter would have said that. He would have said, let's let North Korea in too, and Iran. Let's send in all these guys because, we want peace. Let's let our arch enemy into our alliance. The whole point of NATO was to fight fascist Russia. It was to fight communist Russia. What? That's as far from a neocon as you can get. Are you a Frago, David? What's even going on? Or are you just trolling? Nick says we can reform Turkey. Not until Erdogan is assassinated and replaced with the pro-American government. Let's see. Oh, so he is a Frago. He says kick out all non-whites in Europe and USA. Okay, so that makes sense why he would want Russia into NATO, because he doesn't support NATO. He supports fascist Russia and sees NATO as the enemy. So, of course, that would be the same as the Communist Party of France suggesting that the Soviet Union gets to join NATO. It's like, yeah, of course they would suggest that. They hate NATO. They want the Soviets to win. It's like, you're on the side of the Russians, dude. We get it. You're a fifth column. W.R. Winter has commented, USA is the deluded girl who looks at Turkey and thinks, I can fix him. Nah, that's just the neoliberals. No neocons in America think that at all. So, you're right to say that Globe Twitter is a bit too far left. Yes, thank you, because they try to brand themselves as we're the future of capitalism and all this stuff, and we're for the markets and everything. And it's like, yeah, I know that Ali 1776, I forget his exact handle. There's some libertarian type neolibs that I've got my disagreements on, but they're in the Chicago school, the Milton Friedman tradition. Most of what I've seen from Globe Twitter is not Chicago school economics, not Milton Friedman, not Reaganite economics. It's borderline MMT cringe, Elizabeth Warren, not so Liz level social democracy, which is cringe. I've got a video on that, how social democracy is a cringe ideology because it's unsustainable. The only way that you could ever afford a social democracy is if you have a big capitalist powerhouse like America paying all your bills. Like America covers France, Sweden, Norway's defense budget, basically, so that they don't have to build up their own nukes and everything. And in turn, they have money to spend on universal healthcare and all this other stuff. It's like, okay, no, neoliberalism used to be reform of the welfare state. Now it's apologetics for the welfare state, branded with market language to sound hip and not turn people off. That's my view. But of course, there are some neoliberals that are still in the old Chicago school tradition, the Reaganite tradition, even to some extent the George H.W. Bush type tradition, though they are becoming fewer and far between. I feel like a lot of the self-proclaimed neolibs on Twitter these days are like Young Turks fans. and David Pakman fans. Now, I like David Pakman as a person. He's respectable. He's not a hack the same way that like Junk Jank and those guys are, or Anna Kasparian. But just because I think he's a nice guy and he's respectful and professional doesn't mean I agree with him. I mean, look at his foreign policy stances, for example. He's as far from a neocon as you can get. But he's not a dirtbag, right? A lot of the memes, a lot of the meme styles and bios are just pretty cringy and uniform. And there's a lot of potty humor and stuff, which it's like, I mean, that can be, I guess, humorous to an extent, but a lot of it is just overplayed. A lot of it's unoriginal. A lot of it is just, I mean, you know, it looks to me like a bunch of 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds that would have posted this kind of crap back on Yik Yak when Yik Yak was a thing in like 2016. Like, super kind of outdated in my view, but I don't know. I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer con, as they say, a Ziocon, a boomer Ziocon. So, you know, maybe I'm a little out of touch, but you know, it's not my taste, not for me. And the fact that they don't like me and they want to cancel me, well, you know, I was never a part of their group. So if they want to go ahead and do that, like you are free to unfollow me at any time you want. Like, you're free to support me on Patreon. You're free to unfollow me. You're free to do whatever. I mean, you're free to block me. NazBol Nick, the subject of tonight's title, right? And the first half of the stream, more or less. He blocked me on Twitter. I didn't even tweet at him and he blocked me on Twitter. Oh, he got triggered when he saw my name, the liberal neocon. Oh, that triggered him, right? Oh, that triggered him. He got triggered. Oh, Reese is in the chat. He says hashtag 200%. And I will up that. I will say hashtag 5,000%. We have, let's see. Oh, we have more guests coming in. Let's just scroll back, see what people are saying. Yes, Nick. See, that's my contention. Too many of them are like sock dem Warren stance. Like, since when was it that like 70% of the neoliberals were like sock dems? Like, it used to be. I remember a time way back in like 2008, 2009, when neoliberal was immediately connotated with, you know, trickle down economics by and large, Reaganism, Milton Friedman's views, even to some extent, you know, negative income tax as Friedman purported, or supported rather. But now it's this proportion of being a neoliberal, but it's none of what the original neoliberals stood for. Like, the original neoliberal movement was not even the prime focus of Reagan. Like, you can say, oh, well, Reagan was a neocon, therefore we're serious. Or I should clarify. It's like saying, you know, hey, look, man, the people that you're talking about, Milton Friedman and Reagan, they were also neoliberal. It's like, yeah, that was a small part of what Reagan talked about. And Reagan was also pretty neoconservative and was surrounded by neoconservatives. He did some economic reforms that would be considered neoliberal at the time. I don't think that like Reagan would be down with your guys' little cringe kind of sock dem fest. Like, you can rebrand and relabel what it means to be a neoliberal, but that just means that being a neoliberal used to be based and now it's cringe. So, I mean, okay, congrats, I guess. Good job, bro. Let's see. But I can't say so if I want to smash this. You know, that's funny because one of the girls on Twitter who is a neoliberal is named Liz. Whenever I talk about Liz, not so Liz, I am, of course, referring to Elizabeth Warren, the woman who wants America to not be able to retaliate with nuclear weapons until after Chicago and New York and LA are already vaporized. That clown ball, that Liz, that nutso. Go check out Nightmare Fuel. He's got a great video on it. Great video on her bunk and junk little proposal. Really sad bill, really cringe bill. See who else we got in here. Let's nuke Africa and let's say everything that happened after that is nature taking its course. Oh man, this guy, I mean, he's kind of a trolly guy. We got Dragon Razi, Hassan Piker spent a lot of time figuring out the lobe. Hassan Piker, I mean Guantanamo Bay. He doesn't know very much at all. He doesn't even know much about Marxism. Doesn't even know his own ideology. Never mind those he claims to be against, those he riles against. I mean, or rallies against, rather. He doesn't know anything about what it means to be a neoconservative. He doesn't know anything about, I mean, he doesn't even know anything about neoliberalism. It's just a buzzword to him. He thinks like neolibs and neocons are buddies and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that was true in like 1986 when Reagan was making economic reforms and fighting the Soviet Union. Not true anymore. Now the neolibs are out there on Twitter talking about how, you know, neocons such as myself are, you know, not woke enough and not PC enough or whatever, you know, or, you know, too hawkish or I guess too right wing or whatever. It's like, no, I'm so done with the cancel culture. I'm so done with the cancel culture. It's like, it's the sort of thing that really makes you want to just get out there and tweet some stuff that I know is really going to make them get really upset, but that I don't really support myself. Or if I did support myself, I don't support to anywhere near the extent that I'm tweeting. I'm just doing it for hyperbole and to move the Overton window in a direction closer towards where I genuinely think, because they're so far gone that the only way that I can bring it back to a reasonable position is if I say something totally crazy out there, you know, like nuke Tehran or something, so that we can get things back to a moderately hawkish position, right? So what else do we have here? Yes, noted, of course. Yeah, Liz Warren. Oh, big yikes. What else do we have here? Yeah. Yeah, see, ironically edgy or whatever, Liz. I don't know. I don't really know much about her or whatever. I know she picked up a lot of followers recently. I know that Bill Kristol followed her. That's pretty dope. So, you know, I don't really have too much to say about her. When I'm talking about like the neolibs and stuff, the cringe ones, I don't really think of her too much. It's more like if you guys spent much time on Globe Twitter, you know who I'm talking about. It's like Cascadian Solo, hashtag Snowflake Solo. It is Drew AOC, AO Cummings or whatever. Like those people are cringe. Who else do we have? We've got we live in the same city and hung out a few times. Yeah, no, that's dope. That's actually dope. I was saying to you earlier in the chat how like, yeah, you guys live in the same city and you're both neoliberals. That's dope because I don't really know anybody in the city that I live in that's a neocon. I mean, that would be very interesting. However, I did hear from a friend of mine who is a neocon that he may be moving out here pretty soon, you know, for school. And that would be dope. And we could get him on the channel live in studio. And he's a base neocon and a base memer. So, you know, stay tuned. You know, later on in the year, my friends might be able to make it happen. You know, let's see. We've got Nick is officially a god. We've got Dragon Razi. Russia is nuclear power, yet its navy has malfunctions. What a joke. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They're nuclear power, yes, but their sole aircraft carrier, cringe. I mean, really? You want to be a superpower and you only have one aircraft carrier? Okay, bud. Their sole aircraft carrier is diesel powered. It's not even a nuclear carrier. It's not even really a carrier. It's a heavy battle cruiser that can carry about 24 aircraft on it. Compare that to like even a Nimitz class that can carry like 75 plus aircraft on it and is nuclear powered. I mean, the Kuznetsov has to bring an ocean going tug wherever she goes because she's probably going to break down in the middle of the ocean. The tug is the Nikolai Chaiker. It is the largest tug in the world, and it's a civilian registered tug. So if you ever want to see exactly where the Russian Navy's pride is, you can click on Vessel Tracker and type in the identification sign for the Nikolai Chaiker, the tugboat. It always follows right behind the Admiral Kuznetsov. You can see exactly where their aircraft carrier fleet is. You can't do that with America. I can tell you, America will say, oh, yes, we have the 7th Fleet or whatever position. We're moving it over to the Sea of Japan. The Sea of Japan. And when they move it over, you don't know where it is over there. They move around. It's all classified. People can't really communicate. Sailors can't communicate their location back to their loved ones, for example. They don't even necessarily know where they are. The admiral does, but obviously that's classified information. But with the Russians, even a civilian such as myself, who isn't a member of the Russian military or anything, can look up and see exactly where that carrier group is because they need the tugboat with them. Oh, how sad. I will be back in just a moment. Hello again. We actually still have 13 people. I figured some people might have left if they had thought that the stream was over. So that's cool. So let's see what's going on in the chat. Reagan is a rowboat shoe built by the USD Liberty to usher us into a Jew word order, a disgusting future where everyone treat each other with respect. Hilarious. Oh man. Oh man. I probably shouldn't complain about bathroom breaks when I left to go lay down. Cool tro, bro. Let's see. Zoom in on that shell. Base walrus. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, there's some good memes. Some good memes. Some good memes. Got my glass. Go be back in a second. Got my water. Yeah, so I am definitely going to do a video. I'll have 2 videos. I think I'll have a video where I kind of elaborate on the drama and what it's like to get canceled by Globe Twitter. And you know, it is kind of funny that they took the name and the emoji Globe Twitter, because Base Neocon on Twitter is a neocon. He's not a neolib. And he's a left-wing neocon. He's pretty far economically left-wing, and he's a neocon, for example. So there's quite a bit of diversity within neoconservatism, right? I'm more like center-right economically. He's pretty left economically. But he talks about how, you know, they asked him, the neolibs asked him, you know, why do you have a globe in your Twitter bio if you're not a neolib? And he's like, because I'm for like progressive globalism or whatever, like American globalism. And I'm like, yeah, see, I'm a globalist too. When people hear globalist, they immediately think of like Obama tier cringe, Like, let's do trade deals with communist China and let's get along with Iran and sign a nuclear deal. And I'm like, no, I'm a globalist in the sense of I've got the Empire State Building back there and then the globe back there. I want America to control the world. I want basically a one world government run by the United States of America would be the best position possible. The U.S. is the greatest country in the history of the world. It's not even close. I talk about how America is not an exceptional country. Countries like Canada, the UK, Germany, for example, or South Korea, Taiwan, Israel, they're all exceptional countries. And they all owe everything to America. America is a meta-exceptional country. If America took over the world would objectively be a better place than it is now. I mean, there would not be starving people in North Korea. North Korea would be filled with beach resorts and, IT sorts of factories and stuff. It would be a great place to live. Everywhere would be a great place to live. Everywhere would catch up and everywhere would be prosperous in due time. So we have, what else do we have here? Nick writes, base neocon is playing a character. No, not really. Some of the OG neocons actually were left-wing to start out. Like, I know it's a meme that, like, oh, neocons are leftist or whatever. No, like, the original gangster neocons, quite a few of them were left-wing. And then they saw the light and whatnot. Some of them maintained, or rather retained, some left-wing economic positions, such as like New Deal type stuff and everything. Other neocons went about, more sort of traditionally neoliberal Chicago school type economic reforms. Most neocons today are more or less center-right when it comes to those sorts of things, centrist to center-right. Definitely moderate compared to, say, a Reagan type figure or even like a paleocon type figure, though it should be noted that a lot of the paleocons these days are actually pretty left way. Nick Fuentes is one of them. I talked about this earlier in the stream, how, he said, give me communism, give me Stalin and give me communism as long as it keeps the immigrants out. So he talks about how capitalism is evil, Jews and stuff. So some of the paleocons are actually more far left, but these days, yeah, a lot of like contemporary neocons are not too left-wing. Is he playing a character? Perhaps. It's possible. It's possible that he's playing a character. But he's an individual. You can be left-wing on economics and still be neoconservative. Neoconservatism it's more diverse. It has a technical definition, but it's pretty open. It's kind of like being a neoliberal. You can be neoliberal and be a fan of Elizabeth Warren. You could also be a neoliberal and be a fan of like Donald Trump or, George W. Bush. It's a really wide sort of thing. I guess my problem with a lot of Globe Twitter is it's more specific than saying I'm against neoliberalism or whatever, because there are a lot of cool neoliberals out there. It's that Globe Twitter as a unit takes on the default sort of sensibilities of the sucks, the sockdems, coupled with some pretty cringe tier basic memes, and then cancels everybody who doesn't fit that mold. So I'm not down with that. So let's see. He says he's literally baiting. Well, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, you could be right. You could be completely right. It's hard to tell. We have here hashtag eat the poor. Isa says the Russia and China of the world will not survive in a globalist. That's why the Alex Jones and the Paul Joseph Watsons hate the idea of globalism. Well, see, Alex Jones, I know that Alex Jones back in the 90s, when he talked about globalism, he was talking about basically neoliberal economic reform around the world. He wasn't talking about America taking over the world. He was worried about the United Nations taking over the world. And to be fair, I would be worried about that too if I thought that they were actually going to do it. I mean, they don't really have an army or anything. But if the United Nations tried, I don't want the world to be run by like Venezuela and Syria or whatever. But I'm not going to shy away from the label globalist, because I want America to run the world. I mean, ideally, the entire world would be the United States. It wouldn't be the United States of America anymore because America is part of the world. It would just simply be the United States, but and that would be the world system. But and now the degree to which different countries would be autonomous or different states would be autonomous is, we can have a debate about that. You could think of it as like a federation of democracies, kind of like, more autonomous than Texas, but less autonomous than, say, Canada is to the United States, right? So free countries and whatnot within a liberal order, right? So that's kind of what I mean. Let's see. He says, nah, Trump is incompatible with neoliberalism. And then, see, the thing is, Trump is a protectionist for sure. But it should be noted that when it comes down to it, Trump is somebody who does ultimately want to put money and things related to money over taking the moral position. I mean, he'd rather make a quick buck with North Korea, say, for example, and build a shiny hotel than he would to actually free the country. That's part of neoliberalism and why it's a problem. If you had a neocon in charge and they adopted a neoliberal economic approach towards their allies in domestic politics and economics, that'd be cool. But if they're going to go like Obama and go up to America's sworn enemies and say, hey, look, we'll trade with you. Let's make a quick buck here. Sure, you can fund terrorism and all that. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Let's just make some money. No, I'm not down with that. Like, some things are more important than money. A lot of things are more important than money. And I'm a capitalist, but I'm not a materialistic capitalist in that sense. I'm not down for that. I'm down to clean up the mess in the world. So let's see. What else do we have in here? Pocket Dictionary writes, Kevin, what do you think about civilization states and its implications for liberalism? Well, I view the West, you see, you'd have to define that in a specific term, if you're using like Huntington's sort of language or whatnot. Yeah, I guess you'd have to define civilization states. I view the West as a civilization. I view the foundation of that civilization as accountable government, rule of law, liberal markets, liberal social values by and large, the idea of individual rights. I mean, let's keep it real. Even a lot of traditional conservatives that you would think of, like Marco Rubio types, Jeb Bush types, rather, are liberals in the sense of what liberalism means. Property rights, individual freedoms, that sort of stuff, free speech, that sort of thing. So the West is an enlightened civilization state. South Korea, Taiwan, United States, Israel, that sort of like those sorts of countries, right? They constitute a civilization when they are aggregated. Other civilizations that exist out there are, for example, the Eurasian sort of order, which is led by fascist Russia, though Belarus is kind of breaking away from that right now. Even Kazakhstan is. They're swapping out the Cyrillic language for English, the Latin language, or alphabet, I should say, pretty soon. So it won't be Cyrillic letters going around. It'll be Latin letters to distance themselves from fascist Russia. Obviously, communist China constitutes a sort of civilization in that sense. You could consider them and Hoxha's Albania to be part of the same civilization back in the day when Albania aligned themselves with Maoism. But civilization, I think, transcends ideology to the extent that there's also this sort of sense of cultural defaults and whatnot that goes into it. In terms of what it means in terms of its implications for liberalism, well, liberalism is the highest and ultimate sort of civilizational foundation that you can have. In other words, a civilization that is built upon liberal values will always prosper greater than a civilization which is founded on conservative values, traditional values, etc. A civilization which is open to innovation in the free market and capitalist enterprise will blow the others out of the water in time. And you can see this even in cases of huge disparities in initial allocations in terms of resources, for example. Russia was endowed with some of the best natural resources in the world. Estonia was not. Estonia is 1% the size of Russia, population-wise. Russia has 100 times as many people. Yet Estonia is about 3%, last I checked, about 3% of the Russian economy. So even Estonia, a tiny little insignificant dot compared to Russia, still 3 times the average. Russia's still jealous of Estonia. So when it comes to the implications of it, it means that even a huge enemy can be put to shame by even a small dot, off in the distance. I mean, a great example of this is the island of Taiwan with respect to communist China. Average GDP in communist China is about 6,000 a year. Average in Taiwan is like closer to 30 or 40,000 a year. So they make like 7 or 8 times the average Chinese person in communist China. I mean, ethnically speaking, they are the same, ethnic sort of group. So there's no reason why the Han Chinese over in communist China can't be just as rich as that, except for the Communist Party. So what these systems do, these small little thorns in the side of the big ones, what they do is they show the people that life could be better if they were to overturn the yoke of their oppressors, in this case, the communists. So what do we have here going on in the chat? We've got, do you think you could take Alex Jones in a fight? Be honest. Alex Jones is the kind of guy, I'll say this, Alex Jones is the kind of guy, he sells a lot of, super male vitality and all these supplements for working out and everything. And every time he posts the before and after picture, he's always fat in the before picture. And then in his after picture, after using it, he's still fat, but he's red and looks more angry. So he's the kind of guy that, I mean, is he incapable of building muscle? I mean, what the hell anyway? What else do we have here? My extremely important question. There's a lot of stuff going on back there. Let's see. Nightmare Fuel. If it was a shirtless fight with Jones, I'd be far too blinded to too much. Oh man. Dragon Raw Z asks, or says rather, neoconservatives are culturally liberal, but they're not woke. Yeah, see, that's what I was kind of talking about with Reese earlier. At least my brand of liberal neoconservatism is this idea of basically conserving a lot of the good enlightened progress that's been made without risking going off the deep end in terms of following up with this stupid cringe, woke movements like BLM and BDS and, all the acronyms that they got out there. Breadline Bernie. Oh, hashtag never Bernie. Hashtag breadline Bernie. I'm not down. I'm not down with that. Not down with that. You're a bootlicking goofball. That's pretty funny. This guy Matthew M here, he has the Orthodox cross, so we can already guess how he feels about Alexander Dugin and his toxic and cancerous ideology. You can call me a bootlicker, right? That's all well and good. The thing is, Reese points this out, right? Everybody has an establishment. There's an establishment in every country. My establishment is, the Pentagon, DC, Ottawa, London, 10 Downing Street. Your establishment is the Kremlin. It's Assad's blood palace. It's Kim Swag yacht. Your establishment, you like boots. Everybody basically serves some establishment in that sense. Everybody has some order with which they align. You align with an impoverished, destitute, drab, bleak, dull, boring, meek and weak remnant of a superpower that got its ass kicked already and is in line to get its ass kicked again. And we here, as the neocons, are ready to deliver it, happy to deliver it. So, you ready for Reagan? Because we're going to get another Reagan, and they're going to destroy fascist Russia, bankrupt you, out-drill you in oil production, etc. Nightmare Fuel says, big up Taiwan. Let's see. Matthew M says the Orthodox Church is the only answer. Hilarious, because Nick Fuentes, even Nick Fuentes would be like, no, it's the Catholic Church. So even within Christianity, you're not going to agree over which branch of your which sect is the correct one. There are Mormons, for example. Let me guess, you would say that the Mormons are going to burn in hell, or the Catholics or whatever, or the Protestants, the Anglicans. It's like, okay. Cringy ideology. What else is down here? Funny enough, Alex Jones used to do bodybuilding. Well, yeah, it's funny because in all the ads that he runs, it's like, what a terrible endorsement of a product. You're supposed to show me that it works, but the after picture shows me that you look just as fat, except your face is more red and you look more angry. It's like, okay, that's kind of dumb. They put chemicals in his brain force supplement that turned his freaking sanity gay. Oh man. See, like the Alex Jones meme, I mean, I get it. He had to get banned from YouTube because he committed defamation of character against the families of the Sandy Hook victims. I understand 100%. But if he didn't do that, he shouldn't have been banned. Like, I mean, if he could have kept everything legal, he shouldn't have been banned. Because, I mean, you got to allow the circus clowns around. If that's all they're going to do is clown around, you need them for entertainment, right? So... I love this by Nightmare Fuel. My establishment could kick your establishment's ass. Oh, and it's 100% true. I have a video up tonight about fascist Russia's Navy. So fascist Russia's Navy, they fly the flag of, the obviously the Kremlin, the Orthodox Church, all this sort of stuff. They are not even as large or powerful as Italy's is. Yet Italy's is the fourth largest in NATO, and NATO is a cohesive entity, and the largest in NATO is the largest in the world. In fact, the largest air force is America's Air Force. Of course, we all know this. The second largest air force is not Russia's Air Force. It's America's Navy. That's the second largest air force. Oh, America would kick Russia's ass so hard in a war. Oh, I mean, there's a chance not even one American city would be vaporized if that actually happened. Just think about it. I'm gonna run through the math on this right now. I know it's controversial. Russia has, by most reasonable accounts, about 8,000 nuclear warheads. 6,500 of them are simply not operational. They can't afford to keep them operational. So now you're dealing with 1,500 nuclear warheads. Of those, a lot are in disrepair. Just a lot of them haven't been well maintained. It's not within their budget to maintain them. Nuclear weapons are very expensive to maintain. In fact, even with America's very large military budget, relatively speaking, it's only about 3% of GDP. America still has a lot of equipment that is in a bad need of repair. A lot of the American military is not up to par and not maintained well enough to be combat ready. To the extent that extends to the nuclear arsenal is unclear to me, obviously. With the Russian one, it's not even a question. A lot of their nukes that are operationally deployed are not maintained well and are not in a position or a silo that is ready enough to be actively used if need be. So that brings me down to say 750 of those nukes that are operational actually are able to get off the ground. Then we run into difficulties with the nuclear delivery systems. So ICBMs, the Topol systems, etc. A lot of their missiles are, sure, now they do tests. They do proving ground tests, of course. They don't have the worst missile system in the world. They worked through a lot of the kinks back in the 60s. But their nukes are not very accurate, for one. That's largely why they had to rely on very huge warheads like the Tsar Bomba. The Tsar Bomba was originally designed to be 100 megatons because they knew if they fired a weapon at DC, it's probably going to miss by like 50 kilometers. So they needed to make sure that it still took out the target. Oh, that's that right. That right there. That's pretty sad. But no, of those nuclear weapons, then the nuclear weapons that remain, say about 750 or so, that would actually start heading towards America. Some of those missiles are going to malfunction either in the silo or very soon after the silo, or if they're in their submarines, they're just going to be a dud. And the submarine's going to launch them. They're going to be a dud. They'll have to clear, wait a minute, and then start launching others. Say you've got 500 warheads left that are actually en route towards America. America has ground-based interception systems as well as Aegis systems that are operating in some cases to some extent nearby that may be able to pull off an interception, such as, say, the Baltic Sea or the Sea of Japan, for example, that might be able to intercept some coming over like Sakhalin or even off of the coast of St. Petersburg, even over the coast of the Kola Peninsula, for example. The chance that some of those get intercepted is kind of low, but on the ones that make it closer to America, with the ground-based interception system, each interceptor has about a 50% accuracy rate. If America's smart, America fires multiple interceptors at each of the ICBMs that are coming in. Most of these warheads, mind you, are on a MIRV configuration. So in terms of the actual missiles, say that there's 80 missiles headed towards the United States. America sends off, say, 3 interceptors per missile, 60% interception rate, say, for example, or even, say, a 50% interception rate. Say 40 of the missiles get through. A lot of those missiles and warheads are going to be targeted at either bases or infrastructure type targets. Yeah, it's probably likely that some U.S. cities would be lost in a nuclear war with Russia. It's possible that even New York would be lost, but Russia would lose everything, and America would win probably with like 20 or 30 million casualties in that. It wouldn't be the end of the world. It would be deadly, but America could win a nuclear war very easily against fascist Russia. Now, there is a caveat to all this. Everything that I just ran through was based on, percentages and stuff, based on, when I'm thinking about things. But if you guys go and check out Russia Today on YouTube, you can see that Orthodox priests bless each of the missiles. So because the priests were paid to bless them, they got 100% accuracy rate. They got a 1 meter circular error probability. They're all going to deliver 500 billion megatons yield now instead of whatever they were engineered for, because the priest blessed them. I mean, we've got, what's his name, Matthew here, telling me right now that the Orthodox Church is the answer, that they've got it all figured out. So when they bless those missiles, I guess, who needs maintenance? Who needs maintenance? They have the priests to bless it. Who needs to spend money on maintenance? No, there's simply no way. There's simply no way. If America can barely even afford to maintain the nuclear arsenal, mind you, America has less nukes than Russia does. Like, Russia has 8,000. America has about 7,600. America has about 1,500 deployed. Russia has about 1,500 deployed. America can barely afford to maintain hers. America spends about, well, what is it? It's 700 and something billion dollars a year on defense. Russia spends about $40 billion a year on defense. No, there's no way. There's no way that the Russian ones are up to par. A lot of them would fail or malfunction prior to launch or shortly after launch. There's no doubt in my mind. I would be willing to bet that there's probably about a quarter chance that America loses no large cities in a nuclear war with Russia right now. Russia would lose everything. So your whole thing about how, you'll lose. No, you would be destroyed. You'd be destroyed. I mean, they would lose tiny cities in Siberia with 100% accuracy, and they couldn't even take out New York in, half of these scenarios. And I can tell you, they probably got quite a few of them on New York and quite a few of them on LA. I mean, now, of course, that's not worth risking. I'm not saying go ahead and do it. I've got videos on here about how to bankrupt Russia without having to fire a shot. I mean, Reagan did it. It's already proven you can bankrupt the Russian Empire. Reagan did it by basically, he had 2 factors going on. He knew that their system was collapsing. He had the people who were sick and tired of communism. And he had a leader that came in that was basically naive enough to think that by reaching out to Reagan, he could help and reform his system. Because let's keep in mind here, I mean, this is going to sound, a bit maybe controversial. Gorbachev wasn't a hero. We have to remember that the reason why Gorbachev did what he did was because he thought that by reforming, he could save and preserve the communist system. He didn't imagine that it would destroy the Soviet Union. That wasn't what he was trying to do. He himself was a loyal communist. Now, I know it's super cool and everything, and everybody likes to dunk on Gorbachev in Russia right now and say how he sold out Russia to the West. No, he was trying to save the Soviet Union because at least he was smart enough to recognize that things weren't working out. And of course, that brought about the downfall of the Soviet Union because communism is a stupid system and was bound to fail sooner or later. But the thing is, when it comes to this, Reagan did it pretty easily. How did Reagan bankrupt them? Well, he did a couple things. He had big oil production. We all know Russia gets most of their revenue, their government revenue, to pay pensions and social services and military and everything else from oil revenue. Reagan was able to, get oil production up. That lowers the cost of oil. And if you lower the cost of oil, Russia has a harder time paying the bills and breaking even each month. That helps to bankrupt somebody, of course. He also spent about 8% of America's GDP on the military in a given year. That's pretty big because even though the Soviet Union spent about 22 or 23% each year on the military, their 22% of their budget was still nowhere near what 8% of America's budget was, because America is a capitalist country, and a capitalist country will outcompete a communist system. And Reagan destroyed them without even having to fire a shot. And it was brilliant. And we can do it again, my friends. I'm not saying do a nuclear war with Russia. However, to this goofball here, Matthew, I'm simply saying, you'll lose, dude. The numbers aren't good on your side. You can bless all your ICBMs as you want. You can pay those grifters in the Russian Orthodox Church all that you want. Give them hundreds of thousands of dollars so they can go and spend on their luxuries and swag Benzes that Patriarch Kirill rides around in with Putin the thug. You can do all your little pomp and circumstance in the Grand Cathedral in Moscow, and have the swag and have all the mafia family of the oligarchs and stuff there. But no, you would lose. You would lose. I mean, just wow. Just unbelievable. I mean, this guy here is accusing me, or he's either accusing myself or Reese of being a nihilist. I'm like, I run a page called Liberal Hawk Memes for moral universalist teens. Nihilism forgoes morality. Nihilism gives up. Nihilism concedes all that is worth living to despair. If I conceded all that is worth living to despair, why would I be here at 4 a.m. owning you on YouTube? Obviously, I have a passion and energy and love for life. It's why I do what I do. I want all people to have the freedom to enjoy the life that they have, as opposed to be confined to a gulag in, Northeast North Korea or whatnot. I mean, I'm so sick of the bootlickers. This Matthew dude is such a bootlicker for the Kremlin. It's disgusting. And I want you who are watching this chat right now, either right now or later on, I want you to recognize that this is what the enemy looks like. He walks amongst us. He probably lives in America. He probably lives in Canada or America. I doubt he lives in Russia. His English is pretty good. He probably goes to school here. He probably works here. He could be your neighbor. This man here is a traitor. He is an enemy. He is a fifth column. I want you to recognize his rhetoric. I want you to recognize his talking points. I want you to recognize that the propaganda which he is spouting is directly 100% regurgitated from the talking points of Alexander Dugin and the other Eurasianists in the Kremlin who seek to employ and make use of useful idiots such as this Matthew figure here so that they can take over Eurasia, so that Putin can have all the prestige and the swag Mercedes and the swag yachts. Ironically, it's funny because he talks about nihilism, yet the only thing that his ideology serves, the only thing that it serves, is so that the Patriarch Kirill in the Grand Cathedral in Moscow, and KGB Vlad, the thug in the Kremlin, can have really, really nice and swaggy Mercedes Benzes, while the rest of the people toil and starve and shoot up crocodile because their lives are bleak and depressing. All that they serve is the material interest and swag of a couple of thugs and self-aggrandizing mafia figures who have all the pomp and circumstance of a state, but at the end of the day are no better than the mafia boss who says, I'm gonna break your knees. I'm gonna break your knees, bud. Because I'm gonna break your knees. You walk into my turf. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. You're talking about nihilism. I'm like, your whole purpose, your entire existence serves so that Putin can have his little swag bets. And it's like, but guess what? Putin's going to be dead at some point. Kirill is going to be dead at some point. Fascist Russia will collapse again, just as communist Russia did. Liberalism will prevail once again, just as liberalism prevailed via Reagan. We will have another neoconservative, and he or she will bring economic hell upon Russia, which, in fairness to the Russians, they've brought upon themselves pretty well thus far, of course. It wouldn't all just be the neoconservatives in Washington. Russia's done a great job at destroying their own chances on their own so that Putin can have his swag yachts and his swag Benz and his swag palace and his Swiss bank accounts. Oh, I mean, imagine living for that. I mean, I live for universal liberal values. I live for humanism. I live for the promotion of prosperity, capitalism, the liberal order. I mean, there are so many virtues for which I promote that give me energy and inspire me to wake up today despite the haters and traitors. And yet he accuses me of being a nihilist. I'm like, I've lost most of the former friends in my life, or rather they lost me, and we do not keep in contact anymore because I believe so thoroughly in the promotion of neoconservatism and liberalism and the liberal order worldwide. And they are anti-interventionists who regurgitate the memes and narratives and bunkin' talking points of Kremlin Cow and Noam Chomsky. So if I'm willing to give up my social life, all this sort of stuff, basically, so that I can come out here and speak truth to fascist power, but I'm the nihilist? I'm the nihilist. Really? Hilarious. Laughable. Cringe. And fringe. Let's see what's going on in the chat. See what's going on in the chat, my friends. I'm going to have to scroll back a bit. Looks like they got into a bit of a heated discussion. Heated discussion. I like this one by Reese. Ironically, you're the only one here living for nothing. And that's true. For all of his memes, for all of his narratives, for all of this, it's just so that Kirill and Putin can have their pomp and circumstance in Moscow, because they are able to rile the people around these symbols and narratives and everything of the great Russian people and Orthodox Christianity or whatever. It's like if I was going to be Christian, I'd probably be, Episcopalian or Lutheran. Like, the chances that it's Orthodox Christianity that's the true religion are like so far down the line. Like, because the whole thing is basically like idolatry and whatnot and all that in the technical sense. Like, if I was going to be a Christian, I would say a lot of those icons and everything and the sense of the pomp and circumstance and everything was basically, it was a false church. I would say there's no way they are amongst the last. I mean, they're up there with like Scientology level. The chances that they have of being the true religion are like next to zero, basically. If it did turn out that Christianity was true, it's like, it's not going to be Orthodox Christianity. I mean, wow. Wow. Just check out some of their cathedrals and stuff if you want to see. If you just check out where all the money goes. Check out how they consolidate power. Check out how they manage power. Check out the state relations with the mafia, with the fascist Russian system. Really? It's like the Jesus from the Bible would have been in support of that. It's like the whole thing about Jesus was the abandonment of material possessions and whatnot and everything. It's like, really? So Patriarch Kirill, as he walks around with his swag and rolls up in his swag Benz with KGB Vlad the Thug, and they've got their Benz, they got their yachts, they got their palaces, they got all the gold, all the gold in the world. It's like, really, that's the true? Oh man, I mean, it's ironic, of course, because he's not living for nothing. He's living for the material swag of Putin and Kirill. That's honestly even sadder. It's even sadder. Oh, how sad. Let's see. Hilarious. Yeah, that's a good question by Issa. Why are you bringing religion into a political stream? I mean, we did talk about religion briefly with Nick Fuentes. He talks about, Catholicism and how he doesn't like the immigrants coming in, which is hilarious because almost all the immigrants are Mexicans or Latin Americans who are really conservative and really Catholic. So, I mean, he would like them, except they're brown. So, bridge too far. Hilarious. Who's the nihilist again? Oh man, this guy, this guy's probably one of NazBol Nick's trolls. Probably big fan of Alexander Dugin. You will die in less than 100 years. There is no meaning. There is no living for something if there is no God. Why do you care? It's his question. Yeah, your system is going to collapse much sooner than 100 years. Fascist Russia will not be around in 100 years. What else do we have here? You don't even know what freedom means, Law. Oh, because freedom means giving all your tax money and your energy and your lifeblood so that Patriarch Kirill and KGB Vlad the Thug can have their swag Mercedes and pomp and circumstance. Oh, but that's pathetic. It's pathetic. Yeah, no, I mean, Orthodox Christianity is about as close as you can come to like a nihilist version of religion for sure, because it's a very materialistic sort of ideology, very centered around iconography and rewarding with material possessions the leaders of the church and their sort of state church. I mean, it's a theocratic sort of thing, but it's a very Russian type of theocracy. Very, very materialistic. Hilarious. I mentioned that serious people who could live in the real world are forced to consider how humanity could solve their own problems. We don't have a magical savior to step in and make everything better. Is Reese's statements. And let's see. Have a good night, Nick. He says he's going to bed. Hilarious. Buddy, your god is the Kremlin. The Kremlin's going to be around a lot less time than DC. Let's see. Projection. Yeah. Issa says, as a agnostic Christian, I weep for you, man. Yeah, and see, that's the thing right there, is that this guy really doesn't have any sort of moral conviction going on. He doesn't like the immigrants, and he thinks that Putin and Kirill are swaggy. So, I mean, again, imagine that you are going to basically choose a religion. Really, you're going to choose Orthodox Christianity. Like, out of all of them, I mean, I know that there is a lot of criticism of the Vatican and Catholicism with respect to accruing big money and using it for big gold of the Pope and everything. If you look into how the Russian Orthodox Church behaves in Russia, it's honestly more materialistic and more greedy than the Vatican. I know that that's probably hard to believe for a lot of people that have just grown up in a Western context and associate, the Vatican with like the child priest, sex scandals, all that sort of stuff. No, I'm telling you, the Orthodox Church is worse, at least on a per capita basis. I studied Russia a lot in school. Look at how the Russian Orthodox Church behaves. It is far more egregiously greedy than the Vatican is. I mean, it's not even close. It's not even close. They make the Vatican look like it's a charity or something, And of course, the Vatican has all this money and everything lying around. No, the Russian Orthodox Church is way more corrupt. It's way more corrupt. I mean, they make they make the Vatican look like some, homeless sort of dude who's just going out there and being a missionary or something. The Russian Orthodox Church is, I mean, I've made my point. It's just, I mean, and then he goes and accuses us of nihilism. It's like his entire purpose is so that resources can be allocated to the Patriarch Kirill and KGB Vlad. And I'm talking big resources. I mean, Putin arguably is the richest person in the world, and it's not even close. I mean, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, they have their, Forbes ranking thing, but it's like, yeah, but Putin has laundered and put so much money of the Russian economy offshore in his personal bank accounts. He's worth many trillions of dollars, many times more, dozens of times more than what Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos are worth. I mean, he has plundered the lifeblood of Russia, the economic fruits of Russia's labor for decades so that he can aggrandize himself and, buy his swaggy Mercedes and his swaggy yachts and stuff. And it's sad. And I'll give you a stat here. I'm not a communist. I hate communism. But the communists in 1989 in the Soviet Union had a GDP of about $10,000 USD in, 2018 dollars, I think was the figure. Russia's GDP right now is about 9,800 roughly, on the margin. It varies. There's a margin of error. $9,800 per year GDP in like 2018 money. In other words, 30 years went by and the average Russian makes less now than they made under communism. And you're like, what? They have the skyline. They've got all the swaggy skyscrapers now. They've got all this stuff. And it's like, no, almost all the money was allocated to about 3,000 families, the oligarchs. And of them, most of that money went to Putin personally. And then they got the leftovers. The people got nothing. They got less than they got under communism. Oh, how sad. Oh, how sad. That system is bound to collapse. And you can see it. A lot of the urban Russians are so sick of the system. And it's not just the youth. A lot of the middle-aged people, even some of the elderly, are sick of Putin because he can't even pay up on their pensions. He can't even do it, especially back in like 2014, 2015 with the oil crisis in Russia. They couldn't do it. I'm telling you, we could bankrupt them so easy. It's like, this is your perfect system that was ordained by God, the fascist Russian oligarchy. I mean, really? Oh, ridiculous. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Let's see what the Prince of Warmongers has to say here. I came upon a Christian here tonight, much like I would come across a worthless Metapod. That is, that is, I still play Pokemon Go. I'll take a shiny Metapod. That'd be based. Let's see. I don't have one yet. I don't even have a shiny Weedle. I did get a shiny. What did I get? No, I did get a shiny Weedle recently. I don't have a shiny Caterpie yet, but what do we have here? Would it be fair to say that modern Russia is kind of like the Byzantine Empire after the Fourth Crusade? I don't know enough about the Byzantine economy to actually comment on that roughly. I mostly I know a lot about fascist Russia. I don't know too much about history prior to, say, about 1800 or so. With Byzantine Empire, I don't know too much about how their economy was faring. But let's see. Pokemon Master Reese here looks down upon this pathetic bug type. Yeah, no, some of the bug types, Butterfree looks kind of cool. Shiny variant, kind of cool. But this is just the Metapod that we're dealing with here. We have, why do you suppose, this is Alex Stan. Why do you suppose material things are inherently bad? Are you a Neoplatonist or something? No, I am not saying that they're inherently bad. I'm saying it's stupid when you're shilling your whole life so that people can plunder and achieve ill-gotten gains to have swag and pomp and circumstance. Like basically the Putin state, the Putin system is a mafia family which has the pomp and circumstance of a state. If you watch the mafia movies and stuff, you know that, you know, there's the family and there's the father and all this sort of stuff. But, you know, they have the sons and they do their little pomp and circumstance. And sometimes they'll, like, you know, they'll break a guy's knees and that sort of stuff. But with Russia, it's like that, except now you've got all of the pomp and circumstance and the aesthetics of the state and everything to glamorize this. But all at the end of the day, it's just a mob family. He's a mob boss. That's what it is. So, and material things are not inherently bad. If you go out there, you work and you buy a house and you buy a swaggy car, you know, because in the West, you can buy your own swag Mercedes, right? You don't need to rob from everybody to get it the way that Putin does, because he knows he couldn't do anything else. He has to rob and kill people who try to mess with him. Here, you can just go out and you can work and you can buy your own swag Mercedes, you know? That's cool. You know, I like that. I like luxury cars. I like material stuff. I don't see it as the end all be all. I have said in the past that I'm more or less, I'm not an anti-materialist. I'm not by any means. I think, you know, I'm a capitalist, but I'm a non-materialist capitalist. I think that capitalism provides the most prosperity, the most opportunity for everybody. I personally don't care about like being the richest person in the world enough to put in the energy that would take to make that happen. But there are people out there who want to give it a shot, and more power to them. If money is all that motivates you, you have a place in capitalism. You can contribute and make society better, and we all gain as an aggregate effect of that. Materialism is not bad. For me, I don't care about material things so much. They're important, obviously, to an extent. But I'm somebody who values savings personally more than material things. So like I'd rather have $1,000 in the bank or $1,000 in, you know, paying off debt or $1,000 in mutual fund rather than have, say, I don't know, like some swaggy chain or something, right? But if you're somebody that the swaggy chain motivates you enough to go out there and work really hard and everything, you get it. Well, that's cool. I don't have any problem with that. What I like about capitalism is that it's a liberal system. It gives you the choice. It's individualist. We have different preferences. You're going to have a different indifference curve than I am, right? Some things you're going to substitute towards at a different ratio than I would. We all have different preferences. A planned economy, a planned system cannot take into account all those variables and produce an efficient outcome. Capitalism does it without any effort whatsoever. Capitalism's based. What else do we have here? So everyone who commits suicide is in hell. Interesting. Robin Williams included, I suppose. What a horrible system. So yeah, there's this whole sort of religion thing going on, which is definitely kind of it's a bit of a deviation from what I had originally kind of talked about with the whole Nick Fuentes thing. But I mean, obviously it's gotten into this really sort of divisive sort of conversation here. We got this cringe monger Matthew in the group, or in the chat rather, trying to show on behalf of the Patriarch Kirill and KGB Vlad the Thug. You know, your friendly neighborhood neocon here. I'm getting kind of tired. Let's see what else is going on in the chat. We have Bugcatcher Reese is sick to death of patrolling this 10 feet of forest. We have a question directed towards me back here. Let's see where this is. Oh, yeah, I'm way far back in the chat. So much stuff in the chat. We're already up to like 16 viewers again. I'm getting kind of tired. Superpower Broadcasting. You've seen it, but there's an amazing movie about modern day Russia and its confluence of church and state called Leviathan. Yes, that is by Andrei Zvagintsev. Fantastic movie if you go and check it out. I do film reviews on Letterboxd. I have yet to review that film in particular. However, I'm a big fan of Zvagintsev. If you go to my Letterboxd account, which is Kevin Castley, you will find my reviews of Vozdrozhenia, the Return, for example. That movie from 2003 is a very, very poignant and very brilliant analysis of sovereignty and the social contract and Westphalianism. Now, I make the argument in my review of that film, if you happen to have seen it, it is it's a film that's about a family, father, sons, that sort of thing. I'm not going to give any spoilers away here, but if you just watch a Zaginsev film for what happens in the film, you're going to be bored. There are very deep meanings that happen here, and I would argue that The Return is probably his best film. It is, again, it displays, it brings to mind, you know, the relationship between what it means to be sovereign, what it means to be subject, and that both roles bring upon them different responsibilities and privileges. And if you fall out of that harmony, then things can go very awry. This is my problem with the Westphalians that are you see around today, for example. They'll often say, well, it's his sovereignty, bro. It's Assad's sovereignty, bro. As if sovereignty is a one-way street. It is not a one-way street. If you are sovereign, you have the responsibility to protect and have the interests of your subject at hand. You don't, being sovereign doesn't give you the right to go around and kill all of your subjects. If you do so, you forfeit your sovereignty. It is a two-way street. If you are the leader, you have the interest to take care of and look after your subjects. And if you're a subject in this case, this is the Hobbesian sort of world, as Hobbes envisioned it, right? In terms of the Leviathan as the book that he wrote in the 1600s. If you ever read Leviathan, it's a really good book. It is more or less, you know, it lays out a big framework for the Westphalian sort of order, but there's this idea in Hobbes, at least, that yes, the supreme leader, the Leviathan, the sovereign, can be an absolute ruler, though he also notes it could be a democratically elected Congress, for example. There is a responsibility there that if you are the leader, you don't just get to do whatever you want. That with responsibility, or rather with the privilege, comes the responsibility. And if those two things fall out of line, the subject has the right to rebel, basically. If the state tries to kill the subject then has the right to rebel. And these modern day Westphalians, the Kremlin Kyles, for example, the Neckbeard Jimmy Dores, the Tiggy Tulsies, they don't know any of this. They never read Hobbes. They don't know. They don't even know the intellectual foundations of their movement. All that they know is that America's bad, and they're going to go out of their way to carry water for dictators. But even the old school Westphalian types, even Hobbes, would have said, yeah, Assad has violated the what would you call it, the integrity of his people, and they had a right to rebel. And that's Hobbes. And that's Hobbes. That's a monarchist Hobbes who was so disillusioned with the uprising that he became, you know, a very conservative monarchist. Even he would say, yeah, Assad tried to kill you. You have a right to defend yourself. Even he would say that. But these contemporary, modern dictator defenders, apologists, Westphalians that live amongst us today, the shoes on heads, the Neckbeard Jimmies, all these young people, they're more conservative than Hobbes was 400 years ago. They're like, oh, if you're the leader, you get to do whatever you want because America bad. Like even Hobbes wouldn't have said that. It's absolutely lunatic what kind of era that we're living in, where these talking points, these anti-neocon talking points, they're more conservative than freaking Hobbes was. I'm telling you, we're in an era right now where we're bad. There's genocide. But 60 years ago, the U.S. did something with Mossadegh, so therefore we can't do anything. I'm so sick of it. This is why I get on here, because I'm trying to hawk pill the people. I'm trying to get out here and wake us up that we have become numb, that we have become complacent, that we have become exhausted, that we have become inundated with the memes and the narratives and the talking points and the propaganda of our enemies, to render us impotent from within, because they know that they cannot render us impotent from abroad. They know that if we got into a naval skirmish, we would destroy fascist Russia and destroy all their cities and destroy all their infrastructure. And they probably wouldn't even be able to do much damage to even one American city, because their nukes would get shot down and the ones that didn't would have malfunctioned on the launch pad. They know they got nothing, so they have to hit us from within. And they put a lot of energy into the memes. And it works because we put a lot of energy into not paying attention, and it's pathetic. It's totally pathetic. It's pathetic that there are people right now that are younger than me that are more conservative on freaking Thomas Hobbes when it comes to sovereignty. They're more conservative than Thomas Hobbes when it comes to sovereignty. They're like, Assad can do whatever he wants. Even Hobbes didn't go that far. These people are bad shit, man. These people are bad shit. What do we have going on in the chat? I gotta check this. I went on a bit of a rant there about Zvagintsev. Definitely go watch Zvagintsev's films. I mean, my goodness, the first film I ever reviewed, first film that made me want to review films as a hobby was Andrei Zvagintsev's film from 2000 and it was either 17 or 18 called Loveless. Brilliant film. Again, if you just watch it for what's going on in the film, you're probably going to be bored, but brilliant film. And go and read my review on Letterboxd because I've got about 300 film reviews up there. And I'm not watching any more new films until I finish reviewing every film I've ever seen so that I can go in and, not be thinking about, oh, I got to review this film or whatever. I want to start fresh. I want to just catch up, review everything I've ever seen, and then go forward and watch new films. So that's my policy right now. And hopefully that will get me to kick it in gear and get back to reviewing films because I haven't reviewed any in a few months. And that's a problem. Been too busy on here trying to talk sense into a bunch of idiots like this Matthew dude. I mean, oh my goodness, he's a cringy dude. You have no moral compass. Moral compass. It's like, says the dude who wants us all to give everything to Patriarch Kirill and Putin so that they can have their swag. Because that's the logical, like that is all that Orthodox Christianity serves. It's just to serve the state interests of the Kremlin. I mean, it's even, like I said, it's even more gross. It's even more corrupt than the Vatican. Way more corrupt than the Vatican. It makes the Vatican look non-corrupt. That's how ridiculous the Russian Orthodox Church is. What else do we have here? W.R. Winter writes, Hawk Talk is cool and all, but we need Kevin and Reese to get together and discuss Pokemon. Well, if Reese is into Pokemon, I play Pokemon Go every day. I got a lot of good stats. I got a lot of good shinies in here. As Trump would say, big shinies, huge shinies. Oh yeah, I got some good Pokemon, good catches in there, some rare catches. I mean, I got a party hat shiny Wurmple recently. That's pretty rare. About a 1 in 1,000 chance of hatching in a very limited time window. So this episode isn't actually Hawk Talk. This is just me live streaming. Hawk Talk is the name for my interview series, Hawk Talk with Kevin Castley, which will feature one-on-one interviews. This was just some hawks getting together and dunking on some isolationists and stuff, and talking about NazBol Nick. What else do we have here? Looks like Reese is down for some Pokemon talk. Well, I'm down anytime. I love Pokemon. Matthew says he didn't mention Putin. He literally has the ideology of Putinism and Eurasianism, like basically in his profile picture, the Orthodox Church. I mean, he may as well just have a NazBol symbol right there. Ridiculous. Issa says, I got a moral compass and it tells me people like you are the problem in this world. Well, there you go. Somebody whose BS detector was not made in China. We have Nightmare Fuel Reese, Prince of Warmongers. Hey, Maddie, he's doing you a favor. Better to assume you follow Putin. At least Putin, exists. Interesting. God. There's 13 isolationists that are disliking this. Well, I haven't checked the like to dislike ratio. I will refresh this in a separate page and see where we're at. Because anytime I mention Nick Fuentes, we're going to have like 70 dislikes, 25 likes. He gets his little grapers, his hedgecocks, the incels in mom's basement to come out there and downvote the vids for him because, he gets so triggered. Oh, well, here we are, 15 likes and 13 dislikes. Isn't that wonderful? We had some frogs show up. We had some frogs. They can't get laid, but they can come and dislike my videos. How cute. How pathetic. We have an interesting set of chats going on in here. largely unproductive theological argument. Well, I mean, Reese here and Issa are making some decent points. Matthew claims he's not trolling. You know, he's not trolling in the sense that he's saying something that, you know, he's entirely against or whatever, but he's definitely, that's the thing about the frogs, the grapers. They're not trolling in the sense that they necessarily disbelieve what they're saying, but they're ridiculous enough, and a lot of the edge culture and whatnot is to the point that they internalize an identity which is basically a hyperbolic caricature of what a normal kind of person that was socially conservative might sound like. They're just hyper loonies, you know, cringy dudes. What else do we have here? The irony of being forced to provide objective answers to someone who clearly doesn't value them. Oh man. Welcome to the Special Mental Olympics, brought to you by the Russian Federation. Yeah, you know, mental gymnastics. Yeah, I mean, as far as mental gymnastics go, Kremlin Kyle should have been given a gold at the 2014 Sochi Olympics for mental gymnastics. They should have just flown him out there, had him stand on the podium as the Russian anthem played, and said, "Here, you know, you are our cow, you know, /our cow, / you know, because he's their cow." He what the hell? Oh, that is Siri on a different iPhone I've got. That is interesting. That one just went off. Thought I was talking to Siri. For some reason, Siri, when I said Kremlin Kyle or R cow, I guess, thought that I was talking to Siri. That's pretty funny. Yeah, no, he deserved a gold medal. I would have given gold medal to Kremlin Kyle in 2014 at Sochi for mental gymnastics. I would have given the silver medal to Neckbeard Jimmy Dore for mental gymnastics, and I would have given the third one to Nutter Noam Chomsky, the Snoring and Boring, for mental gymnastics at the Sochi 2014 Olympics. Oh, 100%. 100%. It's the trio. It's the trio who will shill for Russia at all costs, you know? Yeah, no, the chat here has kind of gotten away from the whole Nick thing. It's kind of gone into this whole sort of theology versus atheism argument, and I am getting kind of tired here. You know, it kind of sucked to wrap it up right now. I mean, we've gone on over 4 hours, of course, but you know, 16 viewers still. 16 viewers. Oh, we have Blair Voltaire showed up here. We have USA Bruce. Superpower Broadcasting. Do you think we should aid China and show them our power? Or let them suffer and die to the disease? Well, that disease was going to happen sooner or later. It would have been a different disease if it wasn't this one. The communist Chinese system, you'll notice all these diseases, SARS, everything, SARS, they come out of communist China. They don't come out of Taiwan or South Korea. It's communist China because they have no food standards, no safety regulations, etc. It's a mess. It's a debacle. We believe that it originated from somebody eating probably a bat or something from a market in Wuhan. No safety standards, no precautions. That's just nothing. No sanitary procedure. They're a communist system. They don't care. I'm telling you, they killed 40 million of their own people between 1962 and 64 in the Great Leap Forward by Mao. They don't care if 1 million people die of coronavirus. They're like, we kill our own people. Like, they're communists. They're killing like 1.5 million Uyghurs right now that they've sent to the gulag. They're a communist system. Like, aid communist China. Like, if you said aid Taiwan, yes. Aid communist China. Are you kidding me? This is the result. This is the you know, this virus is just the system. It's that they're coming home to roost. This is what you get. You know, if you sow cringe seeds, you get cringe fruits. You know, this is or like you know, you get a cringe harvest. That's what they're getting right now. Like the communist system would inevitably produce this, and it's for two reasons. It's not just the sanitary stuff. Obviously, bad sanitary conditions exist in the West and give rise to pathogens that are problematic. I understand that. It's the communist system's nature to cover it up until it's too late. They always do it. They did it with the RLC. They did it with Chernobyl. They've done it in the past with SARS. They're doing it with the coronavirus. So when they say 17 people died, you know it's way more than that. And you know that there was a time when they knew that there was something going on, and instead of alerting the public, they let it lie low and hope it would go away because it was embarrassing to the Communist Party, to the prestige of the Communist Party, to the legacy of Marx and Stalin and Mao. I'm so done with communists. I'm so done with communists. No, there's no way. I wouldn't even trade with communist China, let alone provide any sort of assistance here. This is their own problem. And it's going to take some, I mean, that might sound heartless or whatever, but I hope that if the Chinese people see what their government provides for them, what the conditions that their government provides for them yield, that they will say, okay, I've had enough. That's the last straw. We're taking back the country. We are overturning the yoke of the Communist Party. We will deal with Xi and his associates in the streets like they did with Gaddafi and Ceausescu, and we will create for ourselves a free republic and rejoin our brothers and sisters in Taiwan. That's what needs to happen here, and that's not going to happen if we help the Communist Party of China. No, they made this mess. And yes, some innocent people will die in that 100%, but guess what? If we let that system continue for another 100 years, 1,000 years, they're going to kill more of their own people. They killed 40 million people in 2 years in the 1960s. They killed 100 million people basically since 1949. The Communist Party of China views humans as less than disposable. It views humans as a problem. Like Comrade Stalin said, where there's a person, there's a problem. That's how the communist system sees this. And we need to get the people of China to realize, communist China, to realize that that's what their government thinks of them. Helping the communist government deal with this is only going to prolong their existence. I want to destroy them. I want to make this very clear. I want to destroy communist China. I mean, General MacArthur should have been given authorization by Truman to nuke China in the 1950s when they were providing military bases for the Soviet Air Force to bomb Americans in the Korean War and to shoot down American aircraft over Meg Alley, right? No, those MiGs were not rooted from North Korea. They were not rooted from, they were not based or staged from the Soviet Union. They were staged from Manchuria. They were staged at bases over there. If you want to read more about it, you can read The Great Leader and the Fighter Pilot. Kenneth Rowe, he talks about how, they were operated out of China so that they would have safe cover and not be shot down by the Americans. They would take cheap shots at the Americans and then fly back to the safety of China. And MacArthur was like, okay, we need to nuke them. We need to nuke those bases. And Truman fired him over it. Like, I like Truman. I like Truman, but communist China, they got to go. They got to go. This could have been dealt with a long time ago. And I'm telling you, if the United States had nuked those bases and dealt with the communist Chinese, toppled the communist system in the 1950s, maybe a few million Chinese would have died from the radiation, from the blasts. Guess how many communist citizens of communist China died because they were allowed to survive? The communist system was. Well, in Korea, Mao sent 1.5 million Chinese young to die. His own son died in Korea fighting for Kim. That's already probably more than would have died if America had just straight up nuked communist China and liberated them. 40 million people obviously died in the Great Leap Forward. About 100 million died from the inception of communism in communist China up till today. They're right now exterminating the Uyghurs, gulagging them. They say, oh, we're just detaining them or whatever. It's like, well, we'll find out in a few years how many hundreds of thousands they killed. No, I'm telling you, a quick nuclear war would have saved millions, tens of millions of lives. Tens of millions of lives. We would have saved so many millions of lives. Truman should nuke the hell out of China. So, What else do we have going on over here? Yeah, better dead than red. Better dead than red. I'm so sick of the communists. I'm so sick of the communists. I'm so sick of the communists. Like, communism is a disgrace. It's been tried like 60 times or whatever. Every time it's tried, the most brutal comrade prevails. The fact that I went to school in the 2010s with unironic communists just proves that we learn nothing from history. We learn nothing from history, and it's disgusting, my friends. It's absolutely disgusting. What else do we have going on here? I mean, just wow. I mean, yeah. So basically, to answer your question, yeah, it sucks. But if it wasn't the coronavirus, it would have been something else, because that's what these systems breed. Look at how they handled the recent nuclear disaster around Arkhangelsk in northern Russia. The city of Arkhangelsk said, we picked up radiation spike. You probably go out and get your iodine to the people of the town or city. It's like 200,000 people. And then the Russian government found out and was like, oh, no, that was a false alarm. Nothing wrong. Nothing to see here. And of course, they had tested a nuclear powered missile. Cringe. The Americans had already tested that back in the 60s and found out there was no way to get it to work. Meanwhile, Putin's now bragging about how they're going to have nuclear powered hypersonic missiles that can fly around for 20 years nonstop. And then when they get the order, go in and nuke Florida, Mar-a-Lago, and all this. It's like, but the Russian government covered it up. They always cover it up. These systems, they always cover it up. They're just too embarrassed. They always try to save face. If they had a capitalist system with an accountable government, and the coronavirus started, within days, the government would have said, oh, yeah, there's a new virus. We don't have a cure for it. Take safety precautions. Watch out. And they would have given us very clear numbers on how many were infected, that sort of thing. But with the Communist Chinese, it's an embarrassment to the party, to the dear leaders, to the great Marx. Oh, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I mean, communism is just, in some ways, the fact that communism, you can be a communist on a college campus and not be shunned, is a disgrace. Like, if you're on a college campus and you say you're a fan of Nick Fuentes and you've got like Pinochet literature or something, you're gonna be in a talk with the human rights chair or something of your campus, right? Like, you're gonna be going and getting some reprimand for hate speech, right? But if you're a communist, well, you're just another woke student who's taking sociology or political science or even economics. I mean, there were people that were communists that were in my economics program, for example. No consequences, nothing. Even though communism's killed 150 million people. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm so done. I will be back in a moment. Hello again, my friends, fellow Hawks, all the base talks out there. What do we have going on in chat? Let's take a look. It says, you're talking about nuking people. You should be ashamed. Yeah, you kind of missed the math a little bit there, bud. I'm telling you, if Garther had been given the go-ahead, most of the targets were bases anyway. Maybe 3 million people would have died in that. Guess how many people died because the Communist Party was allowed to stay in power? I mean, like I said, just between 1962 and 64, 40 million were killed by the communists in the Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward. 40 million. So even if the American nuking killed 39 million Chinese over the course of the radiation and everything else, you still would have saved 1 million lives. Like, do you understand the idea that sometimes you have to crack some skulls to save, the greater good? I mean, just unbelievable. See, this is isolationist logic. Not to mention it would have upheld American security in the world. Like, I mean, we're just talking about from the standpoint of, China and what would have been best for, saving the most Chinese lives. But not to mention how much greater America's interests would have been extended on the world stage. The Cold War could have ended so much sooner. We could have had a victory for the West by like the 1980s, early 1980s, maybe even late 1970s. The only reason why you would be against that is if you were not acting in or espousing things with the interest of American security at hand, which, looking at you and your profile and your arguments, it's clear you're a Eurasianist. You're with the NazBols. You're with Dugan. You're their cow. You serve them. You graze in Russian crops. You're their cow. We have a new frog in here, Jamie Alvarez. Styx is saying Ben Shapiro is defending Nick Fuentes. Does anyone know where or what exactly is being said by him? Kind of fishy, like when Shapiro defended Alex Jones after he was banned. Well, I have the tweet back here. I'll just bring it up. I have the exact tweet. I'll read it, verbatim as a quote, because I had mentioned it earlier on at the beginning of this stream about, over 4 hours ago now. Just going to go back. This is Ben Shapiro. He tweeted this at 9:12 a.m. yesterday. He said, Nick Fuentes is an absolute disgusting crap show, but he was banned for his idiotic garbage viewpoints rather than for violent threats, but if he was banned for his idiotic garbage viewpoints rather than for violent threats, YouTube should not be deplatforming him. So that is what he said. And I can bring up the exact quote right here and just copy and paste that. This is the quote here from Ben Shapiro. So yes, Ben Shapiro defended him to the same extent that I have defended him here, which is that he should not have been removed from the platform over whatever sort of thing that they said was hate speech. Yeah, no, I know you're probably somebody that I would disagree with, right? But there's the quote for you, so you can see it, and you can check out his Twitter too. I'll share a link to the actual tweet itself. I know you say you don't use Twitter, but here is the proof that that's actually his account there. So Matthew says, I don't even condone Fuentes. You're trying to meld me with him. Buddy, there's a chance you're worse. Like Nick Fuentes defends the Catholic Church, the Vatican, all that sort of stuff. As I've said, I mean, I've studied Russian history quite a bit. I can tell you the Russian Orthodox Church is worse. It's more corrupt. So just on that alone, you're worse than Nick Fuentes. So I don't know your other views, but I can take a guess, and they're probably not good. They're probably as cringy as his are. So that's probably one of the dividing factors between you and Nick, is that you're Orthodox and he's Catholic. Well, if I had to pick between them, I'm going with the Catholics. So that's just me. But let's see what else we got here. I thought politics were irrelevant to you. Funny, your opinion on anything is irrelevant to me. You're no better than someone who believes they were probed by UFO dwelling humanoids. That is the Prince of Warmongers. You think he's done for good, or he'll be back? If you're referring to Nick Fuentes there, I think he's off YouTube for good. I think he's off YouTube for good. I think they're going to stick with this one. I know that in the past, they have banned right-wingers, and then some of them have been reinstated. Nick's not coming back. We'll still have clips of him. He's going to go to like D Live or whatever for sure. He ain't coming back to YouTube, I can tell you that. Politics are irrelevant, is what Matt's saying, as he proceeds to make political arguments against liberalism and the West. Hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, no, the point is, it was obvious that communist China was going to kill a lot of people. They were a menace. You had to take them out. Now, of course, when they would have nuked China back in 1951, the communist Chinese bases, they wouldn't know that Mao was going to kill that many people. But you could get a sense from what Stalin did. You know, his idol Stalin had killed, 50, 60 million people, right? By that point, it was already pretty clear. I mean, he starved 10 million people just in 2 years, just in Ukraine, in the Holodomor, which is something that the tankies deny. Except the true tankies will say, oh, yeah, that was awesome. We should do that again. They want to have it both ways, just like the Nazis with the Holocaust, Oh, it didn't happen, but if it did, it was awesome. That sort of logic, cringe and fringe. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm telling you, if you're the president of the United States, Mao is not done with the kill count. He wants to beat Stalin's high score. You got to take him out. I'm telling you, there's no way any more than 3 million people would have died, because most of the targets were military Air Force bases in Manchuria and around Beijing and whatnot. I got news. Mao killed like 100 million people. The communists did over the course of their tyranny over China. So you kill 3 million people in a nuke, or you let 100 million people die. You're culpable either way, is my point. Like, if you say, I don't want any part in this, it's not my business or whatever, it's like, no, you have the power to intervene. It is your business. It also hurt American interest in Korea. I mean, if they had done that, North Korea wouldn't exist today. North Korea, for the record, has killed about 8 million people since that day, right? So you're looking at, like, you're approaching 110 million people that would have died, as opposed to 3 million people that would have died in nuclear strikes. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Because inaction is as morally culpable as action if you have the capacity to intervene, which America did, obviously. So, and of course, not to mention the foregone security interests, hegemony interests. The Cold War could have been over way sooner. America could have extended her hegemony worldwide sooner. The world would be much safer and prosperous place today if communist China had been taken out and made a Western democracy. So what else do we have here? Against authoritarian equals hating God. Well, see, Matthew's idea, the way that he likely envisions God, is as basically a tyrant that will send you to the lake of fire for eternity if you say anything that falls out of line. I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to say that Catholics are going to go to hell, but he'd probably say that Mormons are going to go to hell, for example. Like, even within Christianity, you still have to follow like this sort of orthodox line, right? So, I mean, now, if you would disagree with that, feel free to speak up, Matthew. But my guess is you probably would agree with that. What's your view on the Lutherans? Are they going to hell too? I mean, so because his God is an authoritarian, that's the thing, right? So it would make sense, he said, that if being against authoritarianism equals hating God, well, if his God is an authoritarian, well, then that kind of makes sense, right? So. What else do we have going on here? Looks like the chat's kind of died down a bit. Probably the Prince of Warmongers has gone to bed. You know, it's fun getting into it with the trolls, but sometimes, you know, hawks get tired. It's a bit later where Reese is, so Wesleyan, I can't really figure out his point. It seemed like he was making the point before that you would do the nuclear attacks, but now he's making a point that, oh, well, radiation kills too. I'm like, yeah, I said that earlier, that about 3 million people would have died, including the radiation, because how many people do you think are at military Air Force bases? You think it's 3 million people at like 7 or 8 Chinese Air Force bases? No, most of that death would have been from fallout. I already accounted for that. What you're forgetting is how many people the communists killed since then, since 1951. They killed 40 million people between 1962 and 1964. So like 3 million people is 37 million less people than they killed in 2 years of their own people. You're going to let that regime stay in power? Oh, you should never be allowed anywhere near the corridors of power, ever. You should never be in any position in which the national security interests of the country are dependent upon you, ever. You're not fit to be commander in chief. Simple as that. What else do we see here? Maddie, your breathing joke. No one owes you an answer for anything ever, you delusional. Oh, man. They left because you destroyed them? No, I think they got tired of you just regurgitating the same answers, accusing people here of being nihilists. Like, maybe there's a couple nihilists that watch my channel, but anybody who knows me knows I'm not down with nihilism. Not down with nihilism. I often criticize the alt-right as being degenerate nihilists, because their main criticism of liberals is nihilism, degeneracy, and whatnot. I'm telling you, I've known alt-right people in my own life. They are some of the most degenerate people around. And now, in fairness to them, they'll be the first to admit that they're degenerate, right? They'll often aestheticize and glamorize it and make memes and stuff about it, but then they'll call for like a state religion so that, you know, the future generation can be saved or whatever. No, the reason why they're more degenerate than your typical liberal or whatever, as you want to say degenerate, right? That's already on their narrative, right? That's already their framing. But it's because they make it a taboo. They make stuff like, you know, weed and stuff a taboo, whereas the liberals don't care. So for them, it's like it's extra exciting. So they do it more because it feels better. So no, the alt-right and stuff are way more what's the word, prone to degeneracy, as they would define it, than liberals are. Liberals don't care. Liberals might enjoy a blunt, but the alt-right, they're super into that kind of stuff, you know, super into, like, you know, the hentai porn, all that sort of stuff, you know, as they sit there in mom's basement and scream, you know, man, more hot pockets, like Eric Cartman in South Park, as he plays World of Warcraft with the boys. Except, let's keep it real. Most of these guys don't even have the boys around because they don't really have friends. Like the gripers and stuff, they're loners. They're involuntary loners, mind you. I mean, I've been described as a loner by some people because I'm kind of sick of a lot of like bunk and junk kind of people that just tend to be kind of toxic and stuff. I still hang out with my friends and stuff, right? But I don't really care if I lose, so to speak, or rather they lose me as a friendship over, say, politics and whatnot. Because let's keep it real, politics is pretty important. And then there's people out there who say, you just put politics aside, or whatever. And it's like, no, politics is kind of an important thing. Like if you're gonna lose a friendship, you should lose it over politics. I'm saying it here. Like, it would be sad and unfortunate if you lost a friendship over like owing somebody money or something in a disagreement around that. That's pathetic. But politics, yeah, that's a good reason. That's a good reason. That's up there. Same with like religion and whatnot. Pretty important sort of metric, right? So what else do we have going on here? A nihilist would have been more interesting than the street preacher. Oh man. It's funny. He describes liberalism as satanic, for example. It's funny. I believe he literally imagines like Reese worshiping Satan. Like, Reese doesn't believe in Satan. I mean, what? Oh man. This is pretty funny. What else do we have going on here? We have Wandy Wexler Westland says liberals and far leftists attack people en masse and defend the actions of terrorist group like Antifa. Liberals are not libertarian when they are anti-Second Amendment. But you don't even know what liberal means. Liberalism is an ideology largely pioneered by people like John Locke, for example, Adam Smith, that values the utmost importance of the individual, private property, liberal markets, free markets, as little government intervention as possible, while preserving, social cohesion, that sort of stuff, rule of law, accountable government. That's what liberal is. You're using liberal in the American sense, which basically is like socialist or whatever. Even though realistically socialists and liberals hate each other because liberals are really free market capitalists and socialists are, socialists. They are opposed to capitalism. I support the Second Amendment personally. I'm a liberal. I'm a liberal neoconservative. We've got, not libertarian. Libertarianism is cringe. Why would you want to be libertarian? Like, not being libertarian is a good thing. Now, you can not be a libertarian and be super cringe, but if you are libertarian, 99 times out of 100, you're super cringe. So, let's see. Bernie's staff wants to lock Trump supporters, Americans in gulags. Some of the surrogates around Bernie, the cockroach Linda Sarsour in particular, very problematic, very pernicious, very insidious people, deeply anti-Semitic, bigoted, anti-secular. They would definitely go about taking action against Trump supporters if they had the means to do so. Now, the good thing about living in a liberal democracy is that you can't just round up your opponents. That's what's great about America, right? Bernie, on the other hand, Bernie, I call him breadline Bernie. He's the kind of guy he's only had praise for the Soviet Union and Castro. He referred to the Cuban Revolution that saw the tyranny of Fidel Castro established over the island. He said of that, it's very deep. The Cuban Revolution for me is very deep. Well, it's very deep for him because he didn't have to live through it. He didn't have to live under it. He wasn't one of the thousands of homosexuals that was executed for being termed liberal bourgeois by Castro. He wasn't one of the journalists that was executed for reporting the news instead of praising the dear leaders under Castro. I despise Breadline Bernie. I despise Breadline Bernie. I would support Trump. Like if it's Bernie that gets the nomination, I'm going to be on here every night praising and making memes and stuff for Trump. For sure, I'm going to be supporting Trump. I'm going to hop on that train. I'm going to be Trump train. Trump train, hashtag Trump 2020. For sure, 100%. Some good stuff going on here. I'm just surprised that 13 people have stayed with us this whole night. I mean, we've gone on for, coming up on a quarter of a day. That's it's pretty crazy, Good stream. We had a good stream tonight. Had a good stream. I think, I think that I'm probably gonna have to head to bed. You guys can feel free to go on Twitter and get into arguments and whatnot. I mean, Reese is obviously being consistently on point here with a lot of this stuff, and Matt's just got these like really tried and old memes, really old memes. Doesn't really have anything new here. Just kind of repeats the same stuff over and over again. Kind of a boring guy. I'm going to agree with Reese on that one, that a nihilist would probably be more interesting. They would probably mix it up a little bit more. This guy's kind of a bore. He's kind of a, this Matthew guy, he's kind of snoring and boring, as I would say. Yeah. Reese says, hell no, I never want to hear from this garbage human as long as I love. Oh, man. Well, I don't really have much more to add. It was an interesting stream. We went pretty late. I'm just kind of surprised at how lively the chat has been for this full 5 hours. What? He says he's angry and full of rage because his demon inside him knows I'm seeking truth. That sounds like Alex Jones, bro. That's some Alex Jones memes, bro. Oh man, that's some Alex Jones memes, bro. What? That's pretty funny. What a parody. What a self-parody. Well, my Hawks, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark. I think I'm gonna head in and go to sleep. Hawk needs to rest. Got videos to film tomorrow. Might do a live stream again at some point in the next day or two. Stay tuned. Remember to subscribe to my channel. And if you find my work interesting or worthwhile or important, feel free to go over to my Patreon, link in bio, and consider contributing to my Patreon. So thank you for watching. Have a good night.